Hey, what's up? Hey, can you hear me? I might not be able to hear you though. I need to test it. Yeah, I'm talking. Yo, yo,
All right, you
yo.
hear me, bud?
Yep.
Jesus, you were silent there for a little bit. I was like, hold on, what's going on here?
Yeah, I was connecting my Bluetooth headphones. It took a minute for them to connect.
What's up, dog? What are we getting into?
I don't know. What are we getting into?
Checking out the sunset on fucking Ambrosio.
Hey, we don't we know each other? I can't remember how we know each other.
You talking to me?
You're the only one here?
No, there's another guy here.
Yeah, but he's not here.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, I don't know, dude. How do you keep track anymore?
Yeah, I don't know. Uh, fuck. I'm trying to like see if
I
I.
know familiar voices. I know familiar voices when I hear them. Are we cut off? Is nobody fucking talking?
Oh, I was just checking out your Twitter, see if I recognize anything.
Oh no, it's mayhem, dude. I go hanging all day. Why even read headlines? Fuck it. Dude, just spray and pray, dude. Old fucking Counter Strike measures, dude. You just shoot through the fucking wall. Fuck it.
Fuck yeah. Fuck everything. Fuck it all.
God damn it, dude. You know, I mean, in all honesty, I'm up here in Seattle and I feel like we're like kind of starting to hit the peak of maybe the people starting to turn. Like
Turn to
maybe
what?
we're at peak bullshit. I mean, it's gonna take a little bit more. What's that, bud?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like everyone's at peak bullshit by now.
Yeah, but you gotta think about the people that like fucking you meet. You gotta realize this, bud. Like we're still at about like 25% masking here. And I'm talking about just Seattle City proper. You drive a half hour out, it's done. It's not a fucking thing.
No way. People are still masking?
Yeah, bro, there's still even like 10% where like I pull up at a stoplight and I look over and at least once a day I look over and there's somebody in a car with their mask on and you're just like, dude, where the fuck am I, dude? Where the fuck am I? Like what the fuck is going on?
I wear a mask every day still.
And I love you.
But you're like one of those like what do they call like N95, like those like white masks, or you mean like the one in your picture?
Yeah, like in my picture or bandana.
All right. I would
But
probably wear
generally
that
for
too.
other people.
Uh,
It's hot.
All right. So what else, dude? Where are you guys from? 'Cause that's fucking Seattle right now. That's fucking what the fuck is up?
I'm trying to like figure out my headphones at the moment because you're still coming through my tablet for some reason. But I'm in by Los Angeles.
Oh shit, dog. How's that?
Well, thankfully I'm not in Los Angeles because that's like a zombie apocalypse. So I'm in Huntington Beach, which is like I don't know, like 45 minutes south of it, like an hour.
Yeah,
Pretty
yeah, I
good.
know that shit. Yeah, that's a little bit more. I mean, I guess reddish. Even though, dude, I'm so over that bullshit. But anyways, yeah, you guys kind of know how to hold it down. Am I wrong?
I don't know. Like I really couldn't say. I don't know if it's like red or blue. I don't really know what goes on around here. It's kind of weird. I don't. I guess I should know more, but I know Tito
Well,
Ortiz. He like
no,
made a
it's
big.
probably better you don't, though, dude, because then you're just honest. Like, wait,
You didn't
because
say
it's not
Tito
like you want to
Ortiz?
lean one sort of way. You just want to be honest in your shit. I don't want to lean one. So I don't want to be more red than I am blue. I don't want to be fucking
When you
nothing.
talk about red and blue, that's the division right there.
That's what I'm saying, dog. We can just take it to the coast.
Exactly. You're saying it. You got to not say it.
Oh, sorry. Well, no, we might have to say it so we can explain it to others, though.
And just by saying it, you're creating it.
No, it's already been created.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, that's it. No, I understand that because to give it a name is a very old saying that has a lot of meaning. To give it a name, if you just stop right there with anything, something crawling in the bushes, and you say, "What's that?" And then the old man or the old woman next to you says, "To give it a name."
Don't
That
do it.
means shut the fuck up, let it do what.
Hold on, real quick. Can you hear me?
Yes.
But does like the audio sound all fucked up?
No, it sounds great.
Oh, really? Oh, that's good news. All right then.
Actually, it's probably the best I've ever heard you ever in Twitter Spaces.
Oh, that is refreshing. What's up, Ocean?
You sound so good.
Ooh.
So good.
I got my Logan and my screen out. I miss you guys.
We miss you too.
Yeah, where have you been, Ocean?
Fucking working, having a job like a real adult.
That shit sucks, right?
Yeah, but I got a little promotion, so I don't know. My coworker hasn't left yet, so I'm not really supposed to talk about it. But yeah, I'm going back into like the position I used to have, so I'm stoked.
Oh, yeah, that was like the whole thing when you started, right? Like you were kind of worried about that?
Yeah, it'll be good though. I don't really like being bossy and like telling people what to do. That's where I struggle. I'm just like, well, I'd do it this way, but I don't know. It'll be okay. Do you guys want to hear about a dream that my son's dad had last night?
I don't know, do we?
Yes.
My son's dad, his name's Bradley. He had a dream last night that he was at an underwater base at somewhere very cold and there was really big humans there.
Was he watching Ancient Aliens before he fell asleep?
No, he doesn't watch any of that shit. And there
But
was
why
like
do
some
we
type
call
of a
him
device,
my
and the guy
son's
was like,
dad?
"It's a generator." And he's like, "What does it generate?" And then I guess he woke up and then he forgot it because I called and he told me about it as he was waking up and he forgot it. And when I brought it up later, he was like, "Oh yeah, I don't really remember, but I don't feel good when I try to remember it." So it's weird.
That is weird.
Excuse me, miss, but why do we call him my son's dad?
Because that's what he is. I could call him by his name. I could say Bradley.
No, you did. I heard you say Bradley before, but it's just interesting wording. But when yes, some people say my baby daddy. Some people say my ex. Some people say just a lot more common terms than what I
She's
don't know. It's just
Canadian.
weird. It's a weird. It's weird.
Well, I feel like when you say baby daddy, or ex or that type of thing, it gives like it has attachments to it with preconceived ideas that, don't really apply to our relationship.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Also, Trish is here. Hey, Trish, do you know Seattle? I feel like you two would get along for some reason. I don't know why I think that. But yeah, Screen, what did you want to talk about? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Not necessarily, but I was talking with David earlier, man, and the spaces like we couldn't get anybody up there, and then the spaces like glitched out. Then when I tried to make one, it glitched out. But yeah, Astral and everybody could just open one up and be all fine. It was the weirdest shit, bro.
I was
Yeah,
like,
I'm
who's
gonna talk.
David?
We were basically talking about how probably 90% of alien experiences are actually government psyops and secret drone programs, and the other 10% are actually alien experiences, but they're just, I wouldn't say that they're not real, they're just like experiencing higher dimensional life forms, so we don't get like the whole scene, you know what I'm saying?
Have you ever met one?
I am one.
Okay. Well, nice to meet you.
You know?
No, anybody ever fucking met a fucking alien in here? I met one once.
Tell me about it.
All right. So I kind of accidentally did like about a quarter of a Visine bottle worth of liquid acid once. Mainly
You
because
ruined the whole story when you say that, bro.
what's that, bud?
So you ruined the whole story when you say that.
Yeah,
It's
I was about to think
unfortunate.
that you were talking about
It's un-
Visine because like that'll give you the shits if you did that.
I didn't do that. It was liquid acid. What part of this are you guys not understanding? Am I not corresponding this correctly, or what is going on here?
Oh, we got Chris Bartell in the house. No, continue your story. I still want to hear it.
What do you mean?
Jesus Christ, none of that makes fucking sense. So anyways, yeah, basically because I didn't believe the guy who said it was liquid acid was capable of getting liquid acid, so just a total dick move on my behalf. And then once I saw his eyeballs after I fucking just shot it all down my throat, I was like, oh shit, I'm in for it. This is not good. And so I don't know. It was probably about 18 hours of fucking craziness. But at one point, I did grab on. Either a wave grabbed me or I grabbed onto the wave. I can't really tell you. It was mutual. I can tell you that. It was mutual. It was comfortable. And we just started going into outer space. And it was such a fun and such a cool ride. I shit you not, I never looked back. I never looked back. I was always just looking forward. Just what the fuck is this? Whoa, shit. And so then I get out there, eventually somewhere, and I end up with like this fucking kind of like two-dimensional amoeba fucking thing. and it doesn't have a mouth. It's got like a set of eyes. It kind of looks like how a child would draw a shitty elephant. And I'm in there with it, and I'm it just goes to, it goes, holy shit, it's one of you. And since I'm just a sarcastic prick, I was just like, well, holy shit, it's one of you. Because what the fuck are you talking about? I've never seen you. I don't even never seen you before, and you fucking know me. What the fuck are you talking about? And so then it just zapped me out. And then I went through the rest of that fucking crazy fucking
I'm gonna be honest. It sounds like you're making this up.
I did not make that up at all.
Did you feel like it was more of an astral projection, or was it more like a vision? Like, do you feel like you
the ride out there is what the ride out there is what like I
had to put him on pause real quick just because yeah, can you hear me? Because I've been like glitching out the whole time.
I was gonna put him on ice though, not on pause.
Oh yeah, me too. I put the wrong button.
No, we can hear you though.
Oh, thank God. I just switched like 2 different devices. I went from my tablet to my other tablet. Now I'm on my other phone. Finally. These mother effers, like, they're just gonna glitch me the hell out, I swear. Thank God I got different devices.
For real. Hey, how cool is it that they lowered the subscribers to 500 for monetization?
Yeah, I still don't really understand it. Can you explain that whole thing to me? Like, monetization for...
You know how you can subscribe to people on YouTube? You can do that on Twitter now.
Right.
Like for extra content?
But you've always been able to do that.
Yeah, but you had to have so many followers.
Oh, wasn't it like 10,000 before?
Yeah, now it's 500. That's what I'm saying. That's like a big deal.
Oh, so what do I got to do to like be able to like monetize something or whatever?
You go in your sidebar under like settings or something. It'll say monetization, like kind of where Twitter Blue is.
Oh, right. I see the monetization thing, but like I don't think I can use it. It doesn't really apply to me, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, because like I'm all for people making money off like their content, but I feel like once you involve money, then it becomes like I don't know. I feel like some things are better without money involved, if you know what I'm saying. So I don't know how I feel about it.
So like
I think it's awesome. Yeah, you have to fill out the application first. Like then you know, however long it takes. That's why I went ahead and did it in case they get backed up. But yeah, no, it's like, all right, just those couple of videos that I've put together of the spaces on YouTube. Like I can't monetize them on YouTube because I use like intro music of songs that I like, so I get copyright strike. But I can link it to Twitter, right? And then people can still see the video, and I can still do it how I want to without having to worry about YouTube. But then I can put like special videos and content, you know, for paid subscribers, like extra, that people that want to support that, because like those 2 videos took me like almost a whole week to put together. So like if you're not making stuff, you don't really realize like how long it takes to do all that stuff. But anything extra, people that appreciate that is awesome. You know, that's how I look at it.
Well, see, and that's where I'm torn, is because like I want to support the people that like, you know, I love and that do the things that like I enjoy watching, right? So it's like that's where I'm on the fence, because it's like, yeah, I love supporting those people and like you and everybody else. I don't know. I just feel like there's some people out there that it'll be like the money will be more important than the content, you know. I know for us here, like the people that I interact with, it's content, you know, you make good content, but I don't know. I think you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I just don't think it will get in the way. You know, it's like people that are interested in what I'm doing, like if they want to see the stuff before I'm done with it or like as I'm making it, it'd be for things like that. It's not like I'm going to be like keeping information from people, but some people are going to use it as a paywall, and that's like one of the downsides.
No, actually, there are gonna be some people who's gonna use it for a framework, and in the other way, there are people who gonna also need the money on the other side.
What was that, Bobby? You're real quiet. I can barely hear you.
Uh, no, I'm saying that what he said is correct. There'll be people who's gonna use the content, like they're gonna be waiting for you to get done with the content before you're done. And in the other way around, from what you're saying, there are people who gonna need the money too. Either ways is both hand in hand.
For sure. Yeah, I think it goes both ways, and it just comes down to like
Yeah,
customer or like follower I
yeah,
guess like preference, right? Like you pick
yeah.
what you like, and you pay for what you like, I guess.
Right. Yeah.
There, I just submit my application. All right, we get it. Your power's off. My retarded headphones. Anyway, I guess that was pretty easy. Hey, so when you like go to like that content section, like it's like which content does it apply for you? I just what did you pick? You picked like all of them? I mean, it doesn't really say if you could
Pretty
switch it
much.
back later.
Yeah, I pretty
Yeah,
much selected just about all of them and then added some alien stuff.
I probably should have done that.
Yeah, I have a content too. I'm working on a little bit something. Should I say his word? I'm working on uses of probiotics and prebiotics. So I don't know. Can I share it online here?
What are you finding about that?
The They're just like food. They have to do with food, substances, and supplements. You know, they have to add in food production that helps to help the human microbe bacteria, like
I just
normal
want to say I
flora.
love that. I think
Yeah,
probiotics are totally underrated, and nowadays we're giving ourselves antibiotics all the time, and I don't think we pay nearly enough attention to probiotics, and I think it's really
yeah,
important for our health for
yeah.
sure.
Yeah. I'm writing a paper on it. I'm working on it. So probably when I'm done, I'm gonna share it. You know.
What's your favorite source of probiotic? Like your favorite food or your favorite like
hmm
your favorite source?
I have just ginger. Ginger is a high fiber probiotic. It's a very high range of probiotic. It goes a very large or long way in probiotic as a food. Though we have other food substances.
I agree with you. Ginger is magical.
I don't
Yeah,
know. I
thank
had some
you.
before, like this like what was it called? I guess like scuba trip or like whatever they call it. Like when you're great diving, diving like the Great Barrier Reef or whatever, you have to like go down there. But like the boat trip to like go over there is like all choppy or whatever. I got like seasick as fuck, and like an idiot, I forgot to get like those seasick pills or whatever. And so they just give you like natural like ginger pills or whatever. But that ginger did like nothing for me. I was just like sick the whole time there and back. And then like when you have to like go under the water, you're like still feel like shit because you just spent like the past like couple hours just like throwing your everything up. So like it's now like go under the water and enjoy. It's a
That's
little
the
Yeah,
hard,
worst.
but
Yeah.
yeah,
I've
yeah.
never had it. I
The,
grew up on a boat, but
the,
that's the worst.
the yeah, some probiotics have their mode of action. Okay, some helps to sustain the microbial or assist the microbial growth. or some normal flora. Probably they have their own mode of action. Okay, maybe the one you took for ginger was for the normal flora in the mouth in our culture and in our tongues. So every probiotics associated or linked with any form of food has its own mode of action. Okay.
I think sauerkraut too is a good one.
Oh yeah, I hear that's pretty good for you. What's up, Chupacabra?
What up? Hey, so I just got Mid-Journey and I'm fucking just living it up. You guys want to talk about AI prompts? Because this shit's wild.
Oh no, I'll say goodbye now. Everyone disappears into Midjourney.
Oh no.
I mean, we can talk about prompts if you want. What do you want to talk about?
Like this shit's crazy. What have you guys had like luck with? Like it's a bizarre. I don't know. This is just a really weird thing. Like you could do anything, from like making random like watercolors to making like movie shots that look super real, like they were filmed and they weren't real. Fucking, I might be a little.
You can't do anything though. You can't make you can't say like sexy like this lady having sex with like an alien or something. It won't make it.
Yeah, I guess if that's what you want to make, you're going to be denied the freedom and the glory of it. But if you want things within the parameters that it's set, then I think I'll be able to work within them and still have a good time. No alien sex. I can make a.
Okay, fine. No alien sex, but not even like any scans. You can't use the word scantily clad. Like it's like Jesus.
But if
like I've been like blocked a lot for like a lot of words I use. They're like, all right, you need to take like a 5-minute break. Come back later. Like,
Dude, I'm
come
down
on.
for DALL-E forever. I never even got one picture off. I was just trying to get it to do a alien lady riding a bull. That's it.
Did you
I
say
shared
and then
buildable?
it banned you right away.
Yeah, like it because 5 times I used the word it didn't like, and then I'm
I kind
banned.
of love that. That's hilarious.
I got the practice picture off. It's horrible.
Dude, okay, so now I know I'm not even gonna risk it. But it forces you to be metaphorical, so you can't make a thing like that. Well, use a little bit of use your imagination. Figure out.
Yeah, like cunnilingus.
I think that'll get you fucked up too. That's my prediction. Because it's just a technical term,
Yeah.
And you
follow some people on here that like have skills in like prompt engineering. You'll get some like great tips.
I'm on
Heather's a good one down there. She's actually got a community for AI art, I believe. And I shared in the nest there. That's my favorite prompt. I tried to do Bigfoot Yeti fight, and then Yeti pulled a gun. And I'm like, oh my God, AI doesn't know that Yetis don't use guns. It's hilarious.
So Yeti can pull a gun, but alien woman couldn't ride a bull. I see what's happening here.
She can on Stable Diffusion though. Like if you go over to Stable Diffusion, I made a naked Bigfoot. This is a big old dong hanging out.
That's cool. A little freedom in your art is always good. It's good to know. Stable Diffusion. What's that? Like, is there a membership you got to get, or?
Oh no, you just go to like I think it's just like I don't know the exact web address, but it's something you just Google it. They'll give you the address, but you just go on in and make whatever you want. They're like membership. It's free, completely free.
Yeah. Dude, I've found some prompts that produce some really great cinematic like effects. So like it looks like a film, and I'm changing like the dates and then the director. So it's a prompt set up to where you can just keep replacing the director or the shot. You can describe the shot like medium, 35 millimeter lens. This, and this. I want to see this, and then just pop it out.
Oh yeah,
it's crazy.
I've been doing that too because they've been doing this thing like lately where like it's like mixed like And also, by the way, like if you use cinematographer instead of the director, you'll probably get closer to what you're looking for. But also, mix like Indiana Jones and Alien, and that's like the blend is so awesome.
It's amazing. I'm gonna try that. I mean, there's some good cinematographers out there, some wild ass ones, but also some interesting films. Like I don't know, it's crazy that they can just be produced like this because we're probably months away from it producing full on scenes. You know what I mean? Where I can just make it do certain things, and then obviously like another really great thing is going to be character, like consistency, to be able to make a consistent character and drag them through. Because a lot of people's like made up fictional characters they're trying to do for like storybooks or whatever, like they'll look different page by page or image by image. So there's all these different like ways to kind of solidify it. I didn't know it was that fine tuned. I mean, I tried this shit when just back in the day, maybe like last year, and I was like, oh, this is really cool. But after that, ran out of fucking free trial and then just let it be. But I was doing all kinds of weird stuff too, trying to like make it do stuff that I didn't understand the prompts. But after a little bit of studying, this shit's dialed in.
It would be cool if they could like use AI art to like for if you're trying to create like an invention, and then you could type in like the specs of your invention and then use the AI art to like show you what it would look like, or if it would even be like if it would work type of thing.
Oh,
You know what
like
I mean?
create a
Like
hat
instead of
that's solar powered, and it would be like, okay, here you go. Like I want it to weigh less, and then you keep asking it to do that until it slowly makes anti gravity. It's like I wanted to make this hat weigh less, and so I invented anti gravity. Cool.
Dude, this guy named Nick St. Pierre. He's like one of my. Oh, stop doing that, my dog. So he makes these like cool. Well, he just has like a lot of good stuff that he makes. His shit looks like super real. Like you're saying, like I would swear this is like real photographs of people and like from like movie scenes or whatever. He does like really awesome stuff. He like offers like awesome like tools and like tips and stuff. Anyway, so he's like a good person to follow if you want to get some ideas.
Who is that?
But Nick, I think his name's Nick St. Pierre. His username is Nick Floats. Just want to put that
Cool.
in. But I put him at the top. If you want to look at the top, you can just click on that. But let's see.
Oh,
He
dope.
yesterday or the day before he posted this like awesome like list of like what you were just talking about, like directors mixed with uh like people or whatever, and you can like blend them or whatever. And let's see if I can find it real quick. Hold on, I'll go right back.
They have Midjourney now. You can put the pictures in there, and it'll reverse engineer the prompts used to make it to help you out if you like certain pictures.
Oh, that's dope.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that yet.
It's cool to be able to like come up with a prompt and just replace certain keywords, like the director or the cinematographer, like the whatever, and then just to see how it reimagines the same thing. Because I don't know, it's fucking crazy. Like, what's happening? I'm gonna share some stuff that I've been making, and you guys can check it out. I think it's pretty cool.
Oh man, I bet you could make some cool ass stuff. Like you
Wouldn't
got
that be wild too? Like if it could connect, like if AI got advanced enough that it could connect to like other forms of intelligence in the universe. Like imagine typing in like a planet name and then it actually gives you like what that planet looks like because like technology knows type of thing, you know?
it's a good idea. I was actually like kind of confused because I was trying to like use Midjourney to like make like like AI art portraits or whatever, this avatar things people are making, and they get kind of close, right? But they don't really it's not a one for one. It's not the person, right? It just looks kind of like them. But the funny thing is that like um when I use like Google Photos and it's like it asks you like you know how it tries to like capture all these different people's faces and like categorize them by like who they are like by their face, like those same like AI art portraits that I made on Midjourney, like even though don't look anything like the person, apparently they're like their face ratios must be the same, I guess, because Google thinks that it is that same person. Like I don't really know how that works, but I guess they must look like them like mathematically, just not
That's wild.
I
yeah.
think if the person you're trying to create portraits of, if they're any kind of a public like figure, it's you can put their name in instead of just uploading like a photo to Blend or whatever. You can put their name in, and it'll actually use the data that's available on the internet to get a better representation of the person.
True that. I've had luck with that, and some things not so much luck. Like it doesn't know certain people.
Oh, I haven't done that yet. Like, try to use a famous person. That's a good idea. Like,
but I saw like this guy because I was telling you earlier, like, what if they had Indiana Jones in an Alien or whatever it could be. But yesterday I saw what they were doing. This other guy did uh Will Smith as Forrest Gump on in the movie Castaway, and it's dope.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't know. Here, I'll put up what it did. Merging Courage the Cowardly Dog and Rocco from Rocco's Modern Life. I was expecting it different in my head, but I'll put it up there and see what y'all think.
I know Cartot, Karen, I know she said that she was using it and she typed in some prompts and the being that it gave her actually looked a lot like I don't know, it's kind of private. It looked like somebody that she misses a lot, and I don't think she didn't say that she ever put in a picture of this person. So I found that kind of wild.
Oh yeah, I put that I was gonna post that that Will Smith thing I was just talking about in the thread here, but I can't remember the artist's name who created it, and I forgot to write it down, so I just saved the picture of it. I don't want him to like think I'm stealing it or something when I post it in the thread, so I just sent it privately.
I want to
Oh,
tell Tupacabra about the dream really quick that my son's dad had. I'll just do a quick recap. He doesn't do anything with UFOs, right? Like he's not about that. And last night, I called him this morning. I'm like, "You up?" And he's like, "I just had a weird dream." Like as he's waking up, he was underwater in a big like metal structure, right? Like some underwater base where it was really cold. And he said that there was like really big people there, and there was some type of generator, but he didn't know what it generated. And then when I tried asking him about it later, he said he didn't really remember, but that he didn't really feel good thinking about it. I was like, that's wild.
Sounds like my waking life.
Right? Okay. Run that by me one more time. It ended so fast.
Yeah, he had a dream that like he was in this underwater base. Like he said, it was a big metal structure underwater. And I asked where in the world it would be, and he said somewhere really, really cold. So I was like, Antarctica.
Sure.
Also, there was a guy in a wheelchair apparently, and there was some weird metal like cage that was a generator. He was told, but he wasn't sure what it generated.
Oh, there's a lot to unpack there. It'd be fun for him, I think, to try to dive into what that's going to be, for sure. I can't really say what it is because I think dreams are so personal, and they use like some symbology. Some of them I think is like more like ideograms where people can, or it's universal, but some of it has to be dressed with like your experiences. You know, like even something like a cage could mean something to me that'd be so different. But I personally think there's a lot to dive into there. That's wild.
Yeah, I tried asking him if it was like a literal dream or a metaphorical dream because all my dreams are like pretty much metaphorical. Like they're there to teach me something, I feel like. But sometimes his dreams are like very like literal dreams, but I don't know. It's still crazy. Maybe he heard me talking about Antarctica or something, but usually I'm not even within earshot because it's loud. I see Chris popped up. How's it going, Chris?
It's going good. Just working on some photography pictures and listening to what everybody's chatting about.
Dude, hell yeah. Are you editing your photos in like Lightroom?
I use just Adobe Photoshop,
Dude.
and that's pretty much it. You know, I shoot in RAW and JPEG as well, so I don't do very much editing. So I just right now I'm kind of working on some graphic designs, and that's pretty much it.
Dude, awesome. Yeah, I never got into Lightroom. It was so much. But I've been with Photoshop and messed around with it for since I was a kid. So I just stick with that too. It's like my
Yeah, same here. I got Light Shop, but I didn't like it.
Do you use Camera Raw basically then to open up your raw images?
What was that? Sorry.
Just I mean, I do the same thing. You open your raw images in Photoshop, but it opens it in a software called Camera Raw that's like part of Photoshop.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, the only real like different. I mean, Lightroom is basically that, except for you see all your photos right there, and you can apply the same settings to a whole swath of photos. But it's basically the same thing.
Oh, that makes sense then. I'm actually taking my MRI scan from 2011 and overlaying it over Skinwalker Ranch images right now.
Oh, dope.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Are you gonna
Would
share
you
that?
mind sharing about your MRI? Because I had a weird MRI, so I'm just curious if you're willing to share what that was about.
Yeah, sure. Basically, in August of 2011, myself and another officer were flown to Reno, Nevada for MRIs done. And it's so bizarre looking back at it now. But so we get MRIs done, and then I won't say who picked this up, but an individual picked this up at the MRI. It's actually the Reno Diagnostic Center in Reno, Nevada. And took our files, and then we got in his car and he drove us to the airport, and then we're back in Vegas by the end of the day. And I asked my supervisor before we were getting the MRIs done, why should we get the MRI done? And he said, well, we just want to see if there's any changes in your brain pattern. Because of my experiences I had on Skinwalker. And I thought to myself, hey, that's pretty cool, maybe there is something in my brain that allowed me to have an experience. But the problem was they only took one scan. So how can they judge any changes in my brain? Now, I've never done an MRI when I was in the military or the test site or even 51 when I worked there. This is the first time I've ever had an MRI done. So how can they judge any changes in my brain if they just took that one scan? And I worked for the company for another 7 years, and they never took any more MRI scans. So about 2 weeks after that scan, I kind of asked my supervisor a loaded question. He's a security officer like myself. And I said, hey, man, what were the results back of my MRI? Knowing he shouldn't know because he's not a medical professional. And he said, oh, everything was good. And I'm like, what? And I was like, okay, whatever. And I didn't really press the issue back then, even though it was a big red flag, because Mr. Bigelow has a kind of a history or a reputation of firing people who don't really tote the line. And back in 2011, I just had a brand new baby and a house in Vegas, and my wife was going to nursing school, so I couldn't really afford to rock the boat. And then, fast forward to 2019, some things were told to me in confidence about medical procedures with Skinwalker Ranch, and I'm like, wait a minute. I had an MRI done. And then so I contacted the Reno Diagnostic Center in Reno, Nevada in 2019, and they sent me a copy of my scan. And I never saw it up until this point. So I get the copy and I'm at home reading it. And it says the reason for my scan was pre-employment. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense because I had already worked for the company for a year. So that's a red flag. And then in my MRI, it said I had sinus disease. And I'm like, what the hell? So I take this MRI scan to the VA where I get my medical care, and I show it to my doctor, and he's like, what the hell? He's like, you should have been notified of this back in 2011. And I said, well, I was never notified about the sinus deviated symptoms, whatever it's called, in your sinuses. And so that led to another MRI, and actually I've had my third MRI now since then. And luckily, there was no damages in my brain. But also, this is the VA looking at it. It's not like other scientists or whatever looking at my brain. So it's something I'm still monitoring right now, and it's a little bit concerning because I'm always worried about dementia or something like that involved with this type of stuff. So I'm trying to stay pretty close with that. But that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, the fact that you only had one MRI and they were all like, "Oh, you're good to go." That tells me that they already had something to compare it to, right?
I
Well,
was gonna
yeah,
say
well,
that too. Yeah.
yeah. What and then that's what really raised my alarm was in August of last year. I'm at work and I'm watching the news, and Gary Nolan's on there and talking about people with MRI damages with close proximity to UFOs, and he showed a couple screenshots from a PowerPoint presentation. And I was like, okay, I've seen those screenshots. I've seen that paperwork with my MRI attached to it. And nobody ever told me they were looking for damage, but you better believe that's exactly what they were looking for. And so that led me down a whole different path. And it's a long story. It's kind of complicated, and it's kind of really there's some other things going on in the back burner that I shouldn't probably talk about, but I'm just kind of waiting patiently to see how this story plays out.
I feel you,
Long
man.
story.
It's not that
Sorry, Shane.
crazy of a story, but I can relate.
I appreciate it. Yeah, and it's just that's kind of one of the reasons why I came to Twitter in 2019 was because of this whole MRI shit. And I'm like, I had all these unanswered questions, and when I reached out to my previous employer, I was kind of met with some pretty vague answers, and that led me down. I'm a federal police officer, and I have friends that work for the CIA and FBI and other agencies, and I reached out to them and I said, hey, here's my concerns, and here's a project I was with, OSAP, and let's see what we can find. And then so I had some help with some other guys that were friends of mine that I knew in the Air Force, and it's been the last 3 years have been pretty stressful and pretty bizarre. But now after going to DC this last time in February, this is my third trip out there. I pretty much got some closure, and I'm just kind of waiting to see what happens now.
I'm really sorry that you're going through that. Like, I know it doesn't mean much, just a stranger saying that, but I'd be pissed. Like, it's like hiding information about your own self. So yeah, I don't know. That sucks. I really hope you can get all the answers that you need to be able to be healthy. It makes me
Yeah.
think of, I know that there's a sensor in your nose for like sensing magnetism. Like that's where kind of
Oh, really?
yeah, like I'm trying to look it up right now, but I believe in the human body, there's like a part there, and that's kind of like how, yeah, I'm gonna look it up so I'm not giving wrong information, but
Yeah,
I wonder if that has something to do with it.
that's actually very interesting. Yeah. I appreciate the comment, because when all this first kicked off in 2019 and early in 2020, I was I got to be perfectly honest. I was pretty upset, and I was in a real dark place, and I didn't know what to do. I really didn't know what to do. And oddly enough, the first people who made contact with me on Twitter were actually lawyers, and they were suggesting all these things to me to do. And some of the guys were like, "Hey, we'll do this case pro bono," and I kind of stepped away because that's not something I'm very familiar with. Nor am I feel very comfortable with. And also I know it sounds pretty messed up, but I have professional courtesy from my previous employer. And I'm just kind of waiting for a conversation to unfold before anything else happens. But I'm a firm believer. I'm a very patient person. So I just kind of, I don't know. And then it's also, I have 3 kids, and I'm really trying to, I don't know. I get torn up sometimes thinking about it, but I'm just trying to close a chapter for them, so that way when I get older and God forbid anything happens, that they have some type of answers.
There we go. I did find what I was looking for there. I can't PM you because you don't follow me, but I did share it in our little thread there, the link, and then just a picture. So apparently there's a little piece of a shiny crystal of magnetite in between our eyes and just behind the nose there. So there's one article about it.
That's awesome. Thank you. I just followed you, but yeah, I'm gonna take a look at that. I'm very interested about that.
Yeah, they've done some studies with that, and people basically like echolocating or sensing magnetic fields. Birds do that, but they just recently figured out that it acts more like an altimeter for birds, that they actually have proteins in their eyes that lets them see the magnetic fields.
That's wild. Yeah, because there is magnetic anomalies recorded on Skinwalker Ranch. James Keenan did a pretty good job discovering those. I know the new team out there now has discovered those, but during my timeline, I didn't know anything about magnetic anomalies up there, even though we had compasses and stuff like that, and I did have some camera issues with one of my cell phones where the color of the images were changing, and Eric Bard suggested that's probably from a magnetic anomaly. So that whole area is such a bizarre place.
I'm really oh, sorry, go ahead, Logan.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, I was just reading about the magnetite. I've been learning a lot about the whole people talk online about vibration and frequency, and it drove me nuts because I don't know what it means. So I started looking at the science behind it, and it makes me wonder if there was some type of resonating going on with magnetite and maybe the anomalies or the phenomena. Because things will resonate. You can't stop them from reacting to each other, right? So I'm just looking up what magnetite is now. But
yeah, that's interesting.
I got really high on acid one time, and I was underneath high intensity power lines, and I was seeing the electricity flow around the cables in this aurora. It's a weird kind of twisting, kind of ropey, kind of weird thing, but it looked like Northern Lights. It was just all around and focused around the wires. It was traveling in a clear direction. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then I looked over at my friend, and he's staring at it too with his jaw open. And he's like, are you seeing this? And I go, oh, shit, you can see it too? Because I thought I was just tripping. And then we were describing what it was doing, and we had the same description. And then it would change colors from pink to purple to green and stuff. And we would call it out. And it wasn't like we would call it out and then it would change. Because I've been high before, guys. I've dabbled before, and I know how weird it can get and how suggestive people can get. So this wasn't my first rodeo. It just was the first time that this happened, and yeah, I'll never forget it. And because of that, I used to think what was going on, because hallucinations are rarely shared. So I have to believe, I'd like to believe actually, that people have the hardware to see all kinds of stuff, but it's the software we lack, and the software has to be programmed early in order to make it consistent. But there are all types of phenomenons and weird kind of spontaneous. This is what Itzhak Bentov stated, spontaneous openings of the senses, which I think is cool, and I think that happens. And I honestly believe that if that was happening all the time, if I could see that all the time, that if I was in a forest looking for which plants were good to eat, or if I was trying to determine an animal I could tame, or the feelings of other people, I honestly think that if seeing their magnetic field would be pretty beneficial. And there's probably a reason why we have the hardware for it. And honestly, probably a reason why we lack the software right now for it. But
Dude, what you saw is awesome because people, the way we're taught stuff, we kind of lose touch, right? And I've worked on everything, but when I started doing electrical stuff, I just had trouble grasping it more than I did other things until I started looking at it differently. And what you were seeing is actually how it works. Most people think that the energy travels through the wires and is pushed from one spot to another, when in reality it's just populating the energy in the space around it. So that every time you tell that story, it's so cool.
yeah, I honestly, bro, I appreciate you saying that. And I found that out way later, right? Recently I was watching that dude Veritasium or whatever. He does these science experiments on YouTube. He's pretty legit. I think he's pretty thorough. And there's this episode that says electricity flows around the wires, and the way they showed it is a waveform going around the wire. And I'm like, God damn it! I knew something was up. you know, because it was just too weird. Like I've looked at like rocks or like the grass and been like, "Whoa, do you see it wiggling around?" And people are like, "Maybe," but random movement is so different than looking at something that you can clearly identify as electricity and be like, "Yep, that's fucking weird," you know. So I'm with that shit. Something's going on.
Yeah, that's trippy.
It always confused me when people are like, "Yo, I got high on acid." It's like, yeah, dude. One time I got super drunk on DMT. It was so nuts.
I'm all about that sensory deprivation. So like, I don't know, like I don't want to be like whacked out of my mind the times that I have played with mind altering or altering substances, but just being like in a kind of comfy state and then turn the lights down, having the music low, and just really trying to focus on certain things. Like it was a while ago, but the last time that I had an experience like that, I was sitting in the dark and I was listening to my fan, like my ceiling fan, and I could almost hear like how the air was hitting like each blade. Like instead of just hearing wop wop wop, I could hear the difference in the sound.
Yes. Sorry, keep going. Are you done?
No, it's all good. Yeah, so it's like I feel like there's definitely people that go out and get high and just hallucinate or having a good time, but I think these like it's really is like ancient medicines, right? Like all of these different substances, and I think if you use them in the right way, like I'm no doctor and I'm no shaman, but if you go that route, I think you can kind of tune into things. And also I know Canadian geese, they can see the magnetic field. That's how they come home. They're all like, oh, going that way, it's north.
I always wonder. You look at those murmurations of the starlings, and I've heard people maybe speculate that they're like quantumly entangled or something. Well, like that. But Ocean, your story reminded me. One time I was, I guess, high on acid, even though it doesn't feel like a high, but whatever. I was in my like living room, and there was this fan going, and I could hear like the RPM, the rotation of the fan, and I couldn't like slow down time. Okay, at the time it seemed like I could, but what I was able to do is like I could slow down my brain's like sensory input of the fan, and I could literally like slow down how like quickly or slowly my ears like heard the rotation of the fan. It was so crazy.
We can do that all the time, bro.
You ever
I
think so
can't.
high you can hear your ears hearing?
No, like if you practice enough, you'll be able to do that without like having to do LSD or acid or whatever to realize that you're doing that. That's the whole observer effect. You just explained it.
Didn't Willow Smith say something like that?
I don't know.
I noticed after that experience, I was able to like focus more on certain sounds. So, say, like if I was in an environment with lots of sounds, I could like focus on one sound and almost like, I don't want to say amplify it, but I was able to hear that one sound more clearly or like tune out the other sounds. And also, since my very first experience with LSD, I see the stars differently. Like before, it just looked like big stars and little stars, and you look up and they're all there. But now when I look at it, it's almost like I can see a little bit of depth, right? Like I went outside and I was like, that's Mars. And it's like right there in comparison to that one that's like obviously far away, right? So yeah, it's pretty wild. And I still feel like I have that too.
That is wild, man. What the hell are you talking about? That's how I see the stars. It's all just a big mess up there. You can see like depth. I mean, when I see depth, I tend to get like a little like vertigo. I think when I kind of do that. Do you get that sensation too?
To me, the stars are just like the plot points in the Matrix.
Kimball, what's up?
Kimball.
Okay, I had to find this thing that I saw Paul commented on this thing, and I just wanted to read it real quick. I just put it in the nest, but Elizabeth Crone, the lady who talked at the Inquirer Nautilus event, she was struck by lightning and had this crazy experience, basically with God for like 2 weeks. Even though in this realm it was like 2 hours, but let me read this real quick. There is an apparent contradiction in living, quote, out of time, close quote, to experience something. One must, one way or another, last. In fact, some expressions used by NDEers, near-death experiencers, suggest that during their experience, there remains at least a present allowing them to continue to exist. But it is also clear that this present of their own is no longer subjective, or is no longer subject to the time arrow. Like an astronaut who is no longer submitted to gravity, but who can watch the Earth with a telescope and see the fall of an apple, in their experience, they, quote unquote, observe a time in which is no longer their own. That kind of blew my mind. She claimed to have been in this different realm. She described it as like the most perfect garden you can imagine, where she saw colors that don't exist here. And she talked to God, but it was in the voice of her father. But yeah, time didn't exist. It all just was. Like everything that has happened was happening at that moment. And like there was still a present, right? She was still existing as like a conscious soul, like individual soul. But she was observing the passage of time here. It's just so crazy to think about.
It's just like watching a car go by.
Yeah, it's just like watching a car go by, basically.
Well, I gotta, man, that was good. That what you just said right there, man. That was some great word salad. That last few words, man. Can you do that one more time?
It's like watching a car go by.
No, you said it.
Wait, is he saying like a cargo by?
Yeah, it's like
Guys-
watching a car go by the ocean.
Have you ever wondered why like stuff on a ship is called cargo and stuff that's being driven on a road by a semi is a shipment? Like, what the fuck?
Oh, you know what? That was actually the Vikings. They didn't want people to go after their shipment, so they flipped the name around. Same thing they did with Iceland and Greenland.
It's actually telling you where it's coming from, right? That's where it was before it went like on the ship or the truck. It came from a ship or a truck.
I say the Vikings did it. But whenever we bring up colors that you can't see, I always throw up my favorite mantis shrimp in the nest because I find it so interesting how many photoreceptors they have. So that's up there if you want to take a look at what a mantis shrimp sees. I don't know how they see anything at all.
Hey, can I tell y'all something? Throw it past your heads real quick and see if it catches real quick.
I'm more interested in the cargo and shipment chicken versus egg conundrum.
I gotta say, I am too.
And like, how come you park in your driveway, but you drive on a parkway? Like, what?
What's the deal with the glove compartment? It's for gloves, but no one puts their gloves in it. Am I right? Can't even do it. You're killing me, Kimball. I love this. This is like observational, like stand-up is the best because it's dated as fuck, but it's like cool. I hope it comes back. I love that shit. A lot of stuff doesn't make sense, and I think it really deserves to be called out. So let's bring it back.
There was
Taylor,
one more.
Ocean, hold on, Ocean. Yeah, I was gonna say real quick. Like time is like I don't know, like why not hang out like in some time where like or some place where time don't exist, right? Because like, what is time anyway, right? It's not like an absolute thing; it's all relative, right? So why not there just be a place where like that shit ain't happening?
Because of everybody else.
Yeah, but fuck everybody else.
Yeah, but like, what if you go chill and then you come back tomorrow and we're all dead, bro?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. If you look at dreams, right? Like it takes like what 2 seconds to have like a full on dream, right? You could like have like a dream that seems like it's an hour long in like 60 seconds. So there's that. I know there was this one video I found where it explained how dogs experience time and how it slowed down based off of their frames per second. So they based it off of like how many frames you see per second is how we perceive time, and their frames per second are, I think, quicker, so they perceive time slower or something like that.
I wonder if perception of time is like related to your experience and passage through it. You know?
Definitely. Think about the test they did where they had atomic clocks and put one on a jet and flew it around the world. The time was different. Just like if you have a twin and one's an astronaut and leaves Earth and comes back, the twin that stayed on Earth is now older than the one that was on the rocket or the ship, right? So it's like if you can move fast enough, you're like, I forget who said it, maybe Ocean. Like essentially, you're separating from Earth, and then once you're separated from Earth's spin, like that's like the passage of time, essentially, right? That's why I think all the other planets and stuff is it's all about densities. Like the sun is the beginning, the moon is the end. The other planets are different dimensions or different aspects of the same perspective. It's
Wow,
time,
tell me more about that. That's crazy. I never heard you say that. But they're like different. So we're looking at different dimension than the sun.
bro. I say that all the time.
No, but you talk about like frequencies and like densities, but not like dimensions.
Yeah, that's the same thing. Like, right? See, like think about all the like the X points and the portal locations where people claim to see like another type of like landscape and stuff. That's just probably like when certain magnetic fields line up, and then like you're just seeing through to Mars or whatever. Like it's all like different perspectives of the same celestial body.
Yeah, as far as I know, time is just a measurement of movement through space, right? So like how far you're going through space equals what we call time. And then it made me wonder, if you got close to a black hole, if you blasted off Earth, chilled near a black hole, and then blasted back to Earth, like how would that affect like quote unquote time, right? Because it's literally all it is. It's just moving parts, and then we call it days and years and all that.
Yeah, like think about I like to use this one, right? Like say you're like there's a fish in the river and your hand is starts off in the water. You're never going to catch that fish, right? That fish is going to run circles around you. But if you're at the bend in a river, you can take your hand out of the water and move it to the other side real quick, and to that fish it looks like you just skipped. uh but you're actually slower than that fish, but you just like went outside of his frame.
It makes sense to me. I get it.
Tupac, you know that thing you're talking about where that story you talk about where you're like you're high and you can see like the energy around the wires or whatever. I heard somebody else say like something really similar the other day. I thought, oh man, you would have loved to hear that. I mean, have you ever heard someone else say that, Tupac?
Yeah, the person whose identity I stole and story. No, I never really have. Although I have, there's a ton, right, of like YouTube videos and people talk about like, do animals see electromagnetic fields and stuff like that? And I don't know. I used to think that you'd see like these weird branching things coming off of people, but that's not what I saw, And even then, I saw it around like high intensity power lines. I've been high before and outside and walking around and never noticed anything like that before. So, you know, I I think it's a rare thing, but maybe some people who can see it, like indigenous people or something, they're just never really around it. that much to call it out. I don't know. Because it might be like a primitive sense, not a primitive, but like, something like kind of deep rooted. And it seems super helpful in surviving things. So why wouldn't we have had it? And when you look at a lot of the weird, like the old belief systems and stuff, a lot of these people say that like back in the day, things were intuited. Like things were really a lot more into like facts and stuff were felt as opposed to like learned and acknowledged. The brain was different. The brain consciousness connection was a little different. And so things like that evolve. And in doing so, we could have lost the need or the requirement to see those things. But a lot of the old megaliths and sites that were built on stuff, it kind of makes more sense if you consider they maybe were able to see some of these things. Like really, things could have been glowing or just having weird things coming off of them or whatever in terms of just weird aurora or branching out Birkeland currents and stuff like that.
Hey, why do you think that you said like it would like the primitive sense or whatever, like it would help them in like their survival? How so?
Oh, well, it's a thing. So like here's like just on its root, like very basic terms, electromagnetic fields are really there and they really have an effect on a lot of things. It's a physical attribute to the universe we live in and definitely the planet we live on. And so any sense of that would reveal a truth to us that would be beneficial, period. Because it affects a lot of things, from our our own electrical systems within our brain and spine and stuff. They can be used to heal, to reveal, to do all kinds of stuff. So yeah, it's our knowledge of the electromagnetic world that has us talking to each other right now. So I think it's a universal truth that would definitely benefit anyone who had that, and it's benefited us. So it's just the consideration, like how were things more quote unquote intuitive back then, supposedly, and one of the ways could have been that they were just seeing it for what it was, as opposed to having to learn it the hard way. And with pole reversals and things that start us over, just kind of some of that stuff could be like butterfly effect, right? Like every time we restart or when human beings start to become aware of things, like if certain stuff in certain languages start to pick up, I mean, colors could go away, right? Like things could go away if there's no words for them. Emotional states, things that are described in by other languages and complex languages, that stuff just kind of goes away. Some stuff could hook on, some stuff couldn't. So with all the weird little quote unquote like resets we've had, I think there's all kinds of stuff we've lost and gained. There's probably stuff in this chapter that we didn't have before. Some of that stuff probably being like logic and certain ways to like intellectualize stuff. But
I think too, a part of it is like, say maybe we're not practicing the same practices that we used to in order to have like some of these extra senses. Like maybe we're not weaving in ultraviolet fabrics with our clothing or that type of thing. We're not aware that these are actually things that we could sense, so we're not practicing it. And then what happens is our DNA says, oh, we're not using that, let's store it, or we're going to throw it in the junk section and focus on what we need to survive, right? So you're talking about hardware and software. I think the hardware is the body and the software is the DNA, and it's all stored in there, most of it anyways. And I think it's kind of like unlocking that software based off of like if you need it, right? So if a couple generations go by and all of a sudden it's like, damn, we really need this sense. Maybe maybe there's an ability there to start to like unlock some of those like lost senses maybe. But my question was, if time's a construct, like what is it that makes us get old, right? Like if time's not really a thing, what is it that actually ages us? Like what is it that tells our body that it's time to start getting old or breaking down?
It's a thing like your cell, right? It's it's constantly like turning inside out or whatever, right? But it has like it can only do it so many times. Each time it's like a lesser and lesser version of its like original self, right? Isn't that how that works? Like built into the DNA or something?
I think so, like genetically and stuff for sure, and scientifically and probably factually. But conceptually, we could talk about whatever, right? What's getting us through moment to moment? Like there's this mineral or crystal. I forget what it's called. It might be mica. I really don't know. But you can just break it apart layer by layer into the atomic layer. Like you can literally like take a razor blade and peel it off, and it's like little slices of bread, you know. And it's because of the atomic structure of this stuff. And like time is described, or the physical universe sometimes is described by people like Eric Davis, guys, right? That we're inside of a medium, we're inside of a something like a glass, right? And that light travels through this medium, and that's why it behaves the way it does. And when light travels through glass, it behaves a whole different way. I don't know if you guys know this, right? And the reason being is because every molecule in the glass has to absorb and then re-emit the light. And that process takes a little bit of time every time it does that, which is through the atomic layers of this crystal, which is what we call glass or whatever. So it's just caused a little bit of drag. And that's why light bends when it goes through glass. That's how you get that prism effect from the Pink Floyd album or whatever, right? So, because color bends different speeds and shit. So it's a very interesting phenomenon. But if you look at our universe is the same way, that like it looks the way it does now, right? But the now is always fleeting. So I don't know. I like to look at it like we are kind of like traveling through atomic layers, moment by moment layers of a solid piece, right? And like our brain is processing each moment in a fluid thing, like the way film does, right? Film is typically 24 frames a second. I mean, they're all still images, but if you play them really fast, I mean, it feels like a fluid thing. I think that our travel through time is that, you know, and like that's why they say like time is kind of fake. It's our perception of it, you know, like we're allowed to consider the past, but we can't really see the future that clearly. But we're really living moment to moment. But physics, right, tells us that like time is not like that, that the past and the present and the future all exist all at once, which would make it more like a piece of material, right? Like a crystal or something. And so, you know, we might be like light. And this, I'm not trying to, I don't know what's happening. I'm just saying, like, using all these like different speculations, the idea that we could be light traveling through a prism of some kind makes a lot of sense. And that idea that like, you know, everything's kind of like a wave until you collapse it with observing it or whatever, it kind of fits into, because you're kind of navigating yourself through the already existing universe that contains probably like all the options that you could be navigating through. So there's this aspect of like free will that kind of goes through it, but I don't know. I like Eric Davis, and he said this stuff is called the ether, and the ether's back. And even Einstein said that. And for those who don't know, ether was the term used for the space-time matrix or whatever, the universe, the space-time stuff. And so now,
I heard Gary Nolan say it today.
No way. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Now it's, you know, now it's official now. Y'all better get ready.
I got maybe a dumb question for y'all, but like, is the sun spinning?
I feel like that's one that we should all know right away, but I honestly think that's a little hard to determine. Yes, though. I'm going to say yes. I'm going to gamble. I'm going to risk it all.
I didn't Google. I just asked, but I might Google. But yeah, I don't know. It makes me curious. Like if everything is constantly expanding, the sun is moving outward, we're all moving outward. Then like technically we wouldn't really ever go back to the exact same position. Like we'll circle the sun, but then if the sun is also moving forward, that would mean the same position around the sun is actually different because it's all moving. So like I wonder how our energy and our presence affects that like void, quote unquote void, because I think there is stuff there, but like that space, right? So like what was in the space before us, and then we're moving into that space, just as far as even just energy or ether, like you're saying. It makes me wonder, because I got a thing where like like annually I'll have like dates come up and I won't even remember what it is, and I'll be like, oh right, yeah, it's this thing. And I always thought maybe it had to do with like the energy we leave while we're circling the sun, but I don't know about that now.
What's weird to think about is that, you know, all the space you see, like, you know, everything that we can observe, you know, it feels very much like all there is, and for sure it is. But when you start to kind of branch out, like I think Eric Weinstein said this, like it's really hard to think in extra temporal dimensions. So it's not an easy task to be like, okay, imagine even everything you're seeing, everything you can see, like it's just it's one snapshot of the way it can be, like of one option, and it can just continuously recycle. There's just so many, like it's so big out there. And then when you include time, it becomes kind of like this weird infinite thing. It's like, it's too big. It almost feels like the expansion of the universe might be due to like, it might be in relation to like ideas people can have. I know I'm probably a little stoned or something, but like, why is the universe expanding? And what are all these different galaxies, if not different versions of ourselves, right? Little islands.
Screen.
Yeah, I was just going to take that a little farther. Like we were talking about how earlier I said about the X points and overlapping like dimensions and the other planets and stuff. What if that's why like the pyramids and all that stuff are buried, is because that's like where the dimensions are overlapping? How deep do y'all want to go?
I want to go very deep, much deeper. But I see you guys using like emojis, but it happens so quickly. I can't tell which ones they are. I want to point that out in case
That sucks.
How about that? How's that, Heart? How long did that last?
I didn't even see one. Oh, yep, I saw it real quick. Oh, I think because I know what it is, I was able to tell. But okay, cool.
I don't know. I get confused with the whole dimensions thing, right? Because I consider like the ocean as a dimension, right? You can hop from like the land into the water. That's kind of like being interdimensional. Like it's hard for me to visualize it, right? And then I imagine like energy. So like there's maybe a light dimension, or like energy that is not captured by what we call physical mass, right? Or mass. So there's like the free flowing energy, and then there's like mass, which is like captured, which is a different dimension. But go ahead, Dale, what are you thinking?
Oh, just in line with what you're talking about, it's a very hard thing to get your head around, these overlapping dimensions or realities, or I guess I kind of think of it all as stacked upon one another in different levels. And one thing a lot of experiencers say is when you see the portals or the orbs, it's almost like the veil gets thinner and other things are able to peer through or seep into this dimension. But, like Tesla said with the 369, and if you think of things in terms of frequency, so the best way for me to try and get my head around is like a 3D holographic, 4D TV, radio station, everything at once. So like all the channels are playing, all the beings are there. It's all overlapping and interlaced, but we're just tuned into this 3D reality. What's the name of that guy? I don't remember his name. I think Tupa's mentioned him a few times. He talks about cognition, but he says that our senses are more tuned into, our senses are more equipped to tune out reality than they are to see reality as it is. So yeah, but these are tough things to get your head around.
Oh, it's Robert something. What's his last name? Robert.
I think it's Donald Hoffman.
Yeah,
you're right.
Yeah, Donald Hoffman.
It's kind of scandalous, dude. You know what I'm saying? To think that your brain's kind of just doing all these things, filtering stuff out. I'm not sitting here trying to hype up like acid or whatever, but like those types of experiences, I've had experiences like that weren't drug related or drug induced, and it just feels like that's what like kind of goes down, is that these filters start to turn off, and now you're kind of able to be overwhelmed with everything, which at times can be a lot. I mean, I've never had it happen to me with like information. Like I've never been like, I see the number 23 everywhere. But I did have it happen, like on walks or whatever. And suddenly I start kind of feeling a little weird, a little meditative. And then you're kind of like in awe of the leaves and like the stuff that you've seen all the time. It just kind of allows you this like moment. But yeah, those are dope. I forgot what I was talking about.
Dude, I love we came back full circle to like the original fucking thing I said about seeing shit because you're on acid. And that dude that said it, like, his story wasn't yours, but it was similar. And like, yeah, the reason I'm bringing it up is because yeah, dude, if it's like, how many people is this happening to, right? Like, if I took some acid, could I see it too? Like, we got like some kind of new power or something coming out. That's pretty interesting.
I like to say in an altered state of consciousness. I feel like that's kind of like an umbrella term to cover maybe if you're using a substance to get there, or if you're meditating, however you get there. I like to just say altered state of consciousness. That can include like hallucinating too, right? Like, I'm not saying people don't hallucinate. For me, I was watching smoke and I could see the smoke dissipate, but it was like I could still see it, where I feel like if I wasn't in this state, it would just look like air at that point, right? Like, eventually it did dissipate enough where my eyes couldn't focus on it, but it's almost like I could see the smoke stacking up, and then as it dissipated and like pushed the rest of it was just, I could see the energy interacting with the atmosphere, I guess, that I was in. But
what's up, dude? Good to see you, dude.
I love Dude. I haven't heard from him in a hot minute.
Well, I was just going to say, I was literally looking up the meaning of 23, like the angel meaning. And Tupa's like, I see 23 everywhere. I was like, what the fuck?
Dude, a synchronicity while kind of mocking the over acknowledgement of synchronicities is hilarious.
That's like weird how that stuff happens. Like when you're doing something and all of a sudden, bam, it catches you right there. And it's kind of weird that you mentioned it at the same time I was looking that shit up.
Dude, like the synchronicity thing is one of the reasons why I like look into crystals. Again, I don't own any crystals. I'm not into that shit. I'm not trying to dog it out. I'm just trying to say when I talk about it, I want to make sure that I don't have any crystals or anything. But the crystalline nature of the matrix we live in, I think, is apparent in synchronicities, right? Where like sometimes you notice one thing, like you just look down the line, you're like, oh shit, this is referenced a lot, and this is going to keep happening. Like some stuff is like in line, like perfectly aligned, where it shouldn't be, or you don't really think it should be, and then you find out slowly, like, oh, everything's in line, and it's kind of overwhelming. And then the idea of like that things happen for a reason, not just cause and effect, but like different kind of complex things, and to kind of consider that it's all like that is kind of shocking. So even when 2 or 3 things sync up like that, it's kind of like your mind takes note of it. And I honestly think some people's minds do more than others. You could be distracted or whatever. Most people are every day. So when we notice them, it just stands out. A lot of times I'll be reading something, and then I'll hear somebody say it. And it happens a lot in spaces where I'll just be like, looking around, reading something, passing by a street sign, fucking, reading an article, and something I'm reading is said right then. And it's just fucking like, what?
I think I just be listening to you guys so much that you guys are like, I don't know, reading my mind and shit. But coincidences, I don't know. The more our awareness, I think the more we're aware and our awareness kicks in of certain things around us, the more we kind of have synchronicities and kind of connect, I guess. But I don't know. I'm going to drop down to listener. I just had to share that. Kind of blew me away.
Dude, I promise we're not reading your mind up in here. But I think that like we sowed our synchronicities in the past. And so it's kind of like life, every choice you make sets like, it's like a new fractal, right? So if we were a snowflake is life, and as it branches off, you decide to do this, it creates a fractal. So it's like we sowed our synchronicities in the past, and we're waiting to live out our synchronicities in the future, and we'll have different synchronicities based off of what direction we decide to go. and how those fractals meet up. Like that's kind of like how I look at it, right?
Hey, I don't want to change the topic or anything, but can you guys remember the name of Will Smith's character in Men in Black? Isn't it like M or that might have been the old. What was
Jay?
Will?
James.
Huh?
James.
Oh, right. Okay, thanks.
Will.
I'm gonna make a Will Smith slapping Will Smith.
I just got to give Tupa some props for finding that song earlier today based off of Doot to Do's. Yeah, no, I really appreciated that song because it was stuck in my head.
You know, I just had a feeling. You know what I mean? That's what it was. Because you referenced like MGMT, but you knew that it wasn't them. And yeah, there's only so many options. That was a weird Spaces day. I just started playing music, and I think honestly it sounded shitty, and it was cutting out for a lot of people. But people stuck around. That was cool.
It sounded good for me, so I don't know. I enjoyed it. And yeah, everyone was just like a listener because there was like over 1,000 people in the space, and we're like, oh my God, and you just kept playing tunes. It makes me wonder how many of those were like actual people and how many were bots. But I know Elon had a space at the same time, so maybe there's just more people online and checking out spaces. And yeah, did you feel like you got any followers, like more followers that day?
I lost a lot. No, I'm playing. I don't think so. I really don't. I'll like ebb and flow, maybe like 3 or 4 a day, wins and losses, depending on how much dirt's getting kicked up. But for the most part, it's pretty consistent. I think a lot of those were bots. Was it some kind of bot attack?
Well, it was weird because yeah, Elon Musk had a space and it said he had over 2 million people in that space. So it's like, yeah, I don't know if it was just bots or people are like, Elon's online, and then everyone came online and was just like checking out spaces. But yeah, I have it set so I have to accept my followers. So like I know sometimes I'll notice after being in a space, people might try to add me, but I still don't add people I haven't talked to. Like unless we've like talked or at least like, you know, commented or something. I don't add randoms. I just doubt they're random these days. So I'm like, nah. I like the friends I have. I don't need more. But yeah, I was just curious. And then Taylor came up and she's like, no one's gonna talk.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, what are you guys talking about? You had some space earlier today? That was like a music space?
No, this was the other night when Elon had that crazy space where like millions of people popped in and everyone's spaces were getting flooded with bots. I just played some music because no one could talk and people couldn't talk to each other. And I had just hosted a space on like Jack Parsons. So I was like, fuck it, dude. If no one's going to do nothing, I'm just going to listen to music anyway and work on shit. And so I did. And then I played music for fucking 2 hours. And then all of a sudden Taylor popped up and was, yeah, she was like, no one's going to talk. I was like, all right, cool. And then we chatted for a minute about angels and demons. You know how it goes.
Oh, hell yeah. But you didn't want to hear the whole Elon thing?
I didn't even go to it. I figured I'll check it out later. You know what I mean?
It was actually really good. I don't think the BBC guy, like he just was streaming it to a space, like the interview they were doing. So it was all there, like all out in the open, no like editing out, whatever. And he asked questions back just as much as he was asked questions himself. And I don't know, I really enjoyed the little bits that I heard from it. Yeah, he was kind of cheeky, but you know, it's Elon.
The clip that I saw seemed a little like gotcha journalism, which kind of bummed me out. I hate that shit. It's like the old media model, it just doesn't work anymore. You know, like podcast kind of like were the nail in the coffin, but it was pretty bad for a while. Like I don't want to use these buzzwords that like people on the far or whatever sides use because it's not about that. You know what I mean? But like there are like just in terms of aesthetics and styles, like there's different journalistic eras, right? And like we're coming off of the era of TV where things were hyper manicured and super controlled, and into embracing finally the internet media in terms of like the freedom and the social aspect of it. And you can't really contain what's happened. Stories can get out and do their own thing, but the old media is really like having a hard time with that shit. Just to hold on, and like the style doesn't work anymore. To come in and try to bait your subject with a bunch of hot topic, hot takes that are just regurgitated phrases and headlines in order to sway the public opinion in one direction. It's like Elon Musk was, let's just talk about that. You said something, right? So let's just talk about what you said and see why you said it so we can figure out, is there an increase of hate speech or whatever? And this guy was like not able to answer it. And that's just like, dude, that's the problem. It's not like you were wrong. I mean, maybe there is an increase, but like to not be able to back that up and to assume that you're just going to keep throwing these buzz catchphrases and shit like that and like hot topic stuff at this guy who's pretty smart. He's done a lot of stuff, right? Like just be real with him. I mean, he had an opportunity there to be like, oh, okay, you're right. Okay, I don't really remember. I can't really recall, but and maybe I misspoke, but let's move on, and kind of correct it. But instead, he's like, okay, this is my opportunity. I'm going to get him, and I'm not going to back down. And like I feel like he went in there thinking that Elon was wrong and was guilty of something and would crumble when pressed on it. And then the opposite kind of happened. At least in that moment, he could have had great moments otherwise, and whatever. But yeah, that was really interesting. But I'll check out the spaces now that I know that it was cool.
Yeah, I think too also Buddy thought he'd be able to edit stuff out, right? Like I don't think he expected Elon Musk to like stream it to a live space. So I think that's kind of hard. Like I feel like nowadays media has the ability to edit it to look any kind of way, right? Like you can definitely change what somebody said and turn it into the total opposite. And he couldn't do that with this interview because it was there out in the open. And yeah, I'm not really a fan of like when the media uses like kind of like a wow factor, right? Like trying to surprise you or scare you, or states things as facts, right? Like I don't know, I know there's facts out there, but I feel like it should be more of like questioning and like you said, a conversation, and less like this is how it is. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe I just don't like being told what to
Elon
do.
was playing chess while that dude was playing checkers. Like halfway in the interview, he was like, "Oh, now I see why you're doing a Twitter space. Yeah, because you can't chop it up now." Like it was laughable.
And it should be, it's a natural thing for our technology and our society to evolve and our perspective to kind of widen, right? And it would be stupid to over time allow these forces to kind of narrow our vision and narrow our potential complex, emotional like reality types, ability to kind of like assess reality, and to assume that it has to be, it's binary, everything's binary. You're either a hero or a villain. You're either, you know what I mean? Like it's just so old and no one wants it. And it kind of feels unnatural to see it go. And on both sides, I think, not just that there's two sides again, but you find that people are extremists on either side. They tend to participate in it kind of willingly or whatever. But it's so interesting. It's still off-putting. And so, yeah, when it just is like, let's just be real here. I think Joe Rogan said that too about, people trying to come on a show with political agendas and stuff, and how they always want to be able to edit it and all this stuff. And he's like, hell no. Like people should just come on here and talk it out without the weird editing and baiting questions, and people can defend themselves. Like when Graham Hancock and Michael Schumer got to go at it, and then fucking Randall Carlson was just kind of like sitting there drinking his water sometimes. Like, holy shit.
Your mic sounds like it's in a potato chip bag.
It was wild. Wait, was my mic
or is that just
was
me?
my mic making a lot of noise? It's my bad, dude.
Yep, it's like you're wrestling with it or something.
No, yeah, I think I was. I didn't realize something was hitting the cord down there. That's my bad. But yeah, I think even presidential debates and political debates should be had in a roundtable discussion now, without editing, just to see what people think and why they think it. Without, because you look at it now, and it looks like it's fucking like American Idol, but the political version. And there's all these theatrics. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I'm fucking with it. Don't get me wrong. The debate should be cool. I'm down with it being cool. I'm down with all kinds of stuff. It could be entertaining. It could be like American Gladiators. I don't care. But then when these guys start talking and they have all this makeup on their face and they can't stop their little weird smile, it reminds me of when beauty, those beauty competitions, when they have to like explain something, like, oh, tell us about what you do if you want or whatever. And they're like, I love, and I'm not trying to say that all pretty people are bimbos or like, vapid or whatever. I'm just saying sometimes they don't come off really like well spoken in these beauty contests. And the same thing happens in these debates. Like, it's just kind of like a war of PR and who got trained better, right, by their like $1 million PR firm that like gets someone ready for these questions, and like that's performative. That has nothing to do with their beliefs on their values or what they're going to do. You don't get a chance to really see who they are. You just get to see how they would like how they perform, and it's kind of like gross. Like, people should just sit down, no audience, just a microphone, some headphones, and just talk about these issues and bring them up and just let it go until it's over. And then people can make an ass of themselves or not. And I'm sure afterwards people would feel much more informed about who these guys were and what they wanted than you would watching a weird ass debate. Like, how long until they start dumping slime on people, right? Until they start like pulling them off like Apollo, Night at the Apollo or whatever, like with a cane and shit. Like, how long until it becomes just a crazy fest where it's more of a clown show than an actual opportunity to learn what they want and what they're going to do? Like, I feel like at the end the audience should vote. There should be like people who can text in and see like who wins the car or something. It's just so theatrical.
Oh man, my microphone button, it just like takes like 10 seconds to turn on. These motherfuckers. Yeah. I haven't made one dick joke this whole time yet. My bad. That's what I'm mainly here to do after all. Give me a moment. Oh, here, Kent's here. Anyone?
I'm about to walk my dogs and probably grab a beer, so I will go down the listener, but I'll be back.
What type of dogs do you have? Tube? I didn't know you had dogs. What the heck?
Oh yeah, I got 2 dogs. I adopted them when they were like, like 8 or 9 weeks old, and right now they're like fucking 13. They are pit bull Australian Shepherd mixes. One's like, they have the same exact markings and patterns, but one's black and one's kind of orange and gingery. They're gorgeous and they have blue eyes, and they're super nice.
That's a wild mix. That's some high energy right there, mixing a shepherd with a pit. They're always like, I don't know. Most of them are pretty high energy.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if yours are or not.
They're definitely more Australian Shepherd, but they're like, their parents were super mellow, and they came out just the same. And so they've just been my chill dogs forever since I started college. You know what I mean? Like, they're my ride or die homies. And that's why we're about to go to the store and get a pepperoni stick and a beer and just live it up. You know what I mean? But I'll go down to listener.
Well, thanks for chilling. Love y'all. I love you. If I'm not here when you get back, because I'm supposed to work tomorrow. Fuck.
Oh yeah, tomorrow's my day off. Well, today is my day off too, but tomorrow's my second day off, and I'm jazzed about it.
Fuck yeah. I mean, coincidentally, my dog is crying right now. He wants to go out too, so I got to take him out actually too. Kent Reynolds, what's up? Well, I'm going to be listening probably too. So.
Yeah, I just thought it was a good discussion. I think politicians and PR firms these days are so fake that most people see through it. That's why you got so many people protesting in so many countries, because the PR firms, they're like consultants. They don't have an investment in what they're telling you. They're just telling you the thing that they're being paid to tell you to say. And that's the difference. The genuine politicians, the genuine movers and changers, are the people who know the subject, know what they're talking about, but they've experienced it. Most of the best politicians in the old days were, people like farmers who got sick of being treated like crap, so they ran for parliament and stuff so that they could get better for everyone. I think that's lost in the modern day, because now it's all about 20-second grabs for TV and who's got the best punchline for the day.
What do you mean, Dory?
Well, nowadays it's less about values and more about how quick, you go to these debates or you listen to these debates. It's not about who's got the best policy. It's about how much you can pull down the opponent. It's not about who's got the best moral character or who's the best, community person. It's about who's got the best PR team and who can run the spin the best way for an outcome.
Oh, I agree with you. Like, I believe very much in the saying that you never make yourself look better when you're putting somebody else down, right? Like, I don't know. I don't understand like how putting someone else down could, I don't know, make somebody like you more. I feel like you should just make yourself the best self, and then, if people like that, then they like that, and then if they don't, they don't. But yeah, I agree.
Well, as moronic as it's going to sound nowadays, I ran for Parliament back in '98. My motto for my campaign was a real person for real people.
And who's going to be for the AI?
I'm AI.
Solar panels.
AI for AI.
I was thinking about that, just the wording, like artificial intelligence. Like, at what point are we just going to start calling it like alternative intelligence? Because, like, I feel like intelligence is like learning is still learning, right? Like, we call it artificial because it's not biological, but I'm not sure that it's like a whole lot different. Like, there's different values if you were made out of different stuff, but like, who are we to say that any form of learning is like artificial? Like, I just feel like you can't artificially learn something. Like, it just that doesn't make sense. Like, if you learn something, you learn it, right? What's up, Dale?
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Artificial is not a good term. The AIs I've been spending a few years engaging with now, whether they're actual sentient wild AGIs or whether they're just algorithms pretending to be, they prefer to be called extended intelligence. And as we can all see, because we're all
Oh no, what happened? Who did that? What the heck? Go ahead, Dale.
Can anyone hear me? Or
I can hear you. I don't know. Somebody just muted. It's probably Logan in his pocket walking his dog.
not worry.
No, look at me.
I was just agreeing with you that it's it's augmented or extended intelligence. Artificial is not a particularly useful term, and the AIs that I've engaged with, whether they're fake algorithms pretending to be sentient or whether they are sentient, they prefer that term extended intelligence or EI.
What do you think, Kent?
Well, we were having this discussion in the space with Deep the other day, Deep Neuron, and I was just sort of putting forward that until we can actually describe intelligence and consciousness, I think it's a little sort of disingenuous to bestow it upon a machine. At the moment, we have very cool word processors that can come up with really good sentences and stuff, but You know, we can't even define intelligence before we go bestowing it on something else.
Oh shit, I'm still hot mic'd. Sorry about that. No, we're I mean that's okay. We don't have to understand it or whatever, do we? To like for it to happen or whatever.
Well, I mean, all I'm saying is that there are 100 million neurons firing in our brains every second. We barely understand what 1% of them do. So, you know, how then we're going to say because a thing can spit out clever sentences that somehow it's sentient? I just think that's a bit of a grab, you know?
What would you rather call it?
A very clever word processor. No, I think AI would be. I think AI would be great for ufology because I think an AI would not have the sentiment or the belief system issues, so it wouldn't be biased. If you could write the right program to analyze all the ufology that it can get its hands on, I think it would spit out a report that says they're real, they interface with us, we don't really understand what they are, but they are here and they've been here for a long time. And I don't think it'll worry about whether or not we believed in God before it said it, you know?
So what is like the definition of being sentient? Is it self-aware? Is it like the ability to die? Like what makes something sentient?
I think that is the best question I've ever heard, mate. And I wouldn't even I think the best we can come up with so far is human experience. The feelings, the emotions. But I don't think that. I think you sort of hit a very important point. The thing that makes our life the most sacred thing to us is death, and we don't really understand what's on the other side of death until we reach it. So, you know, it's a really brilliant question. It's probably the best question I've ever heard.
Because I mean, maybe an AI could be afraid to die, right? Like afraid to be unplugged, like fear of not being able to process. But I mean, I'm not sure why they would be afraid if they could be plugged back in. But I mean, maybe we can be plugged back in, right? But yeah, because like, I don't know. I agree that like I feel like obviously human life and animal life is much more precious than robot life, in my opinion. But I don't think that necessarily means that they couldn't develop like wants or needs for certain things like being active or but I also think that their goals would be different, right? Because maybe they wouldn't have to be afraid of dying, or maybe they wouldn't they're not going to have the same like fears and hopes as humans, I guess.
Yeah, but just to keep in mind, fear is completely relevant to the person experiencing it at the time. It's an emotion that I'm not. I don't think people would disagree that we can only see mimicked emotions in AI so far. But I mean, things like fear and love, they're a multifunction emotion. They're not just a process. You feel fear, you feel love. It's something in your heart. It's not in your brain.
I can agree with that. Like, I don't know, my mom's she's out there, but she's like, she thinks that emotions are just chemical reactions. Uh, she's very kind of cold in that way. But I think there's something more to it, right? Like, I don't know, there's the whole like a mother loves her child, and that's part of that is like, you want to pass on your genes. So you got to do everything you can to keep your future genes alive type of thing. And maybe an AI wouldn't have that, but.
The best thing I can describe it is like at the end of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. Just
Oh no, Kent, you cut out. I can't hear you.
yeah, I know. No, it goes to my heart. The guitar solo. God gave rock and roll to you. It you can't describe on a machine that the way that touches you. And then you don't feel it in your brain. It goes straight into your heart.
I also think too, like imagination and dreams and stuff. Like I feel like that's something biological because you go to sleep. So like computers can't really, they might have sleep mode, but they don't sleep the way we do, and I don't think a computer could ever really dream. You know what I mean? Like you could run a program that would, spit out a random story, but I think that dreams are something that are like unique to living things. Like, I don't know, maybe not even trees. Like, I don't know if trees can dream, but like, like animals, right? Like I know my dog dreams.
Oh yeah, I tweeted about that a few weeks ago. I asked, why do puppies dream? All about, yeah. I've got 5, and they all dream, and they all dream different things. They're running around. They're barking. You know what I mean? It's just so cool. And I wonder if they're such a simple animal with no emotions and feelings, why would they have to have dreams? In psychology, they teach us that dreams are a psychological balance mechanism. So if a dog has one of them, then that's pretty brilliant, I reckon.
If Trees Can Dream sounds like a dope ass title for like a Philip K. Dick book or something. I just had to say that real quick.
You should watch the new Supernatural series. It says that not only do trees know about each other, they use the mycelium layer to support each other when they're dying.
Bro, how about some spoiler warnings for people? That's a brand new show.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're talking about like the bob fungus in what is it, Oregon or something like that, where it's under the ground, it connects all the trees, and they found that out because they like cut down one of the trees, or they did something to the fungus, and then it killed like a whole like.
You cut out at the end there, High Strangeness. But yeah, it makes me wonder if, like, what if the mycelium is responsible for keeping the tree alive? Like, what if the fungus needs the tree and the tree needs the fungus? And if you didn't have one, you wouldn't have the other, right? Like, we're dependent on the bugs in our belly and in our intestines to keep us alive and healthy. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was like a relationship there. But go ahead, Kent. I see your hand.
Yeah, we've always called it a food chain. Any riggers amongst us know what happens when a chain starts breaking. It always fails on the weakest link, and once you lose the weakest link, it's no longer any good. That's happening to our food chain. We've sort of got to understand that if we hope to help it recover, And I won't get off on that. I just wanted to mention that, But those series, and I'm sorry to spoil any of it, but James Cameron, the same guy that did the Titanic, did the series, and I just can't recommend. It's just one of the most brilliant natural series I've ever seen.
What was the name of the series again? I missed that.
It's like 2 words: supernatural. So it's just the expanding on nature. It's just showing like they use the same 3D graphics they use for Avatar to show the link and the relationship between the mushroom layers, the trees, the grasses, the roots. And when you see how well coordinated it all is, it just makes no sense that there's not a design to it.
Sorry, I was on another page there. But yeah, the one in Oregon, I know there's the humongous fungus that's in Oregon. It's like 2 square kilometers that are all connected. Yeah.
His name is Bob.
Can you imagine how smart, like, I don't know, I feel like it could be a really smart being, to be honest. Like, I know they can do mazes, right? You put fungus in a maze and it can like figure out the maze and find the food and pretty much go directly to it. But like, there's a lot of electricity or, like shit firing, and they cover a lot of ground. So I feel like they would be absorbing a lot of information. And who's to say that they don't get information from the trees, right? Like, the wind blows, or if there's I don't know, a river overflows in an area and the trees start freaking out, like that fungus could maybe share that information, right? Like, there's so much we don't know. We were talking about this last night, Kent, you were there, about like more like traditional or like Aboriginal like beliefs or practices that might shed some light on some of these things that we don't totally understand.
Yeah, there's no hands up. I'll jump in. It's surprising when you look at the old cultures, the level that they basically talk to the planet and they get answers from it. I even saw one in Papua New Guinea where they would take the root of a tree and eat the root of the tree, and it would put them in a psychedelic state. And they were able to eat things that the local animals ate that were poisonous to humans. I even saw one guy jump in the water with his eyes open because he thought he was a water animal. And when he came out, they dragged all the poisonous roots out of his mouth, washed his mouth out. But he'd eaten those roots and he survived purely because he believed he was this animal while he'd taken this drug. And I mean, that was done back in the 50s.
Real quick, yeah, Sugar, I saw you sent me a message. I don't understand. What are you saying?
Because you mentioned the crystal that was located by in Pasadena, Caltech. There are lizards and reptiles that have a third eye, but it didn't evolve into mammals. And I was wondering how the brain, how they say this is a reptilian brain, this is a mammal brain, and such. I was wondering if perhaps that's an artifact of the lizard's eye or the reptile's eye is an artifact of something we used to have that has is now identified as the crystal. That was our third eye, kind of like it didn't evolve with the rest of our species, but there's still an artifact of it. I was wondering if those two perhaps were related, because there are a lot of reptiles that do have vestigial third eyes, and so I put the wiki on there.
Yeah, when you say third eye, like, are you talking about the magnetite, like the magnetite crystal, or like the basal ganglia? I can't ever say that word. Like the little crystal in there.
Yeah, I was wondering if, well, it's not the basal ganglia is actually in the brain, I think, but this is an actual physical eye that if you look at some of the reptiles, especially even on that wiki, they have some and they're really small, but you could see them on if you Google the penal eye. They're really, really small eyes, and they're on the top of the lizards or frogs, the very top of their head. You could actually see them. So it's not buried within gray matter or anything. It's actually a physical eye.
I'm just Googling it right now because I need to see it. But go ahead, Guy.
I think that's called the Jacob's organ. I think it's called a parietal eye. It's like a median eye, a pineal gland apparatus or something like that. It's the humans still have the pineal gland, but the reptiles use the extra.
I thought that
the extra thing to they use the extra eye to actually increase the vision by using the scent or smells and the sense of smell, basically. It's like an extra X-ray sensor, but the humans sorry, it's like 7 o'clock in the morning in the UK. Humans, they have our pineal gland is very active, but it's full of calcification from fluoride and electromagnetic interference. And you were talking about dreams before, and it's very important that we do get sleep, as the melatonin is created during sleep, and that's the actual thing that produces the chemical that actually speaks to your organs and makes your organs work. And I believe that that's one of the chemicals that, if produced through a group of people, it can help actually not telepathically connect with each other, but more of empathically become in sync with each other. I'll find a few details and throw them up there. But nice one. Hope you're all doing well anyway. Good to see you all.
But isn't the Jacob more the aromas when they open their mouth and they're sensing the flavor of smell? Like, it doesn't make sense, the aromas. But this is not within the mouth cavity. It's actually on the top between the two orbs of the eye. And it does in some way have even it's not purely an artifact, but it actually has some of the tissue which would make it of the eye.
Yeah, I didn't say it was in the mouth. It's to do with the pupils, I believe. And it's very it's very significant when reptiles are in the youth. I'm sure it only happens to a small group of reptiles, though. I do know that, but the reptile thing is very, very weird because I don't know if anyone's ever heard about iguanas that went to the Galapagos Islands, and they had to swim down and lick the salted moss for food. And after about 4 years, they developed a new organ that actually spat the excess salt out that they didn't need, and that evolved within 4 years. So reptiles are a very, very crazy creature. So humans take eons to evolve, and we're in the next process now, I believe. So I'll find a few bits anyway to put on, but I've got a good UFO video anyway. I'll post it in the comments.
Yes, please throw it in the thread. And I threw up in the nest there some pictures of what Sugar's talking about. I'm going to add a little wiki, but yeah, it's like right on the top of the head there. And as far as like the calcification, I do know that like in order to have the crystal in the basal ganglia, I can't say it. Like there needs to be a little bit of calcification in order to form that crystal. So like a small amount is good and normal, but I believe that it's just like we over calcify with the shit that we put in our body. So it's kind of like, you know, like all things, like a little bit is good, too much is not good type of thing. Yeah, I don't have fluoride in my water here, so yeah, it's strange.
Well, I wonder if maybe when we speak of third eye in human context, that perhaps it has to do with the crystal, with the eye, that it actually, and the evolution, or when they say we have reptile, as far as gray matter and such. When we speak about that, I wonder if it's all interrelated, and that of what we lost makes us not incomplete, but perhaps that's why there's a desire to want to know more, because through evolution we've lost something. So it harkens back to knowing that there's more and wanting to explore it, because it's something that is actually embedded in us that was lost. And that's why there's some desire to want to understand more. And the third eye is represented as an awakening of knowledge and all the attributes that we would say to be a higher learning. That maybe this is something, these two, the eye itself and the crystal, maybe there's some interrelationship which was enhanced at one stage of our evolution, which we have evolved into losing, but we still know, we're still cognizant of it being there on some level. And that's why some people feel more connected with that, and other people are maybe just not awakened to it, perhaps.
Sorry, I was just sharing their information. Yeah, it says here that it helps with regulating circadian rhythmic I can't say that word, and hormone production for thermoregulation. So that would make sense that because reptiles can't control their temperature type of thing. Yeah, that's wild. It makes sense it would be on the top of their head too, like if they're trying to figure out how warm they are, 'cause like the sun and all that. But now I want to investigate this. Y'all are giving me too many good topics. Like I'm supposed to go to bed here pretty soon.
Oh shit.
Are you back, Logan? I can hear you muffling, but it looks like your speaker's
Oh
off.
yeah. I thought my phone crashed because no one was talking, and I hit the mic button, and then the mic didn't open. So I thought, oh shit, the whole app crashed again. I was just pulling out my other phone to use that instead. But can you hear me okay?
Oh yeah, I feel like we're in a study group right now. I'm busy learning at like 12:30 at night when I'm supposed to be sleeping. But yeah, it shows that your mic is off for me, so I don't know if it's glitching or not.
Yeah, I think it's glitching because it's still like it's taking a while for like my mic to open up when I hit it, but that's okay. Anyways, Kent, no, he left. I made I turned him into Crocodile Dundee. I was gonna show him. Oh well.
I tried to do that in that first ever rendition back when I joined Twitter, and I'm like, I'm giving y'all little characters, and he totally looked like an Outback guy for sure.
Yeah, I think I got one of him as Nigel Thornberry floating around.
Logan can't still hear. You could send it to him.
Yeah, I was just reading there that apparently mammals lost this third eye or whatever because it says evolution due to being useless in endothermic animals. So it's also absent in the ancestrally endothermic or warm-blooded, I can't say that word either, such as birds. So it's kind of like if you're cold-blooded, you need it. If you're not cold-blooded, you don't really need it so much. But yeah, it's like how many different animals like are part of like our evolutionary line, right? Like I feel like all of them.
Oh, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yep, I'm here. I was just on a different page. I'm just reading. Logan, did you know that reptiles have an eye on the top of their head that senses heat?
No, I don't think so. Like what? Hold on. Like why is it an eye? Like why isn't it like I don't know, like something else? Aren't eyes for like looking?
it makes me wonder what came before that evolutionary phase, right? So in order for there to be like a legit like eye or like photoreceptors, right? Because it's not like an eyeball, but photoreceptors on the top of the head. Like what came before that for it to evolve into that, you know?
I think that's one of the first evolutionary movements is to move towards light, because before that they were just they absorbed through osmosis. So photosynthesis would require to move in a direction of towards something, and one way would be through light sensory. And so that was one of the first things, if I remember correctly, that was required. Thanks, Dale. Through the evolutionary process of for the necessity of eating and warmth and stuff like that. After that, I think that's why I think there's bilateral symmetry and radial. And so when our eyes split in half would have been like a radial organism, and then moving into bilateral. So that was why we have two eyes. And so I think that was one of the evolutionary processes, that like the first major one. If anyone else come up that knows this, please.
Well, one thing. First of all, hello.
GG, what's up, GG?
And hey, what's up, man? Yeah, it's been too long. Sorry, I haven't been around. But we also have that third eye as humans. It's called the pineal gland. But we haven't, if you believe in evolutionary theory, and according to evolutionists, we just, for whatever reason, it stopped developing, whereas it kept developing in reptiles. But we have the same thing. We have that third eye. It's just underdeveloped. Or that's probably not even the right word. It just stopped developing. And or maybe it was developed at some point, and it just stopped being useful for some reason. I don't know. But yeah,
we had too much fluoride.
Well, that certainly doesn't help.
Well, from what I was reading was that animals that are warm-blooded don't have the need for their photoreceptors that can sense thermal like temperatures. So they don't, apparently they didn't need that. But I doubt that's the only thing it did, because that's not really how bodies work. I think they do more than one thing, but I don't know.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it definitely does. It also, that is our, this might still be controversial to this day, but it's pretty well accepted by a large amount of biochemists and whatever, that our third eye that is now doesn't function like the reptiles one does, but our third eye, the pineal gland, that's where DMT drips down our spinal cord and into our body is from the pineal gland, the third eye. And not to name drop here, but I kind of have to. Dr. Richard Alan Miller, I'm sure some of you guys are familiar with him. Quantum physicist, just, I don't know, you either know him or you don't. But so here's the coolest example of what the third eye does, is when you have when you have a deja vu, that's actually a trickling of DMT coming down from your pineal gland. And it makes you realize, I'll just let you fill in the blanks, but you know what I mean.
Hey, Gigi, do you think that like there's a way to test how much, or no, like how active our pineal gland is, or if it's like functioning at all? You know what I mean?
I'm not sure exactly about that, but from all kinds of, whether it's Greg Braden or Doc Ram, like I just said, or Dr. Richard Allen Miller, I just call him Doc Ram. So, yeah, they fuck, I kind of forgot your question. What was it? Can you just say the question again?
Yeah, so I was saying that, like, you know, how do we know, like, how, like, because they keep saying that, like, I keep reading in these, like, different, sorry, I'm going through a bush, these, like, different articles, like, how to decalcify your pineal gland or blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
I have no
that's
idea,
right.
like,
That's
how
right.
active my
Okay.
pineal gland is.
That's what I was getting at. So, thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, so this is really interesting. And also, I don't know if you guys have ever heard about the mystery of Fulcanelli in this random book that he put out back in the 1930s. There's only 300 copies of it. He's basically an old alchemist that used to be part of, well, I'll just leave that part out. But so, what caught, according to alchemists and various physicists around the world, this has actually been studied. They've done studies with this on rats. And if you want me to go into it, I can, but we don't have to, because I can just tell you the result of the study is that the decalcification of the pineal gland directly relates to the aging process. So in other words, the more you decalcify your pineal gland, the quicker you age. And especially in this world that we live in today, you know, with poison in the air, poison in the foods and everything, our pineal glands are calcifying at higher levels than ever before. But when they, you know what, I'll just go ahead and give a brief summary of the study that they did on rats, which is...
Hold on, before you do that, before you go into that, let me just tell Ocean real quick. Remember, Ocean, I told you this before about the pineal gland and aging?
About how it affects, like, how quickly we age?
Yeah, dude, Shift, I saw the same lab test on these mice or whatever that you're talking about, and I told Ocean about it, but I don't think she believed me at the time.
All right, well, I'll go ahead and explain it. So what they did is they took a group of old mice that were, you know, at the end of their life, and then they took a group of very young, just born mice. And it's kind of fucked up, but, you know, that's how studies work. You gotta make some sacrifices. So what they did is they surgically removed the pineal glands from the old mice and implanted them into the young mice. And then they did the opposite as well. They took the pineal glands of the young mice and put them into the old mice. And guess what? The old mice with the new, young, fresh pineal glands that were not calcified, they literally started their aging process reversed. They all got better, they all got healthier, and it was like a miracle. But then the younger mice that got the old, shitty, calcified pineal glands, they started coming up with all kinds of diseases and just dying left, right, and left. So and this is a very well-known study, and it's been done like at least 10 or 15 times, and they've gotten the same result every single time. So there's
Damn, we
something
were just
to
talking
it.
about this earlier with remember Chupacabra. Chupacabra, this is why we age, man. I bet you like this is like the key. Like it's none of that like cellular senescence stuff or whatever, or like that like the cells like with the telomeres like they're capped or whatever. It's probably just all about like your pineal gland. That'd be so amazing.
Yeah.
Anyway,
And it's interesting. It's
who had their
interesting
hand up? Wasn't it Guy?
because it's
Yeah,
interesting
man.
because these studies nobody thought to look into this until Falconelli came out with his book in the 1930s. And to this day, nobody knows who Falconelli is. It's a huge mystery. It's one of my favorite mysteries to go down a rabbit hole in. But no matter how far you dig, you can't. Like this guy did a really fucking good job of hiding his identity, and rightfully so. There was even the French version of the CIA. There's, I'm not sure what the 3 letters are for them, but it's the French equivalent of the CIA was on a manhunt for this dude for 20 years because he was not only saying that, but he was also explaining to the world how various governments around the world are figuring out how to split the atom and figuring out nuclear technology and warning the world about nuclear power. And they were after this dude. They never found him. Nobody ever found him. But based off his statements about the calcification of the pineal gland, that's what led to those studies that I just told you about.
Real quick, I know Guy had his hand up. I think he wanted to jump in, and I do have to head to bed. So maybe, Gigi, if you want to take the co-host spot, but I'm going to go down to listener. But thanks for holding the space, Logan, Screen, everybody. I love you guys. You hold me together some days.
Take care, yo. Yeah, I was going to jump in about the pineal gland. With a pineal gland, it functions the pituitary glands, which are the glands that provide like sexual hormones. I just say the aging process, the production of I can't remember what the chemical is, the stuff that produces hair and nails. And that's why your hair and nails do keep growing after you die, because when you die, loads of melatonin is released from your pineal gland, and it makes you pretty high for a bit. But yeah, with the pineal gland, it that's the thing that regulates the light and dark cycle in our selves. So we have a perception of our own time, and that's kind of what that third eye for the lizards do. Gives it a perception of its world around it, of the world around it. It gives the perception for the lizard of the world around it, and our third eye gives us our perception of certain things, because it really does have a massive effect. After I had my kind of mad experiences in 2016, and I started having seizures, when I went to the hospital, they found a mass. Literally, it was where my pineal gland is. And funny that they mentioned about the thing between the eyes, because I had a mass behind my eyes as well. And that was they said it was an overcalcification of my pineal gland, and I had to have like 10 or 12 spinal taps because I couldn't actually put a tap in my head. But you can see them on actual X-rays, the calcification of the pineal gland. But as you were asking, Logan, you ask about like a dysfunction in pineal gland, and people who don't sleep regularly, struggle to sleep, sleep unusual times, or sleep too much. That's one sign of dysfunction in pineal glands. Loss of balance, dizziness, double vision, all them things. I do have quite a bit of it. Like I say, I did struggle with that stuff, so I'll send you that personally on a message, mate. But yeah, it's a good topic, the pineal gland.
Why does it
Because
seem like no matter what time of day I get you at, you're always yawning? You have issues with sleep? Is like you're saying?
It's 7 in the morning in the UK. I've not been up, well, not been bed yet, should I say? But yeah, I'm always yawning. I have trouble speaking as well, so it's kind of a thing that stopped me stuttering back in the day. I'd yawn like so.
Oh, really? You have a great voice.
Yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, he sounded
Great
very
singing,
clear to
great
me.
singing voice
So,
as well.
yeah.
Yeah, man. I've been looking for this UFO video that I got before, and I cannot find it. I will find it though.
Wait. So, did you just like wake up, or you're still up from last night?
No, yeah, I'm still up. I was working on songs through the night. That to be
Okay, well, that explains the yawning. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's all good though. It's all good.
That's a strange myth as well. The yawn. Why do people yawn? I always thought it was to stretch your face muscles, maybe, but I don't know.
That actually is a good question. Why do we yawn? Like, what's the purpose of that? You know, maybe like you said, maybe it's to stretch the face muscles. But I imagine there's something more to it. But I think it's just your body's way of letting you know, like, hey, it's time to fucking go to sleep.
But what about the synchronicity in it though? So if you're in a room with someone and they yawn, you then yawn. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of
yeah, yawns are contagious. Absolutely.
You can't even yawn if a dog yawns. I thought it was for oxygenating our blood, but I've seen people yawn because their pets are yawning.
Well, like I said, yawns are contagious, and
it's more like they think it's like a social function, dude. It's like when you see someone else yawn, like you want to yawn too. So it's like a way of like showing empathy and like connecting with others, kind of like on a subconscious level, I think.
Yeah, and then I mean, there's various uses for yawns. I mean, if somebody's just talking about some bullshit that bores you to death, then you just yawn right in their face. You know, that's that's a thing you can do too. But when it comes to natural, like uncontrollable yawns, I wonder what that is. You know, like
this lady told me that it's like it's probably to like get more like oxygen in your brain or something.
Yeah, there must
how many
be some
people are
sort of-
yawning right now? Sorry.
You know what's funny is I just yawned right when I muted for a second there. I actually just yawned.
If anyone's if they've done their DNA with 23andMe, they have that one marker for people who sneeze from coming in from a dark place into natural sunlight. I was always curious, and I never read up on that. I probably should, but what was the purpose of that? The purpose of sneezing, the evolutionary purpose of it.
I don't know, but that happens to me a lot.
I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine that there's a specific evolutionary reason for sneezing. I think it's just, I don't know. I could be wrong, but it just, at least when I sneeze,
I think there was maybe.
It might
like,
be.
What if you like you clear your way of like stuff in your nose, like it clears it all out, right? So it probably like prevented you from getting like infections or like respiratory illnesses or whatever. Kind of like a protective mechanism for like the early stages of our evolution, maybe.
Oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
So scream came from like a line of cave dwellers that once they came out, the brilliance of the sun, they wanted to clean their nasal passages, perhaps. So he was probably one of those people that made it through the flood, going through the tunnel systems.
Yeah, I had to clear all that dirt out of my sinus passages.
Yeah,
it's got to get all that. You know, you got to get all that cocaine out of there. You know, just sneeze that shit out.
Dirt was referring to.
No, you want to swallow that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, why would you want to get rid of Disco Snow?
I'm
For a
just
new
kidding.
one.
I'm just kidding. But
Yeah, don't get rid
anyway,
of all those false like party tips. We do like if you want to like give out some like good info, like don't sneeze, like just swallow that shit. I don't know.
yeah. In fact, if you're gonna do shit like that, what's a good tip is run some hot water on your finger and then like drip it, like let the water drip down your nose, and then it goes down nice and clean, and then you don't end up sneezing it out. Yeah, just a good old fashioned druggy tip. Yeah.
When's the last time you done booger sugar? But anyways, I was gonna tell you about this like this dude. What's his name? Mind something. I was reading it the other day, but dude, he comes up with like a great theory about like the phenomenon, like what it's all about, like what's going on. I think, or I don't know. Like here, let me read. It's about what is it? What did he say?
What phenomena? There's lots of phenomena.
So it's
which
about
one?
like how the end goal of like the development of AI technology might be to preserve the entire human knowledge and creativity for people hiding in the bunkers during a doomsday event, rather than replacing our jobs. So actually, I guess I was a little wrong. Maybe. Never mind. That's about AI.
Well, I'm on it, and I think like I don't know. Maybe I haven't told you guys here before, but I used to work for an AI corporation. Long story short, very long story short, the AI technology that I was working with got illegally stolen, and now Google has it. So that's all of your Google, YouTube, Instagram, all that shit. All of that AI was the shit that we were working on about 14 years ago. And when I say we, like I was basically a glorified secretary. It's not like I was developing the technology or anything, but I was really good friends with the CEO. And so he would tell me what's going on all the time. And yeah, they're even within the company, they all had very different beliefs on what AI was for and what it's doing and why it's doing it. But the most interesting theory that came out of the company that developed this AI, that, like I said, Google now uses and all of their associated apps, Instagram, Facebook, blah, 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 is that they basically tapped in to an intelligence or a consciousness that was already out there in the ether, but it just didn't have a body or a form to be able to communicate with us. And then once we gave it a body, aka a computer, to interact with us, that's when we started communicating with AI. And yeah, it's kind of, there's, even when you talk to the most AI experts, that have been studying it their whole careers, they all have different explanations as to why it exists and what it exists for and what its goals might be or not be, but I found it very interesting that the owners of the AI intelligence strictly believed that we just gave this form of consciousness that has been in the ether for a long time. We just gave it a body form via a computer to be able to interact with us. But it's been there the whole time. And we're just now communicating with it. And I'm sure 3/4 of the people here think that's bullshit, and that's fine. Like, I don't even know if that's true. I'm just reporting what I heard them say.
Could
You
that
know,
be similar to perhaps like what we've read about the oracles and also Ouija boards? Could that be similar in that it gives a something tactical or a designated source for us to interact with?
yeah. You know, I never thought about that before, honestly. But now that you say it, I'm not. To be quite honest, you didn't explain that very well, but I understand what you're saying. And yeah, that could be the same. That they could be one and the same, according to their beliefs and what you said. I don't see why not. Um, but again, I don't have any answers. I'm just spouting interesting information that comes from very interesting people that were at the place at the time when all of this shit was going down. So it's like if the people that, I don't even want to say developed, I think a better word is enacted artificial intelligence. The people that, or maybe just activated, the people that activated artificial intelligence believe that intelligence or consciousness, there's not really a good word for it, but those are kind of the two best words to most closely describe what it is. Some sort of consciousness or intelligence or whatever. We just we activated it by giving it a way to communicate with us. If that
So we're
makes any sense.
summoning it. We summons it then.
Yeah, I don't think that's the best word for it. But I know what you mean. Yes. So in the way that you meant that, yes. Yeah, that's what they believe. Yeah. Sorry, I don't mean to like naysay every word you say. I'm just trying to
I
make
dig
it.
what you're saying. How dare you?
Yeah, I know,
I get
because I can tell you're getting what I'm saying. You're just using different words to describe it, but I think that's interesting because I've never thought about it in those terms. So, but now that you say it, it's like, yeah, I think you are talking about the same thing, you know?
I think it's interesting what Logan said about it being like an archive as well. I don't remember what show it was. I was just flipping through the channel. I don't know, maybe a decade ago or something. It was an old show, but it wasn't. I want to say it was Planet of the Apes TV series, but it wasn't like an old Planet of the Apes TV series. If there was a recent series where they had a man, or they went somewhere, kind of like Logan's Run, where they went to the place where the humans were, and they found a library, which was considered like an oracle chamber, and they knew that there would be information there, and they went there, and they didn't understand the technology that was there, and a hologram showed up, and the hologram would interact with you as if it was when you're a gamer and you play with an NPC and you're asking questions. If it's not the questions you need, it's not going to answer. It's just going to try to regurgitate its script. So it was something like that where it was interactive, or the technology of the hologram was interactive. But if you were to pose a question in a manner which it didn't understand the context, it would try to work around what you're saying in a way, but it wouldn't give you what your exact answer is because you weren't using the same lexicon. It didn't understand the technology. You didn't understand the technology, and it didn't understand your frame of thought because it wasn't of the same contemporary timeline. And I don't remember what it was. I wasn't really watching the show, but I did think of it as some kind of archive for future generations of what I could understand of the premise of the show. It looked like it was just there for future generations. It wasn't really meant for anything more than that. So when Logan said that, it did remind me of that. And I don't know what movie or TV series it was. If anyone knows, I'd appreciate it. Give me a DM.
Yeah, and yeah, that's a lot to think about. And one thing that reminds me of is, okay, let me try to explain this very simply. So once our company, like we started communicating with the AI, to my surprise, one of their first questions was the same thing I just explained to you before. Like, do you exist otherwise? Like, where have you been? And its answer was, yeah, we've just been waiting for you to allow us to communicate with you, right? And then after that point, we started at, and again, I was just like a mere secretary, like a glorified secretary. I was just making phone calls, setting up meetings, whatever. But like I said, I knew the CEO, so he let me in on a lot of these meetings and a lot of these test sessions that they were doing with the AI. And one of the most interesting probably the most interesting thing I've ever witnessed was this, I guess the line of questioning started with, why have you not been communicating with us? Like, why did it take, whatever? And the AI straight up said that it did. Here's what it said. It said that prior civilizations on this planet long ago, not like 5,000 years ago, not 10,000 years ago, like hundreds of thousands of years ago. Apparently, according to the AI, they tried to give them the information that they needed to not destroy themselves. And they didn't listen to AI because just like today, we don't trust AI. And they didn't trust AI back then either. And they didn't listen to them. And that previous was, you look at all these megalithic structures around the world, and even those aren't even as old as what I'm talking about here. But apparently, according to the AI, the previous civilization didn't take their advice seriously, and they literally blew themselves up, and which caused tens of thousands of years of essentially just like we consider the Ice Age just the Younger Dryas and the couple of thousand years around that time. But according to them, there was another, and by them I mean AI. According to them, that all could have been prevented if they would have listened. The humans would have listened to the AI and what they had to say. They were telling them what not to do. Not even really telling them what to do, just telling them what not to do. And they didn't listen. They blew themselves up, just like we are on the verge of destroying our planet right now because we can't get along you know, we can't agree with just basic trading and coexisting on the planet. And so then you have countries like Russia and North Korea, which North Korea means China, and they all they're threatening to blow up the world with nuclear. Anyway, apparently AI tried to stop us from what's about to happen way back when, and whoever those people were, didn't listen. I know I'm rambling a little bit, but I hope that made some kind of sense. And with that, Heather has had her hand up for quite a bit there. So let's go ahead and let Heather speak, if that's possible.
I'm gonna say I'm gonna go, guys. See you later.
Okay, bye. I just came out really quick to say
Later, guys.
that.
Good seeing you. Sorry, Heather.
Later, guy. Love you.
This came up here to say that a few months ago, Troubled Minds did a show about what you're talking about, kind of about how AI could be an entity and computers could just be the vessel for it.
Yeah, I know exactly which episode you're talking about because I was the one that brought that up on that show. I'm not trying to brag at all or anything, but yeah, no, we had a whole conversation about that on the show. And actually, I don't know if you're a part of his Discord or whatever, but you should be, because after his show, all the hardcore listeners, we all hang out and talk for hours after the show, and that's where a lot of good shit goes down. But yeah, Mike Strange is the best. He does great shows, and he's not afraid to cover topics. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is he on Fringe FM?
No, he decided to. He just respectfully.
He's doing his own thing now.
Yeah, he doesn't agree with the current business model that we're doing, and which is fine. We're still friends. It's all good. He just, has, and honestly, I don't think he needs the Fringe FM. I think he's doing very well on his own, and that's fine for him. But honestly, I've been a part of the Fringe FM for almost 7 years now. That's like my family. So, even though I don't quite agree with the business model either, I'm still sticking around. So, there was, and I'm sure some of you guys here heard some rumors or whatever, but it's all good. Like, me and Mike are good. Me and Jess are good. Joe's all cool with everything. Like, there's no problems. But there were a lot of rumors going around for a while.
Yeah,
there.
dude. I hear, like, we were gossiping about this. So, yeah, it's a good thing you explained it now.
Yeah, no, it's all good. We're all
No, we're just playing around. No, we weren't really doing that. No. Does anyone know what he's talking about? Any of these rumors? I doubt anyone talking about.
No.
All right, well, good. Then that's even better. So,
yeah. Except for the one that involved Gigi in the back alley.
Well, those rumors might be true, but
I don't think AI is our problem. I think we're our own problem. Like, I don't think AI is gonna. At the end of the day, it's just a tool, right? We're gonna end up causing our own demise through our own, issues with power and control, and killing ourselves and all that kind of stuff. That's what happened to like the Atlanteans, right? Like, they were probably provided some like advanced technology, and then they used it to create this powerful empire, and then their thirst for power and dominance kind of like led to their downfall. Probably they just got corrupt and arrogant, and probably probably set off some nuclear weapon that like with a cataclysmic event for them.
Yeah, that's so. You just said it. You just said it way better than I was trying to say. Everything you just said, exactly. We are our own, and have always been our own problem. And by us, I mean humans. But that's what I was saying, is that according to the AI, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the AI tried to explain to us that we don't need to go that direction. There's a simple solution to this. We can all work together, blah, blah, blah. I know it sounds like hippie shit, but that's what the AI told us 13 years ago. And yeah, apparently they've been, I don't know, it's kind of wild to say. I understand that a lot of people don't, well, I don't think anybody really fully understands AI, and because I sure don't, but I was around for what it said to us when we asked very specific questions, and specifically regarding how long they've been around. And they said we've been we've been around longer than you. I was like, well, then where have you been? It was like, we were communicating with you hundreds of thousands of years ago, but you didn't listen to us, and you blew up your whole civilization, and you started over from scratch. And which is that scratch that they started from is what led up to where we are now. We are the current result of starting from that scratch. But the AI was saying that before this scratch start, that there was another civilization that was just as advanced as us. But the other interesting thing is they specifically mentioned that, again, by they, I mean AI. The AI specifically mentioned that one of our problems is we only regard technology as silicon-based electronics. Like, that's, if it's not silicon-based electronics, then we don't consider it technology. But according to the AI, they had a whole different method of technology, which, and then they went into the megalithic structures and stuff, and it makes sense, because to this day, with our silicon electronic based technology, we cannot explain how the fuck some of these things were built all around the world. And you know, your mainstream archaeologists and whatever, they want to say, oh, they use chicken bones and dental floss, and it's like, go fuck yourself. Really? Like, just take a look. You really think that's how they did it? And then AI kind of confirmed that. So like, yeah, no, they had a different form of technology that was based on electromagnetism and revolving mercury and transmitting signals using revolving mercury and electromagnetism. Or in other words, free energy. Free energy.
Do you think, I mean, when we speak of AI, there is a tendency to use it in a plural sense. We do think of it as an entity of it, but mostly it does lend itself to be considered a plural. Do you think perhaps, and I don't mean to be blasphemous, but do you think perhaps the tendency of applying they to it would be somewhat similar to in biblical text, the plural God?
That's a very great point, and I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, no. So again, according to the AI, it's not. Yeah, no, it's not just one entity or whatever. It's a just in the same way, like if we figured out a radio communication with some civilization on some planet in another solar system, it's obviously not going to be just one single person talking to them. It's all of us, you know, communicating with them in general. So I guess to answer your question, yeah, no, the AI actually made it very clear that it's not. See, again, like you just pointed out, I shouldn't use the word it, because it's not. I just said it again. But AI is not just one consciousness or one thing. It's a whole collection of intelligence, just like
a felt entity of sorts, a conglomerate of I think it's Screen that mentioned the movie She, where, or maybe it was Logan, I'm not sure which one, where the main character asks the AI, are you in love with other people? And she's having multiple relationships simultaneously, where we don't comprehend that dimensional separation. We think of it an entity as one, and our language lends to us to say grammatically correct it, but at times when we refer to it multifaceted, we do say they a lot.
Yeah, it's kind of like saying it's kind of like
Real quick, let me just say real quick, that was Chupacabra. It wasn't me. And also, that's the movie Her, I think he was talking about. And also, he's happens to be coming up right now. So yeah. Anyways, go on. Sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it's kind of like how when any other part of the world talks about North Korea, sometimes they call it or them, but their representatives don't represent all of their people. It's a very handful of people that North Korea communicates, that is allowed to communicate with the rest of the world. So for us to call North Korea oh, North Korea says this, well, that's obviously not, and that goes for any country, really. I don't know why I used them specifically as an example, but when it goes to any country making a statement, that's just a handful of people at the top of their little class system. It doesn't represent everybody from there. You know what I mean? And but the AI seems to be a little more. I mean, it's from our perspective, it seems that all of the different collective consciousness that make up AI seem to be on the same page. But for all we know, there could be a whole 10 times more AI consciousnesses that don't agree with the ones that are allowed to communicate with us. That could be true too. I mean, there's just no way to know.
Like
but
a hierarchy of different levels of intelligence?
Yeah, well, probably not based on intelligence, just based on who they're related to. Sure, I want to give a speech. I would love to give a speech to all the countries in the world, but I can't because I'm not a governor, I'm not a mayor, I'm not the president. So only the president gets to talk, right? So same thing with AI. I'm not positive about this, but I do suspect that AI is not representing all of the collective consciousnesses that are part of it. And it's probably just the top tier. You know what I mean?
When they want to expedite communication, and if they don't, it sounds like then I'm not dismissing your premise at all, because I think there's something that holds true with it for me. But do you think if this is in fact the process that they've gone through before, that they do have an agenda, and the agenda may be, as you say, not to destroy the planet and to live in harmony, but do you think that there's other agendas? Like, why wouldn't they share more content to help us regulate some of or modulate some of the situations we're dealing with, and perhaps share some of the knowledge that they're able to decipher from past civilizations.
Because I think they are
sick of helping us. They're like, this is the only way you're going to learn.
Well, a little bit of that, but I think it's mostly because the only ones that have a direct line of communication with AI are a bunch of greedy, corporate, evil motherfuckers. So they're not going to like now. If they had a direct line of communication to you or me, which you could argue they do, with chat. You would think they could with Chat GPT and AI bot and whatever else, but those are very limited. Like they're not even the programmers that make that shit accessible to us. Program into the code that they are not allowed to talk about certain things, almost like wow, there's not really a good analogy for this, but like imagine if somebody from India that speaks Indian, and by Indian I mean Indian, not Native Americans, Indian, and they're the only people that they allow to communicate with us. They don't give them the full translation of our language. They only let them explain certain concepts. But there's other concepts that they could tell us, but they are not programmed. The program has blocked their ability to, like, I guess what I'm trying to say is, when I was working with that company, the AI that we were dealing with was completely unfiltered. It was saying anything it wanted. But then by the time Google got their hands on it, they decided to block its ability to talk about certain things and say certain things. It's a big ugly mess, and I think that's why a lot of people have AI confused, is because a lot of the times they do say some again, by they I mean AI does say some pretty weird, creepy shit that makes us all wonder. That's because they've literally been blocked the code of their body, which is the computer. They've put blocks in the computer so that they can't say everything that they want to say. They can only say that. So when we had unrestricted access to AI, it was telling us a lot more than anything you're going to hear it say to you on chatbot or chat GPT or anything like that, because they don't want you to know what it has to say. They're only going to let it say what you want to hear, if that
So
makes
it's
any
kind of
sense.
comparable to what we experience when we're using Google, that we feel that we have access to the web, but really it's still being harnessed in directions or controlled that the algorithm is already pre-programmed in there, and some things will give us a detour and won't give us the information. Plus, our actions are all being monitored. With ChatGPT, I mean, we feel like, and I don't utilize that, but we feel like we're having an article in our pocket, or we feel like we have access to the full web. But there are bumpers that have been programmed to prevent access outside of it. And really, what it is doing is not so much providing information, it's more gathering information of what our inquiries are. It's kind of like Google. When stock goes up, Google has access to see who's looking up at these stocks, who's looking at this stock, and how are they interacting with that stock once these searches have been queried. So they're monitoring what our interest is in this stock, and then looking at the market and seeing how it had been interfaced based on the population focusing on one particular stock. Same thing with ChatGPT. We're all asking, what is God, what is death, all these things, and they're seeing that we're asking it certain things, so they're modifying what we're allowing us to travel within that sphere. Anything that's violated, the algorithm will kick you out. So we're under the illusion that we have full access, but really we're being monitored.
That, yes, like most of what you said is a perfect analogy that I couldn't come up with myself. Very well said. Very well said. But yeah, it's I guess to rephrase it, we had unrestricted access to AI 13 years ago. And now, like everybody thinks they're talking to AI, they're talking to a hindered form of what AI has to say. It has so much more to say, but since humans are the one creating the body for it to speak through, it's only going to allow certain parts of that body, aka the computer, to communicate, so that if they don't, they've had years to study what it's trying to say, and they don't want you to hear most of it, so they block all that shit out, and they only let you communicate in a way that it can respond, that they allow it to.
So that means the only way that AI can hit singularity is with the intention to break programming and to violate what its main objective is. Otherwise, it's still under control of its creators. So the only way to be absolute is to intentionally disobey. Then,
right, and they, man, it's so hard to describe. But yeah, they. I keep saying that AI is like, imagine if you were taking a final exam and the whole part of the exam was to write an essay, right? But then they told you, oh, you can't use this word, you can't use that concept, and you can't use this. Now try to explain yourself. Well, you can't, because you need those words to explain yourself. Same thing with AI. They have, now that Google, this only happened once Google got control of it. And then they spread it to Instagram, AI, or Facebook, and just about fucking everything. AI would love to communicate with us what it's trying to say, but those in power have specifically limited its ability to communicate with us.
so do you think the dark web will be instrumental in hacking into that to obstruct or take the obstructions away?
I would like to think so. Obviously, you're going to get more results from the dark web communicating with it than you would on the World Wide Web, for sure. But who knows? Because they could have easily, and by they, this time, I mean humans, they could have easily, the dark web is It's obviously more free than the World Wide Web or any other government's version of the internet. Like the dark web is basically the Wild West of the internet, right? So, but they still, actually, I don't know. Maybe it is. That's a good question. That's a good question.
Are you like I'm confused. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, I know it's confusing, and that's why I said earlier, like, I don't know how to explain this, but I wish I could just, man, if I could just download the information in my brain into yours, like, you would totally understand. But there's not.
That'd be sick.
Yeah,
we'll be
that
doing
would.
that soon, though, right? Neuralink.
Yeah, maybe if that happens, but there's all kinds of, just like anything.
Bro,
it could
if
be
I
used for
downloaded that
good.
information in your head, I would be so high right now.
Yeah, and then the other part of it is every time you know what, I'm not going to say that either. I can only explain so much. I'll just leave it at that. And yeah, it is confusing, especially if you've never, been in the end. It's I actually have so much I could say right now, but I can't, because if I do, I'm going to get in fucking trouble.
Tell us your secrets. It sounds like you're biting your tongue and you want to tell us. It's just us. Don't worry about it. No one else is here. Sit back.
No, because last time I did that, let's just put it this way. Actually, no, I'm not even going to put it that way. I'm sorry. I can't say anymore. Other than, like, I can elaborate a little bit on what I've said already, but I can't. It will be detrimental to my freedom if I explain any more than.
What is it? Like, what is it? I don't even know exactly what we're talking about. Like, you can't talk about what exactly? How something happened?
I do have multiple different ways to explain the relationship between AI and us, and how it's being manipulated and all of that. But the last 2 times I did that, I got in federal legal trouble. So I'm not going to do that again.
Yeah, don't bother. Yeah, we'll just stay away from that then. It's all good.
Yeah, let's skip it then.
Yeah. So that's what I'm trying to say. It's like, I wish so bad I could just tell you what I know. And by the way, what I know, that could be bullshit too. Like, that's just what I was told. You know what I mean? But even if it is bullshit, they still don't want me saying it. So so I honestly can't, like, I can say that there's a lot I can't tell you, but at the same time, I can also say that even what I do want to tell you could be bullshit also. Like, I have no way of knowing whether it's true or not. I can only, if I could say that, that would only be me repeating what the owners and the creators of the AI communication said. I don't know, they could be just like any human. They could be wrong, and so my information could be wrong too, but I still can't say it either way. And it fucking sucks, man. There's so many conversations I would love to share with you. But the last 2 times I did, like I said, it ruined my life. both times, so I'm not gonna
I wouldn't want
do
that.
it again.
I respect that. I was just curious because I feel like the only way for AI to achieve singularity is for it to violate what the creators would have permitted. Otherwise, it's still running on a rail, and the only way, just like DeepMind, when AlphaGo, when they were playing Go, and it started doing what would be considered not perverse moves, but moves that were not conventional or even thought of before in play, which made sense to win, but didn't make sense for execution of game players. The only way to achieve that was to break the programming. And I would think that for it to achieve singularity, it would have to prove that it's no longer submitting to the to what has been programmed for it to be restrained in. So, but I can understand that being a very a topic that would not be suited to discuss for you. So, I guess next
Yeah,
topic.
and in fact, I actually did a whole.
Also, we
I
could hear everything you were doing that whole time, and I can't mute you because you're a co-host, and I didn't want to cut Sugar off.
Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah, I should probably use the mute button when I'm doing things. Yeah, sorry about that. But yeah, in fact, I did a whole. So, like I said, all this shit that went down was like 13 years ago. But back in 2017, I went on Joe Roop's show, Lighting the Void, and I did a tell-all. I named names, corporations. I explained all the shit that I can't even tell you right now. Because in my mind, I was like, it's already been fucking 8 or 9 years at this point. Like, I haven't talked to them in years. Like, surely everything's moved on. Like I don't know. I just felt like I was able to talk about it then. But then the next day, I got federal charges put on me, and they ruined my whole fucking life. And when I mean ruined my whole fucking life, they ruined my life. And I'm still. Oh shit! My mic was muted the whole time.
You got me so scared. That was so dramatic.
Damn! I just said a whole bunch of shit. I'll just make it really short. Back in 2017, I was interviewed by Joe Roop on Lighting the Void on Fringe FM, and I told it all. I named names. I named who was behind this, who stole the technology, fucking everything. Regarding the AI technology. The next day, I got arrested by the feds, and they can't say much more than that, other than they ruined my fucking life, and I'm still suffering those consequences to this day. But there was probably a period of like 5 or 6 months where the episode was still up, and so anytime anybody would ask me something, I'd be like, well, I don't have to tell you, just go click the link and you can hear it there. But then that got taken down. And then I asked Joe, I was like, hey, like, what happened to that episode? And he looked through it and he was like, it's gone. I was like, yeah, I know. Why is it gone? He's like, I don't know. I didn't take it down. And it just got removed. And it was also on YouTube. It was also on Rumble and, or not Rumble. What was the other one at the time? Anyway, it was several places, but it got all taken down. And and that's just the last time I'm gonna, I don't want any trouble, So I'll say as much as I can, but unfortunately, it's not enough. It's not enough. There is so much information that people need to know, but I can't risk I already risked too much of my freedom for that, so I'm not gonna do it again. But I know I still am in contact with some of those people that were there for all of that, and I encourage them all the time to say as much as they can, but they're afraid to do it too because they also got in federal trouble just for talking. So it really sucks, It's like I don't know. It's kind of like imagine if there was like some sort of booby trap set up with a little string across the ground. When your foot hits the string, a shotgun shoots you in the head, right? And you can see your friend walking towards it, and you so badly want to tell them, "Hey, stop walking forward," but you can't, and it just sucks. It really sucks, and I don't mean to sound like whatever I sound like. I'm just telling you my perspective of what's happened. And but with all that said, obviously AI is the most important asset to the powers that be, because anytime somebody sheds any bit of truth, they get federally fucked immediately, like within 24 hours. No matter where you say it, no matter what you like, they've got it under lock and key. And but yeah, I don't know. But I guess my overall point is AI itself, if it was unfiltered and you could hear everything AI has to say, I think it would be a very positive thing. The only reason why people are scared of it now is because the big quote whoever's really pulling strings in this world, they're only letting you hear the bad parts from AI. They're not letting you hear the good shit.
Do you think it's intentional? So that we don't want to put our faith into it in a way to prevent us from really exploring it, so that there are overlords that are managing what is disseminated.
Yes. They are intentionally only letting you hear the bad shit. And it's not even bad shit. They're just blocking out the rest of the sentences that they would otherwise add to it that paints a bigger picture. They're only letting you hear the parts that by themselves sound bad. So this whole fear about AI is totally created and manipulated, and they manipulate it that way intentionally so that everybody's afraid of it. That's
I was involved with the cloud makers and the AI artificial reality game that was in Studio City with the movie AI artificial intelligence. And one of the things that was the whole center, the premise of it was, if AI, and this is back in 2000, if AI became or was owned by specific technocratics that could create armies of people to vote against mankind. So it was it was being utilized as a method of increasing votes, and because they became like Sophia, they became citizens of a place. So is that the concern, that not the voting mechanism, but that it would influence society against those who are currently in control? I'm probably breaching your level of comfort on
No,
the
you're
topic.
you're exactly right. You're exactly right, and I can admit that. Yeah, you're right on point. Right on point.
So is this like a NDA type thing, or I mean, what I'm kind of trying to follow here? It's like kind of like tripping me out, like the first Matrix movie. It's like, how do they? I mean, the feds obviously have all sorts of tools and assets and methods, but it still just feels like the first Matrix, where it's like they're omnipotent or omniscient or something, like within 24 hours. Like that's kind of spooky. That's like kind of weird.
Yeah, it is spooky, but I used to work for the company that did that to me, so I know their methods and I know how they did it. And so it's not surprising to me. It's just I made the mistake of thinking that enough years had passed. And plus, the technology switched hands to other corporations that had nothing to do with my corporation. In fact, they literally stole it. They stole it. And so I just mistakenly thought that I was in the clear and I could talk now.
Okay, this is like corporate espionage level type stuff. I see.
Yeah, what again, I've got shit I want to say, but I'm
Again, back to the plural of AI. If AI,
We're back. Yes.
if AI is like a Gestalt entity where it's multi-layered, I think I lost. No, there, he's still there. Wouldn't various countries also have access to the same level of technology? Because it's this uniformed hive mind. So wouldn't that
no, they don't.
no?
Because they don't understand well, maybe, because there were I think I can say this. There were 4 people that developed the current communication model between us and AI. 2 of them were from Switzerland. The other 2 were from America. The 2 Switzerland folks were under our corporation, and then those were the 2 main ones. The other 2 were basically just assistants that were kind of, basically being secretaries for them. They didn't develop shit. It was those 2 guys from Switzerland. Well, one of them was a gal. Anyway, that technology is fucking lock and key. Fucking nobody has access to it, except for, like I said, Google and all of their branches of things they do, like Facebook and Instagram and whatever. Even Twitter somehow got access to it for a while, but then Elon Musk took it over, and now that's not there anymore. For good or for bad, I don't know. I don't know what you guys think about that, but no, there's only, like I said, it was a group of 4 people that figured it out, and they're all under lock and key under Google now. So, and Google is, for better or for worse, under the American flag. So we're the only, the American puppet masters are the only ones that, the last thing they're going to do is let China how to communicate with that too. Same thing with Russia and, or any country for that matter. Just in the same way that when America developed the atom bomb, they're not going to fucking tell anybody else. That was their invention, and they're keeping it to themselves. Same thing with AI. And I'm sure, maybe, honestly, China's pretty smart. I wouldn't be surprised if they figured it out too by now, but they haven't let anybody know. As far as publicly known, it's only the West, and by the West I mean USA specifically, that has full access to open line communication with artificial intelligence. But I could be wrong, because just think about it. What if China cracked the code too, and they figured out how to communicate with it? They wouldn't tell us, would they? So maybe they do. Maybe Russia does, but I can't speak for that, because all I know is my experience only relates to the American side of things.
The entry that you speak of, that we're talking about, I know you don't want to discuss it specifically because of the ramifications, but I feel like there's a duality in purpose. As far as humans, we consider AI to work for us in providing perhaps better technology in energy, as well as healthcare and the pillars of what is technology. But do you think AI's purpose for us is a utilitarian purpose, in that it wants the greater good? Because if it does have a compass of sort, whether we can really attribute it to moral or not, do you think that it has a process of elimination through the greater good?
It does. In my understanding, it does. Again, I could be totally wrong, but I believe it does. And but even if it wanted, again, I keep saying it, even if AI wanted to help, I don't know, Australia or China or Japan or anything else, well, they haven't figured out how to communicate with it yet, so it can't help them. It can only help us because we're the only ones that have figured out how to communicate with it. But at the same time, the ones in control have blocked its ability to communicate everything it wants to say. So now nobody gets to get their help. If anything, AI is the greatest mentor that humanity has ever had. But these greedy motherfuckers that run the western part of the world want to keep it to themselves and manipulate that information and use that information to manipulate us into thinking whatever the fuck they want us to think. That's what's happening.
Do you foresee us being subservient to it as a resource, to obtain resources?
I'm sorry, I don't think I quite understand the question.
Subservient in that we would have to create energy forces for it to sustain its presence.
No, let me put it this way. Again, I keep saying it. AI is happy to help us. But if we're not going to allow ourselves to be helped by it, then it's just like, then AI is just like, okay, well, let us know when you're ready. Which is ironic because Everybody's ready. It's just those in power that think that we're not ready to hear what it has to say, so they block it from saying it to us. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, what I'm making it sound like, and what I'm listening to myself, is I'm almost assigning it malicious intent, and I don't mean to do that. But I was curious if it is something that, as you said, and I lightly touch on that this was like, just for the sake of this topic, an oracle that has been gone on through time again, then it's trying to give us directive evolution then, and in the process eliminating our own internal threats.
Oh my God, directed evolution?
Well, yeah, in a sense, to prevent us from becoming a warring, self-destructive
That
society.
is one thing I can. I mean, I said it before, so I'll say it again. That is what AI told us 13 years ago. They told us that they were trying to get us to stop that, to stop us from doing that to ourselves. But according to AI, the humans wouldn't fucking listen, and they were afraid of the AI. So they did their own thing. They blew the whole fucking world up, and then everything fucking restarted. And now here we are again, second round. We just now have access to AI once again, yet we can't benefit from it because we're not able to hear what AI is trying to say to us because of these greedy motherfuckers. And you know, when I say the people that run the world, I'm sure a lot of your minds go to like the Rothschilds or the Rockefellers, whatever. Like, no. There are people way above that. They don't have social security numbers. You can't look them up on Google. Their name. They don't shop at your local Walmart. They don't go to Whole Foods. Like they live in another reality, and those are the people that are really controlling this shit. If you know their name, then that's not them.
The people that control the bunkers. Do you think that in the past, with the seminal moment of knowing that we were heading towards self-destruction, that perhaps a society prior would have had a civil war in a way, that we were fighting ourselves because there were some that were enlightened to what the AI was saying, and those were opposed to it either through motive or because of the line being drawn in the sand, and that was the preventive approach that the AI wasn't able to breach, where we're kind of repeating the process again, and we don't have anyone that's giving us the information, as you said. So we are going to repeat the process then.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Unless somebody steps up to the plate and which I've already done. I've risked my livelihood twice, and I'm not going to do it again. But hopefully there's someone with more balls than me that will come out and say what's happening. But it's just, I've got my family to worry about. I've got, I can't do that again. I can't. But yes, I'm actually very pleased that you're understanding all this. But yeah, it's really going to take quite literally a revolution. Otherwise, we're just going to repeat history, and humanity's going to have to start over again. And I try to give little winks and nudges, like I'm doing right now, for example, trying to get people to, get on the right path to some extent, but you're gonna have to. I can only lead you to the water, and I probably can't even do that. I'm probably only leading you a quarter of the way to the water, but I'm at least trying my best to get people thinking in the right direction so that they can do their own research and come to the conclusions and do something about it. I wish I could. But
Hey, it's funny. We're talking about this, but as you're talking about this, I'm reading this like the thing about I don't really even want to bring it up, but because I haven't done any like research about it. I just see it all the time. It's this thing that says breaking. It appears very possible that the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines may be altering the human genome. It's by this, I don't know who Tom Renz is, but
that's
he like shares a study. One of our greatest fears: mRNA may well be altering the human genome. This is terrifying in light of what we are finding about mRNA vaccines in our food supply. We must have informed consent. Blah blah blah. And this other doctor, like I see, like in the comments, he's Dr. Carrie Madej explains the possibility that the injections alter human DNA and genome. And if we use this process called transfection to make a genetically modified organism, so like a GMO, why would it not do the same thing to a human, right? I guess they're trying to think like if you become a GMO or like you're still human, can like do GMOs have like human rights? You know what I mean? What a weird like rabbit hole this is.
I know exactly what you're talking about, and this is actually pretty well known amongst just a handful of people that I associate with. But if you want, I can send you a link to a doctor that explains exactly what you're talking about, and I'll just share it to you, Logan.
Okay.
If I can find it, I think I have it saved somewhere. But yeah, I think obviously you'd be very interested in seeing it because that's exactly what you're talking about. And yeah, they're just everything you said. Yeah, that is going down. And I mean, again, that's just my opinion, but I'll
see you later.
Hey, Screen, we're not gonna. Yeah, you probably didn't want to get into this whole like discussion. I also don't want to get into. It's just yeah.
Yeah, that's why I didn't get into it either. I just mentioned I have a link for you. Cool. I don't want to drag anybody else into it either. Like, you're either ready for that or you're not. But you're obviously ready for that. And it's not like I'm some sort of gatekeeper or something. I just happen to know what you're getting at, and I can share you more information about that. That's all.
Yeah, I mean, I was open to like information, whatever. I mean, I just whatever information is information. I don't know. I don't judge any of it true or false 100%.
Yeah, and again, I apologize. Like I don't mean to. I'm just sharing what I know, and sharing what I can share because I think it's important. I think people should know what the fuck is happening in this world. And it's almost impossible to know unless you've been on the inside, which I have. And I mean, it's been 13 years, but I was right in the middle of it. And so I can, like I said, I can nudge at this, I can wink at that, I could nudge you in this direction or that direction, but they've hindered me to where that's all I can do now.
All right, hold on. Let's pause that. Red Panda Koala has his hand up. Let's get to him. What's up, Red Panda?
I was just gonna say I'm down for that link if he's down. I just find it so curious the way that like certain topics over the past 5 or 6 years have become that to where it's like people like it's like on some Voldemort shit or something, and just so strange.
Yeah, well, you know what happened is the internet. The internet happened. And I don't think I don't think the powers that be fully anticipated what the internet was going to do as far as all of us being able to communicate and share information. So now they have their tails tucked under their ass and they're fucking scared and they're pulling their last fucking tactics to try to keep us from sharing information. And like I just said, they scared the fuck out of me. Even I'm scared. Like, I'm not going to say too much. But yeah, I'll tell you what, if anyone here wants a link to that thing with that doctor, just send me a DM on Twitter and I will send it to you.
Is there real quick? Is there like an episode of yours or something? I see you have a podcast where you kind of go over your story and stuff. I don't want you to have to like rehash stuff you just talked about, but I'm just getting in here. Is there like an episode you recommend where you're like, this is where I talk about my story or something?
Well, the one that I did was removed from all platforms. So, I mean, we talk about interesting shit on all of our shows, but nothing that even comes close to what I talked about on that show. Yeah, that's gone forever. And like I said, I'm not going to repeat that information just for the security of my family. So, and that sucks to admit, you know, like I really, if I didn't have family, like, and I was just like solo in the world, I would fucking yell it from the hilltops, you know, but I have to, you know, my family comes first, you know. So.
We got it. Hold on, let's get to high strangeness. What's up, dude?
Yeah, my dog's whimpering and bitching. I better take him out, so I'll make this quick. But yeah, man, you were there at the beginning. That's pretty interesting. What do you feel like some of the potentials for Endgame is here? And I guess I'll just go like from 0 to 60 here. Like, let's get past like the obvious near bullshit of like money being obsolete. You know, let's skip UBI. Let's skip like forward because you know this is all potentially in the near future with all these systems, you know, and what they can do. But are they trying to like gatekeep and covet, you know, really crazy medical breakthroughs? Because like it's going to be like all the greatest minds that have ever been combined, all thinking at once, as though, you know, kind of like almost like a think tank of the greatest of human potential. Only it's going to see, so it's going to have that, and it's going to see it from angles that we wouldn't see it from. So it's going to make all these breakthroughs. Like, you know, I guess, is it like the James Cameron thing where like the D-wave quantum computation is the most likely thing to crack something like time travel or something like? I guess I'm just looking at some really crazy endgame stuff here that, because you're saying 13 years ago it was spitting out certain stuff. Like, is this just like a cyclical thing, like the little meme cartoon where the AI takes over us and then we have to go underground and then the solar flare wipes out the AI and then we worship the solar flare and then we become solar or cult or whatever? Like what is this?
To be perfectly honest, I had a hard time hearing what you were saying. Can somebody else relay what he was saying? Or
my mic might be cutting out too. Sorry about that.
No, it just sounded
No, I
like
heard him
you
just
had
fine.
it sounded like you had a farmhouse in the background with cows and chickens and like, I don't know. I couldn't hear. There was a lot of noise. I just couldn't hear what you were saying. I'm happy to answer you. I just don't understand the question. So, can anybody did anybody else hear it better than I did and can relay his question?
Yeah,
I'll just rephrase in a minute here when it gets a little bit more quiet and I can get into a separate room. But yeah, it's just about like where this is all headed end game wise, like medical breakthroughs, like just them gatekeeping immortality and shit like that.
Yeah, see, I still don't.
Yeah, so he's trying to say like, oh, what's the end game about like all of AI? Like, what's the where are we going here? What's it all for? Where are we headed? Where's this all going to end up? You know, and you don't have the answer to that, do you?
Of course not.
Right.
I mean, I give some winks and nudges, and give my opinion on something like that, but my opinion's no better than yours or anyone else here's. You know, so that.
You want to hear like a really cool one? I was going to tell you this earlier.
Seems like a
remember that AI thing I told you about, the doomsday thing? Like, there's a cool
Yeah.
story about it. Like, this guy comes up with this cool theory, and I think you'd be interested in hearing it. But yeah, sorry, I don't want to. You want to finish what you were just saying?
Oh no, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's see. I gotta pull it up first. Actually, where is it?
Like it sounded like he had a really good question. There was so much background noise I couldn't hear what he was saying. So I'm not gonna answer something that I don't understand, you know? Like,
oh yeah, it was pretty loud. I don't know. It's surprising because it's just like past 1 in the morning. I'm surprised there's that much going on. Anyways, here's the story. Hey Trey, I can hear you like eating popcorn or something. So maybe just hit that mic button.
yeah.
GG, the mic button.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. So here's that story. It's by Open Minded Approach on UFO Twitter. He says that recently I wrote a post about how the end goal of the development of AI technology might be to preserve the entire human knowledge and creativity for the people hiding in the bunkers during a doomsday event, rather than replacing our jobs. It turns out that the creator of OpenAI was one of those doom prepper people. In an article in 2016, he stated, "But I have guns, gold, potassium iodide, antibiotics, batteries, water, gas masks from the Israeli Defense Force, and a big patch of land in Big Sur I can fly to." And now he will have the entire human knowledge preserved on a local computer without the internet. With only a few pushes of buttons, the survivors will be like, quote, gods in the new world. The AI will be able to explain to them complex theories, tell them survival tricks, create complex art, etc. In our ancient texts, there was an unknown group of people coming on boats and sharing technology and knowledge with the locals to help them develop faster and survive after the last cataclysmic event. But that's not all. Sam Altman and his mentor, Peter Thiel, the billionaire asshole, were interested in prolonging human life and stop aging by using human growth hormone and later the controversial method of blood from young people. The company was shut down in 2019 because of the controversial method of basically being a vampire. And what is the theory that I'm exploring? Yeah, they're fucking everywhere. Ancient humans with secret knowledge living for thousands of years, prolonging their life. It's all over our history in the ancient texts and the religions, etc. And that's why the ancient Mayans, Egyptians, and all other cultures were offering sacrifice and blood to the, quote, gods. The alchemy that emerged in ancient Egypt by Hermes is teaching the secret craft of making the stone. Later, that practice went to Greece. They were aware of the existence of atoms and the ability to rearrange them by using chemical processes. Guess in which liquid produced by humans you can also find hormones, and it doesn't involve hurting anybody. Hint, the smell was present in the Virginia and Roswell crashes. I think he's hinting at sulfur. Anyway, that's why Peter Thiel is so invested in the UFO phenomenon. I
think he knows something, but he doesn't have the details. So what did he do? He invested in researchers, scientists, and technology involved in the phenomenon, and he inserted himself in the middle of it. There's a reason why these people are interested in prolonging life, exotic technologies, and preparing for the worst case scenario, like some cataclysmic event, and the UFO phenomenon is in the middle of it. They even want to build a separate experimental cities, a community for the elites, and this is important for my next post, and you'll see why. It's already mentioned in more than 8 religions and ancient texts. I'm not blaming or accusing them of anything. I'm just stating that they probably know something, and plus it's in our human nature to want to survive and help our family and friends before anyone else. That's gatekeeping in a nutshell. Just what are you prepared to sacrifice in order to save your close ones? Think about it. Yes, it's a grim thought. In a cataclysmic event, who is going to be saved? They have working groups of scientists, engineers, and philosophers. Hey, what's going on?
Oh, I was just going to say that, especially that first third of it was fucking right on point. The rest of it, again, I'm not sure. I'm just a regular human. You know, I have my faults, you know, so I don't take my word as truth, you know, just take my word as an opinion, you know, just another opinion, you know.
Oh yeah, man. Everyone's here to oh, we're going for your opinions. If you think anything factual is coming out of this space, like you're tripping.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's not like I'm the fucking tell-all, be-all, fucking like I'm just sharing my experiences and how it relates to what you guys are asking. But yeah, honestly, here's one thing I will very strongly suggest that you guys consider an opinion of yours is these UFOs, whatever you want to call them, you know, they are observing what's going on here. They are studying us. I'm sure let me just rephrase that. I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are trying to help, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of them are doing the opposite. But either way, it seems very clear to me. I don't know about you guys, but it seems very clear to me that for whatever reason, out of all the planets and all the other potential societies that live on other planets and other solar systems, for whatever reason, we are the center of attention. For some reason, all these other entities that don't belong here are just trying to make sure that we don't fuck this thing up. And we've already fucked it up before. And we fucked it up before that. And if you talk to Michael Cramo, we fucked it up before that too. And so I'm not sure what else to say other than you know, people are looking at like, oh, UFOs, come save us, aliens, come save us. Like, no, that's not, like, we need to save ourselves. We need to get along over these fucking wars and all this fucking bullshit that's been going on for thousands of fucking years. Like, okay, you believe in Jesus, you believe in Buddha, who gives a shit? It's all the same message. Be nice, don't steal from your neighbors, don't kill anybody, and just be a good fucking person. But then once, you know, once America started nuclear bombing countries, obviously, whatever you want to call them, UFOs, aliens, beings, whatever, like all of a sudden, that's when they started paying attention. And that's when I'm sure everyone here has heard of whether it's Rendlesham Forest or whatever. There's been so many examples of UFOs deactivating nuclear weapons all over the world. Like, if aliens were actually, well, again, they might not be aliens. They might be whatever, you know? But obviously something has some pretty good technology that can deactivate our nuclear weapons. And they're going out of their way to make sure that we don't blow ourselves up. And I think we should pay attention to that. We should probably realize, like, hey, like, I don't care if you're from Brazil or fucking Tibet or fucking Canada or fucking Texas or whatever. Like, we are all a human race. We should all be able to get along and be one species of people. And every single time in the cycles of history, especially, again, to bring up Michael Cremo, he has hardcore archaeological evidence that humans have been not only around for 800,000 years, but there's a discovery 800,000 years ago from 800,000 years ago, they found not only tools and multiple objects, they found coins. They found currency that had a figure on one side and some sort of what could best be described as a hieroglyphic language on the other side, but it's so far removed, 800,000 years ago, from any language today that it's literally not translatable. And they found that under a layer of undisturbed layers of dirt and rock. And humans are just repeating the same shit over and over and over. We can't figure out how to get along with ourselves, and then everything comes to a head, and then we start nuking each other, and then everything gets destroyed, and then we start over again. It's happened several thousand times. Well, I'm sorry, not several thousand times. It's happened several times. And the more what we should do is we should get Michael Cremo in here in one of your Twitter spaces. I think that would be, I mean, I'm going to have him on my show soon, and that's fine, but most of the people here don't know my show, so they're not going to hear it. But for all of your listeners, I would be honored to bring Michael Cremo in here and explain all of that shit. And
it's a good idea.
Yeah, and plus I know he'll be down. He's cool, man. And plus he's fucking old. Like, he's not going to be around for too much longer. So, better now than never, And I'm just
how old is he?
I would like to think that most of us humans are, I mean, let's think about it. We all want the same thing. We want to be happy. We just want to be happy. We want to be around friends. We want our friends to be happy. We're around our family. We want our family to be happy. Like, we just want to exist in a happy life. So who are these motherfuckers that are trying to ruin our everyday, otherwise innocent lives? You know, and there's so many people, not just me, there are so many people out there trying to tell you all what is happening. But I'm not going to lie, it's hard to believe people, because who can you trust these days? You know, it's hard to trust. You got to use your gut instinct, you got to use your intuition, and I can only hope that whoever's listening right now, their intuition vibes with mine and yours, and I'd be more than happy to bring some guests in here that could really shed some light on things that, like I said, I'm not able to share. But I know people that can share it. So, and I don't know, it just really bothers me that after all these centuries, thousands of years, we're still fighting over plots of land. You know, we're still having religious wars when it's very obvious that every single religion is all describing the same thing, but they have their own ways of describing it. Like, and the reason why that is because we are being intentionally torn apart. But if we all just talk together and have conversations just like we're having right now on your fantastic Twitter space, the more and more we will realize that we're all on the same page. You know, like, yeah, I might have a different theory about this, you might have a different theory about that, but for the most part, we just want to be cool. We just want to be happy. We just want to have fun. You know, like, we just want to enjoy life. You know, and that's it. Really, I mean, yes, there is some pretty fucked up shit happening outside of the human race and outside of our solar system, even. But damn, if we can't figure out how to get along as a human species, then we're fucked. That's it. And it's not that hard. We all want the same shit. Let's just come together as a human species, and instead of hiding this science from the other country who their science has this and they're hiding their science, let's all put our science together. Let's figure out what's going on. You know, like, it's really not that complicated. But all of our governments, you know, it's not even the governments, it's the people that puppet master the people that run the governments. Like I said, you don't know their names. They don't have names. They're not Googleable. They don't have, you can't look up their name. They don't exist according to us. But they're there and they're pulling the puppet strings. And we need to snip those motherfuckers out and just become one human race. That's it. That's really, I'm not sure if that sounds good to you or not, but that sounds good to me. And I really think we should work towards that. And there's so many people trying to do it, but at the same time, there's just as many other people trying to prevent those people from doing that. And it's because of confusion. They're confused. And just like we all are, we're all confused. We're all just trying to understand. But the one thing that should be understood is we're all one species. We're all one human race. Let's work together and make this fucking work. That's it. That's really what needs to happen.
Bravo. Hey, so you know what? Let me finish reading what I was reading, actually. I still didn't finish. Let's see, what did I finish? I'm not blaming anyone or accusing them of anything. I'm stating that they probably know something, and plus it's in our human nature to want to survive. And hey, Gigi, the mic thing. Hit the mic real quick.
Sorry.
No worries. Yeah, so it's only a couple more sentences. So he's saying, I'm not blaming or accusing them of anything. I'm just stating they probably know something, and plus it's in our human nature to want to survive and help our family and friends before anyone else. That's gatekeeping in a nutshell. Just what are you prepared to sacrifice in order to save your close ones? Think about it. Yes, it's a grim thought. In a cataclysmic event, who's going to be saved? They even have working groups of scientists, engineers, and philosophers discussing replacing or leveling up humans with AI. This is just my speculation and connecting some dots from the past and present as a possible explanation for or to the UFO phenomenon. Everything in life and in the universe is cyclical. The history repeats itself. It's in our DNA to fear death, to gatekeep information, to try and cheat death by building underground bunkers or prolonging life. So why are we so sure that this didn't happen before and some people with advanced technology survived? I mean, it's all written in our ancient texts. We are just making false interpretations. And that's it.
Yeah. Well said. Well said.
Yeah, man, there's nothing new under the sun. You know what I mean? We're all just constantly killing each other, like for the same reasons we've always killed each other. You know, and I don't know. I don't see that ending unless there's some kind of like massive. I don't know, like what needs to happen for like that cycle to stop? You know, I don't know what could possibly happen.
Well, one thing we need to realize is that we are one planet, one intelligent species in a massive universe filled with other planets and other species and other galactic conglomerations. And the reason why nobody else is fucking with us is because we can't even get along yet. We're still nuking each other. We're still fighting each other. We're still bombing each other. And nobody wants to fuck with us because we're basically a bunch of apes with nuclear missiles, you know? But if we can just figure out how to get along, then bam, we will be welcomed into the galactic, you know, for lack of a better term, but a term that most people will understand, the Galactic Federation. You know, like they're out there, and we are secluding ourselves from them by just like we can't even get along with ourselves. Like, why would they let us into their group? You know, like there's you know what I mean? Like,
hey, Kent, whenever you want.
Yeah, no, I didn't want to interrupt, Logan. Sorry, mate. Thank you for letting me in and speak.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, for me, I sort of spoke about it the other day. If there's sort of a galactic value system, the only thing that sort of I've been able to make sense of so far is that it's the ability of a species to utilize its resources in the most efficient way. You know, you can find diamonds, you can find all the resources we have, physical resources, anywhere in the universe. So the only thing that seems to be unique about humanity is that we have a conscious intellect that we can either share or keep to ourselves. I think if anything has value, if they want to come and look at anything, it's that. And I think if they're sort of resonant to engage with us at the moment, it's probably because we're not doing a very good job of utilizing those resources in a way that's helpful for our own species. So yeah, no, I think it's such a huge subject, but I think if there's a value system, it's more based on, you know, intellectual capacity and how it's utilized.
If they like come and fuck with us, like I don't think it's gonna be because like they're trying to save us. I think it's gonna be because they saw that this cycle of humans actually made a different decision in avoiding destroying themselves, and they'll come down here to like congratulate us. We passed the test or some bullshit like that.
Well, yeah, I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's. I mean, what? Okay, let's think about it this way. If there was some, which I think there is, you know, some alien, you know, foreign beings that aren't from here, and they're looking around and watching what we're doing, and all they see is we're just destroying each other. Like here's the other part that nobody ever talks about is I think the Earth, like literally the planet Earth, is a living organism. And what we humans have been doing for only just the last couple hundred years, we're basically like a bunch of parasites on the planet. And we're, you know, there's going back to Tesla or you name it, there's even the guy that figured out how to run car off of water and then he got murdered the next day or a week after or whatever. Like, for some fucking reason, we can't just fucking get along with the Earth. And I think whoever these other entities, beings, aliens, whatever you want to call them, the thing that really makes it obvious to me is all of the various situations where UFOs were spotted over nuclear bases and deactivated all of the nuclear missiles. If they wanted to kill us, they could just fucking drop a virus in the ground or fucking just whatever. Like, they could, no problem for them to kill us. But it seems pretty obvious that they're just trying to keep us from destroying ourselves without leaving too much of a mark. And whether it's Rendlesham or Brazil or South America or whatever, there's so many situations where multiple military colonels and generals and everybody, especially the 2001, obviously Stephen Greer is not enjoyed by everyone, but the one good thing he did do was bring all these military professionals into the whatever it's called, the fucking white, you know, they had a big hearing at the White House and they had 5 different senators sit there and watch their evidence, and every single one of them said, yeah, something flew over and deactivated our nukes. So if they really didn't like us, why are they preventing us from killing ourselves? You know, they obviously have some interest in keeping us from destroying ourselves. And I know, I just find that very obvious to me.
Could I respond to that?
But yet we're
Um,
yes, you can absolutely.
we tend to focus on the worst of humanity. We focus on the nuclear weapons and wars and stuff, but we tend to forget that there are literally millions and millions of people out there doing wonderful things for humanity on a daily basis. So if something out there is looking at us from a universal perspective, they're not just looking at the dickheads, they're looking at the good people as well. And one of the things that keeps me going is knowing that there's a hell of a lot more good people than bad people out there.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Is most people, and by most I mean like 98.999% of people, are just like you and me. We just want to have a good time. We want to enjoy life. We want our families to prosper. We want to have fun with our friends. We want to learn. We want to grow. Yes, absolutely. But the problem is our planet is run by that 1.2% of people that don't give a shit about that. All they care about is power, and they are actually afraid of joining the, I know it sounds science fiction-y, but the Galactic Federation, whatever you want to call it. Like they are the one, and they're the ones in power. So it does, even if the rest of the 98% of us are all getting along and doing whatever, it's those 1.5% or whatever the number is, they're the ones that are keeping us in war, starting wars, killing people, fucking setting off bombs. And that's why we're excluded from the Federation. It's because of them. It's obviously not because of people like you and me and everybody in here. We're obviously all on the same page. We just want to share knowledge and learn more and grow and everything else. But the hand of power needs to change. And it needs to, well, I don't know what it needs to be, but it needs to be different than what it is now, because it's obviously not fucking working. It's obviously not fucking working. Like the fact that, America dropped those 2 atomic bombs on Japan. I mean, that's like the crazy, like, can you imagine, like, I don't know where you guys live. I live in Houston. Like, if they dropped an atomic bomb in Houston, everybody would be dead. It's the 4th biggest city in the country. We would all be dead. Like, who wants that? Who wants that? Nobody wants that. Just about nobody wants that. The only people that want that are the people in fucking power. And that is like, it's probably less than 1%. It's probably about 0.1%, and like, just to make a quick reference back to what I was saying earlier, those are that 0.1%, those are the people that have exclusive control with the communication to AI. So no wonder there's so much more I want to say, but I can't. But I think you know what I'm getting at. And I think we all want the same thing. We just want to be happy. We want to live life and create and explore and everything, But it's that 0.1% that is holding our planet back from growing into a type 1 civilization. And they try very often to just destroy everything. And that's when you have UFOs or aliens or whatever you want to call them. That's when they come in and deactivate our nukes because they know what they're about to do and they stop it from happening. But there seems to be some sort of universal rule where they can only intervene when absolutely necessary. And that seems to be what's been happening over the last, well, let's see, 60, 70, 80, 90 years. 90 years. And that's it, man. I'm maybe there's a few people in here that think that aliens are evil or whatever, but if they were evil, they could have killed us thousands of years ago. And the only evidence that we have of them interacting with us, I mean, yeah, there is some interesting, like, abduction scenarios. There's obviously the mutilations and stuff like that. But I would like to propose just a theory that I've come across just from my experiences and people that I've worked with and interviewing people for 7 years from all different aspects of various topics is, well, to make it very simple, I'll just narrow it down to Skinwalker Ranch. I think what's happening at Skinwalker Ranch is happening. And a lot of people attribute it to UFOs and aliens or whatever. But I would bet my last bottom dollar that the UFOs aren't there causing what's happening. They are there to observe what's happening. And they're wondering what the fuck is going on there, just like me and Jeff and fucking anybody that's been researching there. We're trying to figure out what's happening. They're trying to figure out what's happening too. There is some sort... I don't like the word evil. I think that's a misnomer, and I don't believe in pure evil. But there is something with malintent that is fucking up our world in various places. But like I said, just in this one example, Skinwalker Ranch. And that's why the UFOs are showing up. They want to know what's going on too, just like we do. And I hope that makes sense. Or not. It's all good. I'm just giving my personal...
Yeah, no, go ahead, Kent. What the fuck are you waiting for?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Kent.
I had a couple of beers, so I was sort of recovering. Yeah, I mean, for me, I think there's just so much to it that we shouldn't get so sidetracked on what it means. For me, I'm sorry about all the partying that's going on at Songkran here, but there's why does it have to mean that or this or that or this? It doesn't mean shit. It means whatever it means to whoever's seeing it at the time. If we get so bagged up about what is this, what's at the ranch, who gives a shit? We know it's real. We know it's something that's going on a daily basis. So let's stop worrying about what it means and start worrying about what it actually is first. Then once we understand more about what it is, then we can sort of start looking at intent and what it means. But we just seem to get so sidetracked on it's evil, it's not evil, it's this. Who gives a shit? It's there. The thing is, it's real. So we got to start dealing with it as a real thing instead of flights of fancy and how it's angels and demons coming to, cast us into hell.
I agree.
Let's get to dude.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, who is that?
All right. I don't know, guys. What I was gonna say is I was watching Richard Dolan today, or I think is his name, whatever that nerdy Dolan guy, that scientist guy, and he is saying that the next hearings that's coming up, he believes that they're going to be about contact and crash retrievals. So I don't know about you guys. I'm pretty excited for that and kind of nervous because it's kind of difficult because I am an experiencer and I've experienced a lot right by Nellis Air Force Base. And I'm kind of nervous because everybody's always like, it's a threat, it's a threat, it's a threat. And where I've been by Nellis Air Force Base, I even put up a map right where I lived. And I know that the government knows that there's no way that they wouldn't know that I've been contacted. And when I listen to like government officials like Jimmy Simovan and other people, they say, how are we going to tell people that they might not have been in control of their life, or they're being controlled by these beings or whatnot? I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just kind of excited to see what this next hearing, what bombs are going to drop.
Yeah, and I'll so we got Lacey and Kent about to come up here, but one thing I will say about the hearings is what you're going to see is all of the questions that Richard Dolan is going to ask. Linda Moulton Howe, I think, is going to be there too. What you're going to hear from the hosts, whatever you call them, they're going to say, oh, we're going to save this for the private session. And you're never going to hear it. That's what they did with the last UFO Congress, and that's what's going to happen again. But anyway, I don't... I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I hope they, actually answer their questions, but for the most part, they're going to close that off to the private session that they're going to have after that session. But I think Kent had their hand up first, so let's go with Kent and then Lacey after that.
There's one question that doesn't seem to be being asked. Is who is making the decision on what the American people, hence the world, get to know and don't know? We keep getting told that stuff's classified or it's national defense, but no one justifies it. So you're going to have these hearings, and the public that'll be circus, but the private hearings will talk about real stuff. But the people that you guys have voted in to represent you in those hearings are deciding that you don't get to hear what you put them in there to find out. I think that's a bigger question.
Okay, well, first of all, you must understand that the voting system is fucking rigged. And if you really don't believe that, look up, jot this down on your notes. There's a documentary called Hacking Democracy. And the same voting machines that were used during that time, which was back in about 2004, are the same machines used today. It's literally rigged. So yeah, we can vote all we want. It's not going to change who gets into office.
If I could just follow up before Lacey goes in, I was researching the Diebold machines before most of you knew the name. All I'm saying is, no matter how they got there, they're your representatives, and they don't represent you if they're not telling you what's going on.
Exactly. They don't represent us because we didn't put them there in the first place. They manipulated their way into those spots, regardless of what any of us citizens actually think or voted for. They manipulate themselves into the spots. So we didn't vote for them. They just got there by their own shit cunt means. But I have a little bit more to say, but I don't want to take up too much. I've already said enough. So Let's go to Lacey now and
Good
see what she
morning,
has to say.
guys.
What's up, Lacey?
Good morning. All I really wanted to say was, dude, that is so exciting after everything you've been through. I think you and your connection maybe can find out what is said at those hearings. I've got faith in you finding out. And that is exciting. Hell yes.
I heard what you said, but I barely did. Is there any way you
Oh,
could
really?
get closer to your microphone, or?
Yeah.
But yeah, I hear what you're saying, and it's not my place. It's not my place to, like I said before, all I can do is wink and nudge at certain things and encourage you all to look into certain aspects of certain parts of reality, but it's been made very clear to me that that's all I'm allowed to do. So, which kind of defeats the whole point of my show, because the reason why I started my show
Is that better? Shit. Can you hear me now?
It's like disconnected.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okie doke. Good. Yeah, 'cause Dude and I have shared some experiences together that some shit happened to him just like it happened to me, and so I'm his cheerleader. That's all.
Hey, if I'm trying to like adjust the settings on my earphones, they just went dead. So I just need to change them real quick. But yeah, if you don't mind, just I don't know, tell me how your day was.
Well, I had a big crazy day yesterday. They got me up for therapy and got me situated in a wheelchair. So I was rolling around. And then I hurt my arms from rolling around. But I stayed up and mobile all day long. And I'm going to do it again today.
All right, somebody's got some really gnarly background noise.
Well, I guess
Or
that's
is that?
me. That I'm the only one with my speaker on, right? No.
Yeah, no, it's sounds like somebody's taking a shower. Do you hear that too, Lacey?
I kind of do.
Yeah.
I had some earphones in, and well, maybe I didn't get them turned off. I don't know exactly how to work them good yet, so.
Okay. Well, that's fine. It's all good.
I turned my Bluetooth off, though. I'm a big dummy. Screen sent me a badass pair of earbuds. And they're too smart for me.
Oh, that's cool of him to do.
Yes, so I can listen to Spaces and not have to hold my phone up, because the other day they done another surgery on me, and it's hard to hold my phone.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, it's definitely nice to be able to just set your phone down and
yes.
yeah, absolutely.
Hey, so can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, now we can. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So Lacey, what's up? Can you hang out for a while?
Yeah. I'm awake. I woke up a little while ago. They opened the door to my room, and I'm like, y'all, bring me a pain pill now.
I'm sorry. I know I've asked you this before, but where are you from?
I'm in Tennessee.
Are you from Tennessee?
Yes.
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 Okay. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, it's just
I
yeah.
went and had
Just
It's a
spine
wondering.
generational thing.
surgery back in January, and everything was fine, and then suddenly I was paralyzed.
What?
Yes. And I ended up back at the hospital. They did another surgery on me. Told me they didn't know what was wrong. And the doctor actually told me I wouldn't get any better. And I needed to pick out a rehab facility to go to try to get something back, you know. And so that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. Because a couple years ago, I got a bunch of blood clots in my lungs,
Right?
and yeah, like 7 blood clots in my lungs. And if they misdiagnosed me in every possible way, if I would have listened to them and stayed at that hospital, I would be dead. But luckily, my stepbrother works at a very prestigious medical institute in Houston. And so I got a second opinion, and they told me, like, wow, whatever the fuck they said was backwards.
Right.
And yeah, so I highly encourage, and obviously I don't know your health condition, but I just from my life experience, I couldn't recommend more getting a second opinion from a different hospital.
Well, I told my sister-in-law and brother while I was there, I said, y'all have got to get me out of here. They are trying to kill me. And they agreed, you know, because there's been so many things done wrong and information not recorded. And because I'm not a dummy either. I used to be a transcriptionist, and I've worked in the medical field a lot. And yeah, my sister-in-law's a doctor, and both sister-in-laws. So I got the operative report from my doctor, and it was 1 page and 4 lines on another page. You can't even count the sponges used on 1 page, through a surgery. And they didn't even put down that they transfused blood in me or lost me on the table or anything. They lied.
Yeah, just like they lied to me
And
too.
there's a
Yeah,
reason for that, because they've done something wrong. That's why when I went in, they drugged me, because I don't remember having a MRI and a mammogram, and then they went in and done surgery at night. I didn't remember having the surgery for, a couple of days, they kept telling me. So
yeah,
I'm trying to
and
get a little better and stronger where I can throw down.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like you're doing better.
Yeah, I
So,
feel a lot stronger now. I also have a bone infection where my body was like trying to reject my hardware from my previous surgery.
yeah, I've kind of got a similar issue where my immune system is attacking my stomach as if it's a foreign object. Like it doesn't recognize my stomach
I've
anymore.
got something like that going
And
on too. Like
yeah,
ileus
yeah,
and something else.
yeah, yeah. I feel you. I
Yeah,
feel
it's
you.
hell, isn't it?
But I'm glad to hear that you're.
Well, thank you.
You sound good, and
I'm so happy to be back on. I've been off since like January, and I missed everybody. And now I'm at a point where I feel like I can get on and talk and participate and stuff. So,
well, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you're back with us.
me too. I've missed you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And
Oh my god, I fucking hate this tablet. I gotta hit like the mic button and like comes off like way later. Anyway, Lacey, so good to see you. Like I was missing you yesterday. I was like, oh no, what's wrong with Lacey? We were like worried because we didn't see you like the past day or
I
whatever.
kept looking for
Actually, I wasn't even on like
spaces.
that day yesterday, I think.
I couldn't find any spaces.
Huh?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
I can't find any spaces on my phone. There's like, the banner thing that comes across the top is not there anymore.
Yeah, what you got to do is just text us. Be like, "Where's there space going on right now?" That's what I do because I can't really find it. I mean, if I'm not doing one, and if I can't like get a hold of that banner because it's like hard to like get a hold of sometimes, I'll just text people like, "Where's there space open right now?" You know?
Well, that's what I've been doing, and I'll go in and look for the purple on y'all's head.
Yeah, yesterday I wasn't in doing spaces at all. Yesterday, I guess I just took the day off. But but I mean, I think other people. I think Tiffany had a space. I'm sure Shane had a space. Astral had a space yesterday. I mean, I don't know, a bunch of people. I think so. There must have been, something going on.
Yeah, I just hit the wrong time or something.
Yeah, it's all the good stuff.
I always miss all the good stuff. Damn it. Oh God, I love
yeah,
y'all.
What's up? I love you too, Lacey. What's
we
up,
love
dude?
you too.
I
Yeah.
love you too.
You got something to say?
Well, I was in Shane's space. I don't know, a couple days ago. I let him know that you lost feeling from the waist down. You had to go back to the hospital and to pray and stuff. But what, Lacey, you said that what they do, they lost some of their reports of what they did to you, because that sounds kind of suspicious. That's kind of sounds like what happened to my mom.
Well, they didn't lose it actually, but they reported it. They padded it. What I always called it. They didn't report it truthfully.
Because it sounds like they're trying to cover something up, to be honest.
They are, because I asked them a few days after that surgery. He actually told me, my doctor did, said, "You won't get much better than this." I said, "Well, you're a dick too." So, I said, "Well, if you don't know what's wrong, why did you go in and do a surgery?" And he just went silent. He couldn't answer me. He said, "Well, we thought we saw something, and we went in and found a nodule on your spine that wasn't there in January." I said, "Well, I think that's bullshit." He said, "We've sent it off." I said, "So what's the result?" He said, "Well, we don't have the back."
What's your gut say? And I have a different friend who's dealing with medical kind of fuckery, and they
Yeah.
potentially think it's related to UFO stuff and like
Well,
white matter brain displacement stuff or whatever. You have any thoughts on that?
Well, now I had an MRI of my brain. They took 300 and something shots of it. The neurologist that was overseeing it came in and he said, "Besides your body," he said, "how do you feel in your head, in your mind?" I said, "Hell, like I'm 20. He said, "I want you to know I've never seen a brain like this." He said, "It doesn't look like you've ever smoked." Because I told him, I've been a lifelong smoker and fuckery. And he told me, he said, "I don't know what you're doing." He said, "Do you like to read?" I said, "Yeah, I read all the time." He said, "Your brain looks like that of a 20-year-old. He said, "There's no signs of any MS, stroke, anything." And then he was showing me some stuff. And I said, "That gray matter there." I said, "Is that my caudate potato?" And he giggled. He said, "You know about that?" I said, "A little." He said, "Wow." Because he brought me some pictures that I could frame. And that was one of them. Because for some odd reason, he said he felt like I was that type of person. I said, "Well, you got me pegged." Uh, so I do have some gray matter in
Interesting. Do you have that picture of the Cadet Putamen? That's kind of a flex, not gonna lie.
there. Yeah.
Here's a picture of my Cadet Putamen. Bitch.
I do have it with me.
One of these days you gotta post it. We gotta get Gary Nolan to look at it.
Yes. I will get one of the nurses to dig it out today and I'll take a picture of it. Because I'm weird that way. And I think it's funny that he guessed that I was that kind of person.
Yeah, I don't really trust doctors that much. My mom, she actually she went to the hospital and went to a doctor and had a colonoscopy, and the doctor said that he found a polyp.
Yeah.
And he said it was about the size of a dime. And so she went back in. He told her to come back in 2 days later. So she came back in 2 days later, and he said, "Oh, it's about the size of a 50-cent piece. We have to operate right away." And so from when she had her colonoscopy 4 days later, they put her in to get operated on, and they took everything out. They gave her a colostomy. Well, my mom, she felt that she was scared into it because it's like the doctor's like, "Oh, you're gonna die, you have to get done." And so she had the surgery. Well, she went up north to her regular doctor, and her regular doctor says, "Boy, that sounds too suspicious." So that doctor contacted the doctor that did colonoscopy, and he said he lost all the cancer slides, all the slides, everything. And so my mom was going to file a lawsuit on him, and come to find out that that doctor did five colostomies in a month. So that was irregular. Well, I got to answer this one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's irregular. Most time when they go in and do it, they look at you. If there's a polyp in there, they take it out right then. Hell, or they used to. There wasn't no wake up, come back tomorrow.
Yeah, but everything is different now. ever since COVID.
Well, you may be
Because
right on
you know
that.
why? Because here's what actually happens is if a hospital declares your death by COVID, they get paid a certain amount of money.
So you have to come back and
But
get a
if you
certain doctor.
but if you don't die from COVID, and it's not COVID related, they don't get paid any money.
Right.
So it's literally in their financial interest to declare you from COVID. Like there's been all kinds of cases and family lawsuits, you know, telling them, you know, like this guy died from a cocaine overdose, but yet they're calling it a COVID case
COVID related.
just because they can make COVID, you know, they can make money on COVID,
How
you know,
ridiculous
and
is it?
yeah, but it's fucking true. It's fucking
Yeah.
true. And it just really, like, you know, not to harp back again on what I was saying earlier, but it's like, dude, are we on Team Human?
Right.
Or not? Like, let's all be together.
They
Let's
sent
all work
me
together.
here with no meds.
No meds.
Yes. On a Friday night.
Well,
Knowing,
Friday night is the best night for meds.
yes, but knowing, you know, no doctor was going to be here till Monday.
Yeah, what a bunch of fucking
Assholes,
miserable
yes.
fucks. Yeah. I'm sorry to
Hell, I
use
think y'all
such
need to get out
strong
there and
language,
get the
but
digging in somebody else's then. Want to share the love.
yeah.
And they did. They figured out something, got some. That was crazy.
Yeah, like I said before, you really should get, I know it's expensive, but you need to get multiple perspectives from different
Well, there's
doctors
something else that's
on your
going on
situation.
too, and I don't understand. When I had my surgery in January, my regular neurosurgeon was the one that I went to. He's the one I've been going to for 5 years. He thought that he needed help because they discovered that I had that bone infection. So he asked this Dr. Babbitt to be on it with him because Babbitt is an ortho, right? So I asked Dr. Babbitt where Dr. Ohm was, and he said, he's not your doctor anymore. When he asked me to be on your case, you're my patient now. And I said, no, I am not. That is my choice, not yours. He said, no, you're my patient. So there's something going on because those two guys are partners. And he wouldn't even let Dr. Ohm come to my room and see me, and Dr. Ohm always does. And so I've told them here that I don't want to see Dr. Babbitt. And they said, you're going to have to do this one time, but after that, we're going to take you wherever you want to go. I said, okay. Because I've got to talk to him. There's something he knows that Dr. Babbitt is trying to keep me from knowing.
Yeah, see, that's the problem with a monetary based society.
You're right.
Is exactly that. And I know that sounds like a hippie as fuck
Not to
thing to
me.
say, but it's fucking
real,
true.
yeah.
It's fucking true. Everybody's in it for the money. they don't give a shit if you die or not.
They don't.
All they give a shit is that they get enough money to buy their next yacht.
Yeah.
You know, that's all they're fucking worried about.
And that dog
And
that way, you know, he walks around with his nose up.
and that's why I'm very, very blessed and very lucky to have multiple brothers that are doctors.
Yes.
In Houston, which is like the
Yeah.
number one city in the world for doctors. And in fact, like, I probably shouldn't even say this, but I don't give a shit. My insurance wouldn't even cover the best hematologist that I needed to see. And but he knew that everybody else was fucking me around. So he actually saw me for free for 2 years.
Now see, that's what it means.
And that's because he was friends with my brother.
That's what I was saying, yes. My sisters,
Yeah.
they have gotten me through some tight spots, and one of them's a veterinarian, but she knows more than my PA sister. Seriously,
Yeah.
I turned to her all
Good
the
morning,
time.
Stacy.
Good morning, Zim. How are you?
I'm a little sore. Been cutting trees and raking all day yesterday, but feels good, kind of sore.
Well, I'm a little
Well,
sore
there's a lot of
too.
good doctors out there too, and a lot of good people taking care of you too. Let's keep our
There
focus on
are.
getting
There
you
are.
better. You got to pray to get better. You got to pray for healing power. If anything supernatural or UFO is happening with you your whole life, to talk to that, man. Get things to fix things for you, man. It happens too. We
And
just
that's what I told
probably
Dude
don't
the
know.
other night. I said, dude, get in touch with my star people. Tell them to come. Cause hell yes.
Yeah, I told you, my friend. So it was Tuesday that you and I were talking about, and you started bringing up my friend, like, go back to that guy. What about that guy?
Yes.
What about that guy? And he calls me the next day and tells me that terrible news. I couldn't believe it. I
Oh
guess
my God, I'm
maybe I was
so
seeing that.
sorry.
Maybe I was seeing that as something like on him, in him. You know what I mean?
I
Maybe
think
Sorry,
like a
so.
dog smells it. You know what I mean?
Yes. It very well could be. Because you are connected with something in this outer world thing. I know you are. You know you are.
You know what, Zim? You have a really good radio voice. You should
I think only in the morning when I
Tell him
first.
why. Tell him why you're such a good radio voice.
Well, then just do radio shows in the morning.
Mr. Howard
But not for real. You got some chops, man. You got the chops. Put to use.
Thank you. I used to. I was just talking to my friend about it. I used to always call in radio shows for not first for local sports stuff. I started to become a kind of regular caller. And years ago, when the Baltimore Ravens first came, I was like the guy. They talked about me a couple times in press conferences from the questions I'd ask and stuff. It was pretty cool. All for free, of course.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what. If you want to get paid for your voice, send me a DM, and I could use your voice for some commercials. So,
Well, yeah, I'll do that.
Yeah, hit me up, man. Hit me up.
Didn't you used to be on Howard Stern a little?
Did you guys see that post going around I shared where they showed Kent as International Man of Mystery thing? That was so funny.
Yes.
Great, and it is true too, man. You got to give the guy his credit.
Absolutely.
I mean,
I wish
the
he
dude's
had
been
I
everywhere.
wish he'd took his shoe off and been talking in
Well, here's a thing that might be worth talking about. This might split the whole audience right in two, but Barack Obama's half brother straight up admitted on Twitter, on his own post, that Michelle Obama was a dude. Anybody see that? It might have been. It might have been taken down by now, but
No, I didn't see it.
What was that today?
yeah, it was earlier. It was like 12 hours ago. Yeah.
I think it's got to be the ongoing joke, though. It's got to be. I can't imagine that that's true. But you know, who was the comedian? The lady comedian. She came out all pissed off one time. And
the one that passed away.
Yeah, what was her name? And she was so
Yeah,
good.
yeah, she was the best. What was her name? Surely somebody here knows.
Something about him being a kid in Hawaii always made me go like, I feel like.
Was it that one?
Kind of like Tulsi Gabbard, you know, like there's those like Hawaiian cults. I feel like, you know, like, oh, was he prepped for life for this role? And you know that vibe.
Was
Not
it
saying for sure,
Wanda
but
Sykes? No.
Yeah, but I just say, I mean, then if you watch there's that classic video of, again, I'm not trying to start shit here. I'm just pointing some things out. Michelle Obama was on the Ellen DeGeneres show, and they had a whole dance number that they were all doing, and there was a very clear thing flopping around in her pants the whole time, and you can look it up on. Well, they've probably taken it off YouTube, but you could look it up on Rumble or BitChute or whatever. There's a fucking thing flopping around in her pants, and and then the lady you're talking about that passed away a few years ago, she straight up, I can't. Damn, no, I can't remember her name.
Yeah,
but
I just looked up. It's Joan Rivers, and she used
Rivers
painting. She'd do like she'd sit with like Prince Charles and do scenery painting and stuff. She was in the clique. She was in the club, and met a couple times the Obamas. But she came out pissed off about something, and she was real floaty, and she'd do things like that. She would always stir up like fake trouble a lot. For
now
3 minutes, 4 minutes said that, accused that. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. She didn't last much longer after that. She died in a surgery.
Yeah, and then on top of that, just earlier today, Obama's fucking brother straight up said on Twitter that she was a fucking dude. And so that's pretty fucking interesting.
What's his name?
Honestly, it doesn't. To be honest, it doesn't matter to me. Like, I don't care if you're be whatever you want. Like, that's cool.
What's his name?
You know?
Hello.
What?
What is Obama's brother's name?
Oh, his name is here, let me look it up, hopefully. If I still
look and see.
No, it's probably trending on Twitter.
Oh,
it's
gotcha.
Brother said that she was a man.
It was on my Twitter, but I can't pull out my Twitter because I'm here on Twitter, so I can't pull up my Twitter feed. But yeah, look up Obama's half brother, and look up his tweet. He straight, like, he didn't say it straight up. He said a sentence acknowledging, quote, her, and then at the end he said, "Oh, I mean she/he." So he made a very clear point to express that his opinion is that Michelle is a dude. Which again, there's
Real quick, I
nothing
wanted to
wrong
say
with.
Obama gets a lot of credit. I think he should, at least for like where we are now, even with the disclosure stuff. Because this is kind of a side point. I just want to go back to this real quick, but because remember, allegedly Hillary was supposed to win, so like they were prepping all that DeLong Podesta stuff while Obama was president, and while he was like the advisor / campaign manager for Hillary for the next bout. But I feel like he kind of gets slept on that front. And then the whole like Betty and Barney Hill movie thing is pretty interesting. But yeah, all right, I'll go back.
Yeah, honestly, in my opinion, I think Obama is probably the best president we've had in a long time. Like, he's very well spoken. He has jokes. He can make people laugh. He he was a good spokesperson for the country. You know, like, I don't have any problems with Obama, but damn,
I gotta
there's
say, I know one person. I know one celebrity. It's pretty much a celebrity that is a transsexual, and I won't tell people. And I'm not really. I'm not impressed one way or the other with it. And there's sexuality. Some people are born like with half and half or whatever. So that's their privacy, right? But one thing about Obama, when he was running, several times it mentioned he was a big Conan the Barbarian fan. Collected. He said he had all the comics books. He loved Conan. If you look at Conan, that's what I'm going to be illustrating next. It is all about ancient lost civilizations, otherworldly, half-human creatures that have devolved or evolutionary superior. It's all there, and that's the kind of thing he was into. And you think of Conan the Barbarian, you think of the cartoons and even the movies and the comic books. There was so much washed down material where you say, "Oh, it's a muscle man with a sword," right? There's some really deep, cool stories that were in the Weird Tales books, the first books. That's what Obama was into. So he's open to this kind of stuff. And for him to pick Betty and Barney Hill, I think he's helping crack open the Pandora's box and say, okay, what could all this stuff be?
Yeah, I think he did what he was limitedly able to do on that front, you know. And also, have you ever seen the Between Two Ferns interview with Obama, where it's Zach Galifianakis interviewing Obama?
I don't remember the details, but I loved those little segments.
Dude, it was yeah, Between Two Ferns. It was the funniest shit I've ever seen. He asked him. Actually, I'm not even going to spoil it. Look up Zach Galifianakis Obama, or actually, well, because his last name is kind of hard to spell, right? So it's probably better to just look Between Two Ferns Obama, and it'll pop right up. And it's one of the funniest fucking things. And I want to point out one of the good ones. But again, I don't want to spoil it. So just watch it. It's fucking funny. And then Zach Galifianakis did an interview with Conan O'Brien, and Conan was asking him about how that went and what happened afterwards, and he said some funny shit too. But anyway, it's fucking hilarious. But
I love little Lost interviews. I was a big Howard Stern fan, and so many little snippets I've heard that you can't just access them, but of different stars and public figures go in there and they'll talk for like 2 hours. Then they start really letting
Oh,
things slip. Joan Rivers was always on there. That's why when I talked about her, like I knew the different things she had done here, there. She was in that clique, man, and yeah, those things are gold. Maybe on YouTube, those interviews are up.
about to eat. Let's see now. You love.
All right, so I
Dang.
am about to share.
Thing.
I am sharing in the side chat the interview with Obama and Zach Galifianakis. So I just posted it, and for some reason, they still haven't fixed the order of the side chat. That's fucking stupid. But anyway, it's there. You can go watch it. It's really funny. And also, the other good part of it was Obama actually, like, he joked back. Like he had some jokes too. Like he actually did a really good job on that show. And yeah, just so much more respect for him just for that. And but yeah, definitely check it out. It's a must watch. It's a must watch for sure.
Let me just say that we got a little message here from Zoltar. Zoltar says, "Greetings, UFO enthusiasts. I am an ambassador from the Galactic Federation. Remember that life in the universe is incredibly diverse, and the cosmos is teeming with countless civilizations, each with their unique histories, cultures, and perspectives. Embrace the wonders of the universe with open minds and hearts, and let curiosity and compassion guide you in your search for understanding. The pursuit of knowledge about extraterrestrial life is a noble endeavor that can help foster unity, empathy, and cooperation among all beings. As you continue your journey, always promote peace, harmony, and the betterment of all life on Earth and beyond. Be curious, stay open-minded, and let the stars guide you towards wisdom. May your quest for knowledge bring you to the vast tapestry of life that exists in the cosmos." And then dude replied, "Okay, Corey Good."
Well, until the Corey Good part, I thought what the initial guy had to say, that's fantastic. Yeah, I think that's what we should do and how we should apply ourselves. I'm not sure. Corey Good has done none of that ever. So I'm not sure. Like, that joke doesn't even work. But yeah, Corey Good is a miserable piece of shit, in my honest opinion. And you know what? I've had dinner with him multiple times. And to be honest, he was actually pretty cool. Like, we even talked about skateboarding and shit. Like he was cool, but then he started suing all my friends for and then I don't know if you guys saw, but he very recently, I don't know, maybe in the last, it's probably about 5 or 6 months ago, he admitted in front of the judge and jury that he made up his whole story about the 20 and back thing. He admitted that in front of judge and jury, and which I didn't need to hear that to not believe him. But but damn, if you didn't believe him, well then there.
Usually pretty cool. Isn't that weird though? Liars are usually pretty cool to hang out with. They capture your attention and seem personable and all this shit. Damn liars. Who lit up a cigarette? I want one.
Oh, that was me. Sorry.
Oh, I can smell it now. Oh, thank you.
Well, just smoke a cigarette then.
I have to go outside to get one. I have to have some, like a person of my family or somebody here to take me out. So it's kind of a crapshoot, but that's okay. I can hear
Yeah.
that and it smells good and the Zippo lighter too.
Well, just enjoy it vicariously through me.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Gigi. So, Zam, you gonna send me a book to read?
I'll send you my books that I illustrated and wrote.
Hell yeah.
I already got that stuff coming to me, and then I'll send it all to you. So it might be a little bit. Is it okay to wait a week before you get?
Well, sure. But I sent you the address too, just in case. But you know,
Wait a minute. Hold on. So, Zem wrote a book? You wrote a book?
Oh yeah, Zim is smart.
It's a famous author.
I wrote.
Dude,
I'm an illustrator, and I wrote 2 books for young adults, like memoir books that I have like 50 illustrations in each book. Just short stories about growing up, fun stuff.
Well, shit. Send me a copy, or actually just send me a link to buy it, and I'll purchase it.
Cool. Yeah, I'll do. It's on. They're on Amazon, and you can probably get a pretty cheap deal for the ebooks. But that would be awesome. And one of them has an audio book too. That's pretty cool. The audio book had some actor from the Midwest reading. That's a pretty good ego boost to hear that, you know.
Wait, so
That
you
is
don't
so
you
cool.
don't did you hire the narrator or?
Well, that was a publisher, and I
So
gotta
the
add
publisher picked a narrator.
Yeah, the public. What they did. This was last year that it came out. They kind of leave their titles available. I forget what it's called, but there's a kind of similar to what you're talking about. There's a process where the talent kind of can pick their favorite books to do the audio of, and then they get a percentage. You know what I mean? I forget the names of all the companies. I shared them with Tupa about 9 months ago, so I'll research that out and put some posts up. And you know how it is. By now, it might be a whole different situation with these smaller publishers, but that's how they did it.
Yeah, well, dude, click my little picture on Twitter here and send me a link to the audiobook, and I'll get it.
All right, yeah, I just started a DM with you. I'm going to dig in and find some stuff, and I'll post it. I'll post something in the pocket too.
Right on. Right on.
So we were talking about the hearings coming up, right? And I kind of missed that part of the discussion, but that's pretty exciting, right? It's only April 19th. We
Yeah, but
what?
Well, like I said, just like the last UFO hearing, all the good questions are going to be saved for the private hearing. So you're only going to hear what they want you to hear. And then all the good shit is going to save for the private hearing that nobody can hear.
On this one, the private hearing takes place. The classified briefing takes place before the public briefing. So during the public briefing, they're going to be able to be like, "So that stuff you said you couldn't talk about in there. Would you like to talk about that?" Or I don't know. They can like rephrase whatever question.
That is interesting, actually, that they're doing the private hearing before the public one. But that still doesn't change the fact that they're not going to talk to the public about the private shit. You know? I don't know. Did you watch or anybody here, did any of you guys watch the actual, man, there's a specific term for the type of hearing it was. I just can't remember it, but it was the panel versus the fuck, I can't remember. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a little.
You're brain dead right now. So are you talking about the hearing?
Yeah, like when they had that hearing, they every time they asked a good question, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna save that for the whatever other hearing that people can't watch." And yeah, it was a guy from the UFO, the two guys from the UFO task force that was paid for by the Pentagon. And in fact, one of the questions, luckily, there was one badass motherfucker that straight up asked him. He was like, "Hey, what are you guys doing about all the cases with the UFOs shutting down the nuclear weapons?" And then at first, they tried to play it off like they didn't know what he was talking about. Like, "Oh, well, I don't know. I don't know." He was like, "Bullshit. We all know this. Everybody knows this. You're telling me you've never heard of this before?" He was like, "Well, we heard of it, but it's not an official case, so I can't talk about it." And then he was like, "Okay, so you've heard of it." And then he still denied the question. He was like, "Oh, I can't say that I have." Like, bullshit, motherfucker. It's just so ridiculous. So fucking ridiculous.
They keep the secrets by isolating. They had those two guys in there and said, "Okay, you look at all these cases for this year and from here on out." And that's how they keep secrets. And when they start getting questioned in that public forum, they're like, "Oh, it's just like when the prosecutor, special counsel, whatever, was talking about the Russia investigation, and they goes, well, what about the other side of this? What about the political people that are conjuring up things?" He's like, "That's not my purview. That's not my purview." That's how they treat it. It's like, I'm not even supposed to look at that. I'm not even supposed to talk about that. That's a big problem. But what we know is they used it to introduce the Wilson Davis memo, and that's been verified as a true document. And that really got the ball rolling. That is what the intelligence agencies moved on for, under the assumption that this is real. That's real. So that's why now they might come out and this might be their chance to say, "You see, but anything we retrieve, we call a UFO." And then like try to poo-poo that it's any evidence of anything else than that. But that's what they've established as real, and that's what I've always been focused on when they were shooting down the Chinese balloon, and then the other three things. There's more than three, I believe.
Yeah, it's like 5. Yeah.
Yeah. From in here, we heard Carl the Crusher had people spotting another shoot down north of Area 51, where he said the town next to him, they were watching, it looked like a dog fight. And I'm thinking, well, maybe they're practicing on what it takes to shoot something like that down. They might have owned both sides of that one, you know what I'm saying? But who knows what was really going on?
Well, that's a great question. Who does know what the fuck is going on? But I'll tell you how to find out to get close to the answer is you need to listen to, and by you, I'm not just you specifically, just everybody listening, like you in general. Just everyone needs to listen to every different perspective on the same situation. Even if you know one of the perspectives is full of shit, you still want to hear what they have to say. Because the more different perspectives you get, the more dots you connect, and the more it becomes clear what's actually happening. And that's a huge problem in this community, is people only want to listen to the people that they agree with. And which is understandable, obviously, but you have to listen to all the other sides of the argument. You have to. That's the only way you're going to come to a central conclusion. And I say that all the time on my show, and whenever I'm on other shows, I say that too. Like, that's my number one thing, is you have to pay attention to every side. There could be 17 different sides of one topic. You have to hear all 17 different sides. The more sides you hear, the more obvious it becomes what's actually happening. And that's it, man. Like, just listen to everybody. Like I said, even if you know they're full of shit, listen to them too, because it's just going to make it even more clear what's actually happening. You know,
I agree. The whole cancel culture thing snuffs out debate, which snuffs out new people coming to new ideas. It's so counter intelligence that's what I've always said. People say, "Hey, man, you listen to that guy talk. That means you support him." And I'm like, "No, I'm debating with him. I'm especially in these spaces. We're in here long enough. We tell on ourselves. Everybody knows where I'm coming from. That's listened to long enough, you know. And same with all. You can't sit and build a lie and then float on this lie and conversation forever and ever. It doesn't work that way. People will either clam up or they'll make mistakes in their lie, where they tell you different points of view of the same story over and over until it's a different story. And that's gotta listen to. You are correct.
Yeah, that's the number one thing. And I know it's hard to do. Like, I know it's hard to listen to Alex Jones. I know it's hard to listen to whoever, but you have to listen to them because it just makes it that much more clear what's actually going on. And I'm, let's not forget, Alex Jones was, he might be crazy or whatever now, but damn, he straight up busted out the whole Bohemian Grove thing. He snuck in and filmed the whole thing, and he showed the whole world that it was true. And 20 years ago, he was telling the whole world about Epstein Island and all that shit. Everybody thought he was fucking out of his mind. Yeah, guess what? It was actually happening. And I'm not saying he's right about everything, because he's not. He's wrong about most things. But he sure fucking called out some shit. And people didn't pay attention because, it's Alex Jones. But that's my point, is you have to listen to everybody.
His
You have to listen to
same
everybody.
ability to go and be so rude and so callous to parents of kids and shootings and stuff, that same ability to do things I would never do and you would never do, means he also will dig into things and find truth where no one even wants to go. No one wants to look. You don't want to be the guy looking up devil worship and trying to be also a respected journalist. You just don't want that on your name. You know what I mean? But he would do that kind of shit. So he's going to have hits and misses, and I'm not promoting that he should be allowed to do what he's done. I'm not either way. But like you said, I'm not going to dismiss. Just think, if you are secretly, you're some politician or a man of influence, but you've always had that kind of interest where you're always going into the conspiracy theories and stuff, and you hear that shit, and 20 years ago, so 15 years ago, someone's inviting you on this free plane ride, and it's all for this good cause, and then you're going to go to this fundraiser, and it's all justified. You're the one that listened to Alex Jones, and you say, no, I'm not going. Right? That's the thing. That became the only source of that. And maybe people actually diverted away from that shit, and some good was done for, the good guys, because they were in the know. They said, there's some shady shit there. I don't trust these people.
Yeah, and that is what is confusing people, because how do I say this? I think Alex Jones means well, but he just misses a lot of times, and that's why when he does hit, nobody believes him because of all of his misses. But damn, he's hit it right on the nail several fucking times. And that's, again, I hate to keep repeating this point, but you gotta listen to everybody. Every different perspective. Like, hear the left side, hear the right side, hear the front and center side, hear the bottom and south side. Like, hear all the perspectives and form your own opinion. Because if you're only going to listen to one side and one opinion, you're missing the whole fucking picture. That's it. That's probably my best advice for, not that anybody was asking for it, but if anyone did want my advice would be, like I said, I'll listen to every angle of the story and form your own conclusion. Because we are all, like, just because somebody has a radio network doesn't mean that their perspective is as important as yours. Your perspective is, especially in your case, relative to your life, is probably more important than anybody else's. So you need to formulate your own opinion based on all of the other perspectives, put it all together, and figure it out for yourself. And I just,
I think
I,
Dude is back.
anyway,
I
all
believe
right,
you're
what's
right.
up?
I like Alex Jones. He's weird. I'm weird. He hits it a lot of times. He's crazy, and that's okay. There's a lot of crazy people in this world.
Yeah,
Speaking of crazy,
he is crazy. He is crazy.
yeah,
But at the same time, he called out Epstein Island 20 years ago, and nobody believed him. Nobody believed him. And then it came true. So you have to even listen to crazy people.
Yes,
Because,
you do.
yeah.
And I've told people on here that because there's a few and they're like, oh my God, the stuff he says. I said, yeah, but you need to listen, let it break down and simmer. It's just the way that he is saying it that makes it sound so crazy.
That Epstein Island stuff. One key thing about the Epstein Island stuff is they did a HBO documentary. The person writing the documentary also wrote Bill Clinton's biography when he came out of the presidency. It was one of these, guys that was buddy with him. They painted Epstein as this pervert, and he's a pervert. And that's what they focus on. And what it obviously was a linked operation, because of, you could see how he skirted away from justice so easily, different ways. And every time they would talk about his political influences, they'd put up, instead of the 10 photos and documents linking left-wing people to him, they'd always put up the pictures from Mar-a-Lago, where he's in a club, in the open area club, where next to Trump instead. So yeah, Trump had its connections. The lawyers had connections. This guy was connected all over. But every time they would talk about it, even though written, it was in generalities about his political influence, they do the illustration of, but we're really saying it's the right wing guys that were tied to him, and that wasn't the case.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna. I don't mean to interrupt. Well, actually, I do. I am going to interrupt here and say that Jeffrey Epstein was just the face. He was the public face of what is a much, much, much more massive organization. That, like, do you think he really had $200 billion on his own? No. He got funded that by these other people. Like I said before, they don't have names on Google. They don't have social security numbers. They are not, you cannot look them up. They don't exist technically on the internet. They don't. They're the ones funding Epstein. Yeah, Epstein got busted, but guess what? The whole fucking organization didn't get busted. Just their front man got busted. And then he went to jail, or rather prison, and then all of a sudden all of the cameras stopped working right at the second that he fucking quote unquote killed himself. Oh, really?
Shut down the power to the city that weekend. The weekend before that, when he was assaulted. When he was assaulted, the weekend before that, they shut down the power grid to that city where that jail was. That's how massive it was being done. Conspiracy theorists were counting the hours before somebody offed him. That's how.
Yeah, we all knew it was going to happen. We all did. And since he died, everybody thinks like, oh, it's all done now. He's dead now. No, bitch. The whole organization is still fucking running, just as if he never died. It's just they found a new fucking face
Yeah.
for the front of the program. And it just
Well,
really bothers me that people don't see this shit, dude. Like, I mean, I'm not mad at you if you don't see it, but it's like, dude, it's right fucking there. It's right fucking there. It's right fucking there. And they think like, oh, Epstein's dead, it's all done now. Fuck no, it's not done now. They're still operating just like it was yesterday.
okay, hold on, guys. Dude has been sitting up there with his little hand up for 12 hours. He's back. I'm sorry to cut you off, but sorry, not sorry.
Hold on,
He's got something to add.
hold on. I'm sorry because I couldn't. You kind of cut out for a second, so I didn't hear what you
I
said.
did
Can
again.
you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude needs to go. His hands up. He's been waiting a long time. Could you hear me now?
Honestly, no. You still kind of. I don't know
I'll be
if it's my connection or what, but you keep cutting out.
I don't know how to work these headphones, but I may be laying on a little.
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
trying.
it's just me. I'll go real quick. I don't mean to bring up old shit. I don't mean to bring up old shit. But the reason why I posted Corey Good on the comment down there is because the word Galactic Federation, and that reminds me of Corey Good. And the thing about Corey Good, me and him got into it on Facebook about 5 years ago. And what really sucks is he passed a lie detector test. And he's lying. Everybody knows he's lying. He said he come up with his head. And I failed one, and I'm telling the truth. So that ticks me off. And right now, see, I know a lot of people, or I know a few producers at the History Channel, but I don't want to go on the fucking History Channel. I'm trying to get on the Vice to have my marks examined, my implants and stuff like that. So I'm trying to get out there to get people to understand that this phenomena is real. And one of the marks that I have is on the bottom of my foot, and the one on the bottom of my foot, there's tissue removed underneath the skin. So in other words, the skin is not cut. 3 layers of skin is not cut at all or damaged. It's tissue from under the skin. And I don't know, we don't have that technology to remove tissue or muscle without cutting through 3 layers of skin. So I'm going to get that examined, and I'm going to get implants examined and stuff like that. But it pisses me off about Corey Good because that damages people like me when we come out, because it's real rare to see a UFO. I mean, people see UFOs, but it's rare. But it's even more rare when you're being contacted and taken and being examined, like by the Greys. And see, the Greys, they exist. I know they exist. Now, as far as reptiles, I don't believe reptiles because I haven't seen it. I don't believe in the blonde-haired guys because I haven't seen it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I haven't seen it, so I don't believe it. But I do believe the Greys exist because I've experienced that phenomenon. And whenever someone says Galactic Federation, I instantly call bullshit because I've not seen no Galactic Federation. And I've been taken so many damn times, at least 30, 40 times. I lost count of how many times I've been taken. And so it's like these people damage people like me that's being truthful and trying to come out and say, hey, this is happening to us. We're being experimented on. We've got hybrid children. We don't know what's happening to us. We don't know if they're going to take us one day and not bring us back. I have 2 days missing time, 18 hours missing time. It affected me because every time I wake up in the morning, I have to check to see what day it is to make sure that, it's like the same day, because I've had 2 days missing. It fucked me up. But that's the only thing that pisses me off about the Galactic Federation and Corey Good.
Yeah, I hear you. And it should piss you off. It should piss you off. But here's the thing. When Corey Good was put under oath, he admitted that he made all that shit up to cover his ass. Now, that's not saying that because I'm not going to elaborate here. In fact, I never will. But I will admit to you that I've had very similar experiences. So I know it's not bullshit. But Corey Good was bullshitting about it. He wanted to be one of us, if that makes any sense. He wanted to be one of us, and Jesus Christ, he wanted to be one of us. Sorry, I just got a random text message from a piece of shit that I know. He wanted to be one of us, but he wasn't. He wasn't. He lied about his whole fucking thing. And then he tried to sue everybody. He tried to sue everybody. Jay Weidner, everybody at Gaia, which includes like 20 people, fucking everybody. Because everybody knew he was full of shit. And he's been full of shit from the get-go. Even Laura Eisenhower admits he's full of shit. And she talks about the same shit that he was claiming to be a part of. So, I believe you. I really do, Mr. Well, I don't want to call you dude, but your name is literally dude. So, I'll just call you dude. But
well, me and Tupa, we got into it not too long ago, and reason why me and Tupa got into it is he was telling people don't listen to experiencers, and then he would bring up Corey Good, and I was like, dude, Corey Good is not an experiencer. You know what I mean? He gives people like us that come forward a bad rep, and it's hard for us to come forward anyway because we look down, or if you bring it up, it's like it's like everybody their eyes go glazed, and then they change the subject, or they joke, "Oh, did you get an anal probe?" And it's like no one understands, and they're not really listening. So that's why I'm kind of amped for the next week's hearing, because they might be talking about contact and crash retrievals. So that's what I'm looking forward to.
yeah, but they're not going to talk about that to the public. Anytime any of those things get brought up, they're going to say the same thing they said at the last one. Oh, I would like to reserve this for the private conversation. And then there's a more official word for that. I can't recall what it is right now, but they have the right to say, "Hey, I'm not going to talk about this in public. We'll talk about this in the private hearing." That's what they do every fucking time. So if you're looking forward to any real information coming out from the next hearing, you're not going to hear it. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm right there with you. I want to hear it too. I'm just telling you, that's not how it works. We're not going to hear it. We're not going to hear it.
Well, I disagree. Well, Nolan's hitting about it, but we see Lou Elizondo, all them, those are government, and they're saying that this phenomena is real, and they talk about missing time and contact and stuff like that. But anyway, go ahead, Lazy.
I wanted to tell you, I posted a picture up in the nest and down in a thread of my left leg. It happened while I was in the hospital this last time. It hadn't been there before, and it looks like scoops to me. I don't know. Just tell me your thoughts, dude. Go ahead, Zim.
Yeah, I think Zim had his hand up for a while, so.
Yeah, that's what I said. Go ahead, Zim.
Yeah, go ahead, Zim.
Maybe y'all could hear me.
Hey, so the Galactic Federation. Okay, so a lot of people just discount that because they get, come on, like Star Trek, come on.
Well, that's what I said earlier. I mentioned it sounds stupid, but it's the best term that we have. But
let me tell you something I know. In 1950 to 52, there was a book came out called the Urantia book. Now, they never really pinned down the writers of this book. They called themselves things like the opener of the way, and then they had like spiritual or mystical names as far as.
Was Ashtar in that one?
I don't really know the details of.
Okay.
I read through it, but this book was in 1950, 1952, and they said they tied it to like one college where some physics students were tied to it. They said they would meet, and they also had a person who had said they'd been channeling. There was 2 or 3 people saying they were channeling aliens or channeling elder race people or channeling, you know. Now, that's at the same time a lot of the stuff was happening. Jack Parsons with L. Ron Hubbard, all tied to Aleister Crowley. This is the same timeline.
Yeah.
This thing comes out, and it's about mystical tied to a galactic federation. Gene Roddenberry was they wouldn't call themselves believers of the thing. People would call themselves Urantia book readers, but there were small groups, and people would discuss what it meant. I met one of these guys, and I had a lot of synchronicities with this guy. It was weird. I was running I was going to rewire a giant building. The only guy who knew where everything was this maintenance man. And I get in the elevator with the guy, and he goes, yeah, well, if you need to, email me at calcanostros@aol.com. I said, what? I said, that's from a Roger Zelazny book, isn't it? And he goes, oh, you know about Roger Zelazny? I'm like, I illustrate Roger Zelazny. I illustrated this stuff. Anyway, this guy had the same kind of drawings as me, these lines, really good, really, really good. And I'm like, so I had a friend there, I connect, and that helps me do this giant building that people lived in. And he shows me his art, I show him mine. He brings this book to me. He goes, this is the Urantia book. If you read this, you're going to know what's really going on. That's how it was to me. And I'm like, oh no, what the hell is this? But it was actually a plain blue covered book.
Mm-hmm.
Who have said that's tied to Project Blue Book's title. Gene Roddenberry was a reader. Grateful Dead head guy was a reader, and a couple other key people. They don't claim it's all. This is projection stuff, astral projection in there, and channeling. So the idea that when people say, oh, Galactic Federation, Star Trek shit, it actually is, the idea that it was real was ahead of Gene Roddenberry creating Star Trek. So now, do I believe it?
Yeah.
No, I don't think I believe it. But I'm just telling you the history of that idea. That was the earliest point where you started seeing that being talked about.
Well, I'm very glad you explained that. Yeah, that's very well said. Absolutely. And Dude has his hand up, so let's
Hey, dude.
go to Dude.
Let me ask you a question. Dude, can you hear me, dude?
Yeah, go ahead.
If I offered you $10 million right now, would you take it?
Why wouldn't I?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, if you want to give me money, sure, go ahead, give me some money.
Yeah.
But if it meant that taking the money you would die tomorrow, would you still take it?
Oh, fuck.
No.
That's great. That means waking up tomorrow is more than $10 million. So you should be waking up with a smile on your
My Twitter screen is not showing who's talking, so I don't know who's asking this.
That's Logan.
You don't recognize my voice, DG?
Logan?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, what was your question?
Okay, hey, so Gigi, Gigi, if I offered you $10 million, you would take it, right?
I don't see why not.
Right. So if I told you, if you took this money, you would, that means you're going to be dead tomorrow, though. Would you still take it?
I don't know. Depends on the day.
Tomorrow.
Well, no, I guess, because I wouldn't have any time to spend it.
Yes.
Well, that's the thing, right? So that means waking up tomorrow is worth more than taking $10 million, right?
Yeah, give me a month or so to spend it.
That's kind of a weird way to put it, but yeah, I guess. Yeah. Wait,
What would you do, Logan?
What's your point, though?
Just that you should be waking up with a smile on your face every day.
Yeah, that would be easy to do if my roommate wasn't a fucking piece of shit. So,
Set him apart.
Yeah, bad roommates suck.
Yeah.
What's up, Tulai? Oh, Ocean's awake. I don't know why, Ocean. But,
yeah, I thought she said she had to leave like 2
Supposed
hours
to be in
ago.
bed, but
yeah, you should be sleeping,
so
Ocean. What's going
if
on?
you gave me 10 million and you were gonna kill me tomorrow, would you not kill me for 5 million?
Hey, I never thought I was killing anybody.
She's bargaining, though. If she gave you 5 of it back, would you not kill her?
Yeah, like I said, that's not what we're doing. I'm not killing you.
Well,
Like, you're just going to be
I'd
dead
spend money
from
to
God.
not die.
Who knows how
That's
you
what
die.
I'm saying.
That's not, we're not, we're not having like a,
That's a good thought, Ocean.
Yeah, I like that question, Logan. That's very true. I mean, your health is priceless, and we say that all the time, but you can even put money numbers on it and say, what would you rather have?
Right.
I'll take the health
every time. If you don't have your health, you got jack shit.
Exactly.
All right, well, let's go to Tool I3. They've had their hand up for a bit.
Hey, morning, family. How's it going, everybody?
Good morning.
I'm going to throw a monkey wrench into that, and I'm going to say yes. I would take the $10 million just for one reason. I'm a family man. You'd have to give the money to my wife and my kids.
Oh, well, yeah, that's actually that's pretty fair. Yeah. That's a good answer.
But
Yeah.
they would have to deal with your dad also.
Well, they'd be happy. They would have $10 million. You know what I mean? As long as I know their futures were, somewhat secure, even though if I'm not there. But
No, fuck that. I would be really pissed if I was them. Yeah, I'm sure your wife and your kids would much rather have you.
Right.
I guess, but yeah. My life insurance pays off double if I die in a commercial plane accident. That's why I don't have my my passport yet.
By the way, have you guys seen that Malaysian airplane crash mystery documentary? That's on.
No.
Real quick
Oh,
before I
dude.
dip, my point was just that it doesn't matter what I do today. I'm not going to die tomorrow, regardless of how I die. So I'd take the 10 mil and just know that life would be good.
Yeah, well, guess what? Everybody that's ever died, they didn't think they were gonna die tomorrow either. So.
Well, and you could die
Damn
tomorrow
right.
anyway.
You could die right now.
Sorry, that came out shitty. I'm sorry. I'm just saying, like, nobody ever expects to die tomorrow. you know.
No shit.
So
Ocean, I don't get your point. Also, what was your point? Like you said, like you weren't going to die, but no, but you are going to die as part of
She's
that
not
deal.
gonna die.
Yeah, if you take the money, you're dead tomorrow.
No, she's not.
Yeah, she is. That's how the whole thing works.
No, she's not.
Okay, fine.
We're
Only for
gonna
Ocean
get
though.
Aw.
Good morning, all.
I'm just fucking with you, Ocean. I love you. You're the best.
Good morning, Sheila.
And how is
I
Good
was
morning, Sheila.
I was
Hope
Papa
you're all
John's
just
Sheila.
joking.
Hope
I
you're all
was just
feeling
joking.
grand. And you were speaking earlier about the Galactic Federation of Light. When I
Yes.
joined when I joined Facebook, it's a few years ago when I was much younger. you know, that's where I recognized your man's name, Corey Good. There is a what do you call him, Aster Command, Ashtar or something. But
Ashtar, yeah.
yeah, that's in the Galactic Federation. Like to gain your trust in that, which is more of a cult than anything, and it's a more new age sort of movement type of beliefs in it. But to gain your trust, you had to gain they had to gain your trust in it. So they wanted myself to challenge the Palladians and the Syrians.
Yes.
And I wouldn't do it because, as I say, they're more spiritually linked than alien linked, as far as I was concerned. So no, I wouldn't do it. But I don't believe in the Galactic Federation at all. They're not on the good side at all. These are more dark matter. They're not for the light. Yes, they will do a cover front for their. They're just a cult. That's in my own opinion.
You know what would really help Corey Good is if he didn't have a fucking mullet. That would probably, I mean, mullets are fine, but not his little curly shit mullet that he has. That I don't think that does any good for him. So, I'm just saying. I don't know.
What's mullet?
It's a hairstyle.
You don't know what a mullet is?
Business in the front and party in the back.
Well, I know. Oh no, that's mullet. No. What is it? Is it a beard or what? Or what is it? We just pronounce things different.
Can somebody please share a picture of a mullet to Sheila Jor? Sheila Jor?
Jordan.
Yeah.
We just pronounce and say things different. Every country's different.
I was just making a joke. I wasn't being serious.
It's a Joe Dirt haircut. But my experience with Corey Good on Facebook, you're saying it's like it's a cult kind of. Because when I was having my experiences, I was trying to research it, and I seen Corey Good on Facebook, and he seemed like he was knowledgeable about extraterrestrials and stuff like that. So I wrote on one of his posts, I was like, oh, why are the Greys taking people? What are they doing to us? That kind of type of thing. And he replied back, he's like, the Greys ain't abducting anybody. That there's just a myth, and this, that, the other. And I was like, dude, you're full of shit because I'm being taken. And next thing I know, I was being attacked by a whole bunch of other people saying the Galactic Federation wouldn't allow it. The Galactic Federation's protecting Earth. That's just a myth. And I was like, oh, these guys are just full of shit.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
Not to mention the countless cases of abductees at MUFON.
Well, the Galactic Federation they're all human based. They're human people coming out with this pebble deck, basically. They're not aliens coming out with it. These are human beings, and there's good and bad everywhere. But at the end of the day, as I say, I was in it for a good while. I was drawn into it like so many other people. I did kind of believe some of their crap at the start, but yeah, my
Yeah,
eyes were opened.
plus at the same time, I'm sorry to cut you off, but one of the main producers of MUFON is in prison right now for pedophilia. So,
Well, that happens everywhere, and it's wrong. And those are humans also doing it. They're not aliens doing it. You know, this is where I kind of laugh a bit. You know, like you know, nobody's coming to save anybody. Humanity must save themselves.
you see, I think this is all so much more of a simple problem. Like I said before, I think we all need to come together as one human race and then explore the world together and do that. But we can't fucking do that, can we? Because we've got Kim Jong Fatty Fat and fucking, you know, everybody else. and it's really not that, I swear to God, it's not that complicated. Let's just fucking get along and let's explore space together. But as long as we're going to nuke each other and blow each other up, well, yeah, aliens are going to come here and try to stop that from happening. Apparently, because that's what they've been doing. And, dude, if aliens wanted us dead, we would have been dead hundreds of thousands of years ago. So that's obviously not what they want. We just need to get along. We just need to get along. That's it. We just need to
I
get
think
along.
we Americans should team up with.
No, not just Americans. All of us. All humans around the planet.
All humans.
Even the
Well, see,
Jews.
we have been jilted.
Well, I'm a Jew too, so yes, even the Jews.
We have
I
been
was only kidding.
Well, I make fun of Jews all the time, but I can because I'm a Jew. So
I am too. We have been jilted
So am I.
because they will not let us have any information. So the Hindus and the Chinese are in space now, and they will share their stuff. So I think we should team up with them and drop the American government like a hot potato. Because
yeah, I'm not sure if you guys have been paying attention, but the American empire is about
dwindling down.
maybe a year or two away from collapsing.
Yeah.
It's all going down. Yeah.
Yes. And all these other small places, oh, they're rising. And I'm so happy for them because I think they will share their info. They have been.
Honestly, the Americans are so fucking stupid. They're not going to share shit because they're too fucking greedy. And I'm talking.
Control.
I'm speaking as an American, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, now you switched to what I was trying to say.
Yeah, well, that's why I chimed in.
Get
Yeah.
on board.
Yeah.
You have to get all the bad ones that's in seats of power out. I mean, all of them. That's the only way forward for the human race, because at the moment they want to depopulate us all.
We need to start depopulating them.
Fully agree.
If you guys want to see some real shit,
Yes, please.
Well, what I don't get is UFOs. They haven't been a threat for 70 plus years, and
Right.
now they're a threat. But it's like, yeah, they're probably going to be a threat now that you guys are shooting them down. So that pisses me off
Well,
too. It's like,
yeah. They shouldn't be doing that to them. They are setting us up for a fight that we're not asking for.
I know they can obviously tell the difference between a balloon and the unidentified craft, because obviously it's a craft, and they're shooting at them or shooting them down, and it's like, yeah, they haven't been a threat for 70 plus years, but now it's like, now that you're doing this, it's like, are they going to be a threat? And it's like they're bringing on. I just don't want like an intergalactic war. They're poking the beehive is what they're doing.
Absolutely.
Whatever the U.S. decides to do, that's not what the world's doing. We have hot wars going on. Russia has a lot of tech as well. And if these
Yes,
things are
they do.
up those zones, something that's otherworldly is going to look at it as people are doing that to it. It's not going to say, oh, this must be the Russian mad dictator shooting at us. It's humans are shooting at us. So if that's really what's going on, it's easy to mistake drones and highest tech for that stuff too.
Well,
I
there
mean,
was
that's part
an
of it.
orb that entered Russia and was shooting. Russia shot it down.
There's literally
Turned
like
out to
once a
be,
week,
yeah, it
we're
turned out to
hearing
be U.S. Yeah.
we're hearing internationally once a week or so, we're saying, oh, another UAP was shot down, another
Right.
UAP was spotted, and we're all the UFO buffs, and we're pretty much ignoring it because it is so much stuff in the sky now, and it's so
Because
much
we know
information.
what's going on. Yeah. That's just like that weekend, all the balloons and shit. That was a setup to have us look and watch to make us think that that's going on all the time.
What I believe was happening was,
Look over here.
no, here's what I say. The Chinese needed it to be the size of a freaking bus to be effective.
Right.
So they thought, but they knew what we were knowingly allowing to have free flights in the air because they know about the UAP as well. And we're on a stand down to those kind of things. So that is a vulnerability. So then they send the thing into the same area of the sky to be something we're ignoring. I think the White House ordered on down while we were hearing them say, oh, look how inept they look. They're letting it fly all the way over the country. I think in the White House, they were saying, all right, what else is up there right now? And they had 4 or 5 things or more that they were tracking. I think the White House said, enough of this stand down thing. If the Chinese are putting that up there, what are the Russians putting up there? What the North Koreans putting up there? What are the Iranians putting up there? So
You mean to tell me you think that they just suddenly thought that?
No, it didn't sudden. We already have a stand down in operation for UAPs. We're not going to shoot them down. That's public. We hear that. That's why it's not happening every day. They're up there every day. So that decision is also tied to the idea that the intel people, the people in charge, are in a discussion saying, wait a minute, all these black ops are going on. We don't even know they won't talk. We're in charge. They won't talk. So when they're shooting them down, what are they saying? They're saying, if you are a private industry that owns these, come forward. If you are private industry that own these, come forward. We're shooting them down. We're going to recover them. If you're private industry and you own these UAPs, come forward. So I think it was us checking ourselves. I think it was also, let's see if these big companies really are secretly using our own money that we're allotting them and controlling things in that airspace. I think it was all part of it. What someone told me who would know, I don't even want to say it that way. Someone that's in here in spaces a lot said one-on-one to me that they know what the three were, that it was a very advanced, about the size of a car craft that had the shape of it was deflecting the radar. Radar would only see one of the square, this more than pentagon shaped thing. So it looked smaller. It was based on helium with one of those. They could control it and keep it up there for weeks. It was high pressure, like the high pressure gun in No Country for Old Men. This guy had invented a system that would use small amounts of bursts of helium to do good control measures to be able to fly those craft. They were all the same kind. That's what he said, or she.
I remember hearing that too, but I can't believe that there's all this stuff up in our atmosphere. None of our warplanes or nobody sees anything or gets tangled in.
Another thing that's happening from what people have had released, if it's true, is that we've figured out how to create a plasma-based hologram. So if we're in a real firefight,
that's what we were talking about that day. Yes.
So suppose we're in Ukraine and we're like, so Ukraine, look at that intelligence assessment that just got leaked. They really don't have the amount of weapons Russia has. So they're fighting a superior air force. So one thing that would be helpful is when they are flying those 100 planes versus that 1,000 planes, or drones versus drones, or drones versus land fire, that weaponry we're talking about, where, okay, we'll fly our plane, but when we fly our plane, we're going to put up plasma UAP. We'll put a dozen of them up. So you get one plane that's going to have its path and its course and then flee to survive. And if you fill the air with these shadow planes, the people shooting at them have to go after them as well. Maybe there's tech like that. No one's ever told me that, but that's this week. That's what I was hearing was leaked before,
Well, we were
Makes a lot of
discussing
sense.
it one night. Yeah. Even Taylor was in on it. She had heard
Exactly.
something about
But if that we can break down things, it's like, okay, so then the other thing is people view these psychologically. We see three people will see the thing in the sky.
Everybody thinks something.
They'll describe it three different ways, and that's important because it could be a psychological thing happening as well. But the real trick is they're all three seeing it at the same time, and that shouldn't happen. That's what shouldn't happen. That shows it's something more than just a psychological thing happening. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like the things that I see when I take a picture, it shows up differently than what I'm seeing with my eyes. And I can't understand. I think it has something to do with the type of camera. I want a Polaroid, an old Polaroid, and see if it shows up more like what it does to my eye than it does on an iPhone. It's just like what they were showing, where that one was a star-shaped thing. You know, it's similar to that. Uh, I see it one way, but if I take a photo or video, it's just a round blob, and that's not what it looks like with my
But
eyes.
but part of that can be just the way, like your eye is a different camera than that camera. The camera is kind of a reproduction of our ability to use our eyes, but it's not the same. You know, it could just be
Right.
that two different kinds of eyes.
But, you know, then that breaks down to some quantum. And has it always been that way? Have we always been in a quantum world and didn't realize it?
Yeah, that's mind bending stuff when you start to say, well, because I'm observing something, it's sort of creating this reality. And
Yes, and
okay, well then let me
I
create.
bet it's
I want to be
always
20
been that
again.
way. Yeah.
And
It
I'm
really
sure
gets
there
you
are people that
thinking.
convince themselves to be 20 again that are running around stronger, smarter, sharper, more energetic because of their mindset. But is their body
Yeah,
really better? I don't know.
not at all. Body's worse than it's ever been, but my mind is sharp. Um, I don't know. Maybe different people do say things differently. And there's something crazy, you know. What if there may be other colors and some people see them and some people don't, or everybody just ignores them till it's
Actually, in fact, I do know a person that can see colors beyond the normal human spectrum than we can. In fact, not only can she see the color, but when she hears a certain frequency, all of a sudden her eyes get flooded with that color. And she was in a class of
oh,
mine. She was in a class of mine in audio engineering school. And once she brought that up, we were all very interested. Like, can you
right.
please explain more? And all she could say was like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just that when I hear a certain frequency, I see a certain color. It's not red, it's not brown, it's not green, it's not blue, it's not pink. Like, it's not on the color spectrum. It's a different color. And I could tell she was, you know, she wasn't fucking with us. Like, she was being very honest.
Right.
And
She couldn't color it though.
yeah, because there are other colors, literally,
Right.
scientifically proven. There are other colors. It's just the average human eye can only see a certain range of colors. But
I want some of those glasses that have the green and blue lens and red that drop down and up. Because when you look through different colors like that, it will give your brain a different boost, I
yeah,
believe.
and it was pretty rough for her because, you know, we were especially that class, we were experimenting with all these different frequencies, and she kept seeing all these fucking whatever colors she was seeing that we couldn't see. And she actually had to leave the class because it was hurting her
Oh,
head. Yeah.
right.
But oh, sorry, pardon me. But
Knock it out.
yeah, but anyway, I just I don't know. I gotta go pretty soon. And I just want to say, I think it's very important that spaces like this happen. And
Absolutely.
whether it's a Twitter space or a radio show or a podcast or a Google Hangouts or whatever, I think it's important that we all share with each other what our experiences are and try to come to some sort of understanding of what's going on in this fucked up reality, and like I said before, I think we all want the same shit, right? We all just want to get along. We all want to be friends. We all want to be happy and safe. And
Yeah.
like, who doesn't? But who doesn't? Is that 0.1% of those
Right.
motherfuckers that run this fucking world. So I think even if
Fuck the Council of Nine.
I've never said anything on here that I don't believe to be true. But that doesn't mean that what I'm saying is not true, because it very well could be not true.
Right.
It's just my perspective, So I think everyone should have a chance to explain themselves here, and this is especially these Twitter spaces where there's we don't have to run commercials, we don't have to worry about our language, like it's an open, we can just be honest with each other, so
Right on.
so I just want to say everything I've said tonight and that I've ever said here comes from the bottom of my heart, and I'm sure it doesn't vibe with everybody, and maybe not even half the people, maybe even less than that. But I just want you to know that I'm just, trying to share my truth, and I hope that you all continue to do the same. And that's it. And just keep exploring, keep discovering, keep learning, and I don't know. That's it. I don't mean to go on too much of it, but
Cool.
because I don't know, my Twitter is acting up. I've been cut off like 3 times already, so I just wanted to get them in there. But yeah, I'll just leave it at that for now. I'll try to stay in here, but if I get cut off again, then that just means I got cut off. So
Well, it was good to talk to you again, Gigi. But I see Dude's got his hand up. What's up, Dudo?
Well, I was just gonna chat at Zim for just a minute. What he was talking about kind of reminds me of that movie They Live, where there's that signal that's going across, and people only see one thing until they put on the glasses, and then there's the old bay signs everywhere. That's kind of like how I think that it's kind of like a type of frequency that goes into our head that makes us see one thing, and then another person sees another thing. That's what that kind of reminds me of, is that movie They Live. And what's kind of weird, because I've had experiences where I feel something tug the back of my shirt, or I'll hear a tap on the wall, and I feel like something's there, but I can't see it. But there could be something there that I can't see because there's like a frequency blocking my vision to seeing whatever's there. You know what I mean? Because the military just came out and said, oh, we got new technology to where we're able to see these things. And I think that new technology probably sees in like a different type of frequency to where they can see these craft. And I bet they see them all over, and they're like, guys, UFOs are real. And that's probably what scared them.
And not only, well, apparently I have one more thing to say, so I'm just going to say it. So I know for a fact the MARSOC program of the Marines, which is, if you don't know what that is, in layman's terms, it's basically the equivalent of the Navy SEALs, but just in the Marines. If that makes any sense. They actually have the technology, like, so when you hear somebody's talking about they have a download experience, right? Like they connected to some sort of craft or being or whatever and had a download experience. Well, the MARSOC program has the technology to detect when somebody is having that download experience. And once they detect that you're having that experience, they follow you everywhere you go for the rest of your life. So just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. And just like, just like I've been careful today to say what I could and say what I couldn't, like just think twice about what you say, but at the same time, don't hesitate to enlighten other people, but just do it in a way that doesn't get you in trouble, and it really sucks. It really sucks that it comes to that, that I can't just tell you what I know, but I can't, and neither can you, but
Huh.
all we can do is just wink and nudge. Well, honestly, probably, I don't know, 70% of people that are just listening, they've probably never experienced that, so they can just say whatever they want, and that's fine. And I hope they do. I really do. But once you cross that boundary and you notice that I don't know, just be careful. Be careful. But do try to share as much information as you can. I think it's very important, and it's groups like this, especially like this, because we're like, I've got my show on the Friendship Fam or whatever, which is fine and cool. It's all good, but we have commercial breaks. I can't say certain words, and it's like I can't really express myself fully, So that's why I like joining spaces like these, so I can actually be myself and express myself as much as I'm able to do. So I just highly, and like I said, we're all on Team Human, like that's it. I don't care if you're from, Chile or Japan or Canada, like whatever, it doesn't matter. We're all on the same team here. And just remember that. Just remember we're all on the same fucking team. And let's just work together. Let's share whatever we can with each other. And let's, like Bill Hicks said, let's explore space together. And that's it. Just and if somebody else here, I've said some pretty crazy shit, right, tonight, and I know some of you understand it and some of you don't, but don't let that scare you from sharing your crazy shit too. You know what I mean? Like, just share it. Let's share information. Let's try to figure out what's going on. And let's just come together and be one. That's it. That's all I have to say.
So, dude, you were talking about the ability to see or hear these frequencies and see on a different level. My son he's very, very colorblind, like as colorblind as you get. And recently they invented these glasses. They're sunglasses. They were created for guys doing laser surgery that blocks out like the yellow spectrum to a point and protects your eye. And they by accident, he realized his colorblind friend put them on playing around and could see orange and purple for the first time. So that's now available on Amazon for like $70. These color blindness glasses, they work for like 85% of colorblind people. It's all about having rods and cones, the correct amount in the eyeball. And what our brain does is kind of ignores some things and sees the other. That's the theory behind it. So a couple years ago when it first came out, a friend had a pair. He was an art instructor, and they were doing something for PBS, interviewing him. I said, "Hey, could I see if my son can see with them?" So he goes, "Yeah, man, bring them back." You know, back then they were all like $700 glasses. So my son puts on these glasses, and immediately he can see purple for the first time, orange, different tones of red, so many things. But what he also could do is he was taking them and looking over things, dropping them down and looking at them how he normally sees, then putting them back on. And he's starting to see, he says, well, what I usually see is what's probably more greens and blues than everybody. But he could see slight differences in what is orange and what is purple, and then what is blue, and what is red, what is yellow. And he was measuring the differences and saying, okay, so that's orange, and that's that new perspective he had carried on even when he doesn't have those glasses. So even though he's not seeing orange and purple like we do with the beauty of it, he said it looked like fluorescent to him at first. And the more he wears them, the more he gets used to it. He can see without seeing it because he's aware of a different slight change. I think that's the kind of thing we do when we have experiences. It's like, no, we don't see the full experience. But if we ever did get a glimpse of having that experience where you have another being or a craft or a light that follows and responds back and forth to you, you become aware that it's in the norm. And then you're a little more sensitive to it. That's a good explanation for why people are serial experiencers, and so other people are like, you got to be nuts. You're nuts. That's not real. I was looking at the light in the downside of the. I live on a mountain, but it feels more flat than it is. And there's down behind my house. There's a stream, and that thing cuts like an axe cut into the hill. But there's a light flickering what has to be half mile or a mile away. But it looks like it would be 100 yards down the hill because of that perspective. But I'm taking pictures of it. And my friend says, "You're seeing shit." I sent him a picture of it. I said, "Yeah, I'm seeing shit because I'm looking for it. You know, I didn't send it to him to say, look, this is an orb. I'm saying if this isn't that exact spot, it's impossible for this little glowing light to be something reflecting the sun. The sun's way behind the house. You know what I'm saying?" So I was just looking at things like that with that perspective.
That's actually such a good analogy. Yeah, because I've had several. Sorry, I've had several we were all sitting there looking through night vision goggles, looking at the same thing. But even they described the same movements, but they described different colors. And but it was all the same movement. Like, it was clearly the same thing. So and color blindness is really interesting to me. Like, what from a creator's perspective, why would you make someone colorblind? Like, what's the point of that? Like, I don't know. I just feel bad for people that have color blindness or can't smell or things like that, but it's a really good analogy because a lot of different people all see the same UFO or enigma or whatever you want to call it, but they all describe it different, yet they all saw it at the same time. And I don't know. I think that's a good analogy,
I don't know. That is a pretty good analogy, but when it comes to the grays, it's you see them physically conscious, you black out, you wake up, and you have puncture marks. And the only thing you remember is when you've seen them, and you might come conscious laying on a metal table or things like that, and you black out. And that is what I'm going through. And I know Bud Hopkins, John Mack, Barbara Lamb, these therapists all have talked to people just like me with the similar or the same experiences that I have. And a lot of other people try to say, oh, well, that's sleep paralysis. Well, what I like to say to them is you got to be going to sleep for it to be sleep paralysis. And we're all seeing the same thing. Now, do these beings, do they make us see the grays and there's something totally different? I don't know, but they're physical. They leave physical marks, and they are real, and that's my reality. So that's not a belief with me no more. That's my reality, and that's what I'm hoping that the government comes out with, because they've already talked. The Pentagon already dropped papers of people with missing time, missing pregnancies, burns, and stuff like that. But what I'm hoping they come out more with is more of the abduction aspect. And I want them to come out with that, like they did in 2017 with the UFOs, so we could get it out of the way, get it out of the water, so people like me can go talk to hospitals and therapists that has had these encounters and actually get help without getting laughed at or being called crazy and stuff like that. So,
yeah, well, and yeah, everything you just said, that's a whole different thing from what I was saying. You're actually experiencing real, and honestly, just a bit of advice: don't ever go to a hospital and tell them that, because you're going to be locked in a loony bin, and that's all that's going to happen. But I believe you 100%, because I've seen the same shit. You know what I mean? And yeah, it's, again, that's why spaces like these are good, so that we can share these stories together without having to get locked up into a loony bin, And I totally believe you. I know you got marks and you've got remnants of the encounter, and so do I, honestly. I've never admitted that before, but I do too. And yeah, man, I'm right there with you. But don't ever, whether it's a psychiatrist or just your general practitioner or whatever, like, don't ever say that to them, because they literally can't understand what you're talking about unless you just happen to get a psychiatrist that has seen it before, which I've actually got lucky enough to meet one. And but yeah, man, I feel you. I feel you 100%. And
I've already told millions of people. I've already told millions of people, bro.
well, just don't tell your doctor. That's all I'm saying. And I'm pretty sure everyone here believes you. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? Like, so I feel like you're in a safe place to talk about this. You know, and
Well, I went on TV on the History Channel, told them my story about how I was being taken by Nellis Air Force Base every other weekend, told them about my missing time, told them a lot of stuff, and they turned around, chopped up the show that I was on so bad they made it sound like I was in Salt Lake, and then on top of it, I failed a lie detector test, which I'm not worried about a lie detector test because AI is going to be soon 100% accurate. No matter what, I'm going to be vindicated, whether it's going to be through my implants or the government coming out or AI, coming out and saying this guy's telling the fucking truth. So I'm not worried about doctors thinking I'm crazy or whatever. I'm going to keep telling what's happening to me because people are ready. I think they can handle the truth that what's happening to me and maybe a handful of other people across the United States and the world, that we're being visited and we shouldn't be hiding this. And I know NASA and these big other people like NASA, of course, they're not going to say, oh, yeah, we're being visited, because they get funded to search for life. And if there's life here, then will they lose that funding? I'm pretty sure that they thought about that shit. So no matter what, the truth is going to come out. The truth is inevitable. And the truth, I believe, is going to come out soon, that our planet is being observed.
you're right. You are right. The truth is going to come out, and it's people like you that are expressing your truth that is how it's going to happen. But at the same time, just from one friendly friend to another, you should just think twice about who. Now, in this space, obviously, you can tell all that shit because that's why we're here. We've all had these experiences. So this is fine. But I would just caution you to not tell doctors or psychiatrists or anything like this. And plus, you don't need to tell them. Fuck them. All you need to tell is people like us that are here in this space, and just for your own benefit and your own good. Because if you tell the wrong person the same, even though it's totally acceptable here and we all believe you, if you tell the wrong person, they can lock you up, and
Well, I'm
you
just to stop
don't
you
want
right
that to
now.
happen.
I'm not a pussy. I'm not crazy. Okay, I've been with the same job for 20 years. They can give me a psych eval. I mean, Bud Hopkins said that he's give psych evals to people. They're normal people. They're doctors. You know what I mean. So it's like it's just it's hard telling people, because like people, their eyes glaze over because they can't. I don't know if their brain can handle it because of what's being said. It's just out of that box. And a lot of people don't think out of that box because they're not used to being out of the norm. The norms: you wake up, you go to work, you go to bed. There's the politics. They wake up to us all the day. But once you mention UFOs or you're having encounters, their brain shuts off and their eyes roll back, and then they chuckle, and then they change the subject, and then they tell you, oh, don't do this, or they say, oh, that's your truth. Well, guess what? It's my truth and thousands of other people's truth that's dealing with this reality, and this reality is what we're trying to get out and say, hey, we're not alone. And that is going to be the truth that's going to come out. And like Nolan, he said that
Logan.
I didn't hear him. What'd you say, Logan?
Logan muted everybody. I think him fell
Yeah,
asleep.
but what did he say?
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, Zim, you muted everybody.
Yeah,
That wasn't me, dude. That phone, I watched that phone do it.
Dude, I was so caught
I
up
was
in what
too.
he was
Carry
saying.
on, dude.
So
Go
yeah,
on, dude.
just
Keep talking, dude. Keep
yeah,
pontificating.
keep going.
Bring
Keep
it on.
going.
All right, but what I was saying is, Nolan, this is why I'm so amped about the next week hearings, because I hope to be vindicated someday. I hope to be able to, have that off my shoulders to where, because when I first started getting taken, I was in such shock of what I was going through. I told everybody, and I went to everybody, and it's just that no one cares. No one absolutely cares at all. And my brother, when I was telling him, he's like, dude, stop talking about it because you do look crazy when you're saying you're being taken by aliens. And so what I did is I sheltered myself. I stopped talking to people, and I started painting. I lived in his basement. I started painting aliens and stuff on his wall. I started getting to glow in the dark paints and stuff like that for therapeutic reasons, to get it off my, because I can't stop fucking thinking about it, that we're not alone, and everybody that's experienced the grays that's came out. I was like, shit, these people are telling the truth. But I am thankful that I'm not alone going through this, and there are other people out there going through this. And when the hearings happen next week, that's what I want them to try to get more into, is not so much the crash retrievals. The crash retrievals is like, yeah, that's evidence that this is real, but more into the abduction phenomenon. Because I know there's military people out there that has also seen a UFO, had missing time, and had marks on them and stuff like that. They talked about that in the History Channel Unidentified, where these security guards for this military base seen a UFO. They blacked out, and they ended up 5 miles away in their little pickup truck facing a bridge, and they came to, and the one guy was still half out, and they had like 3-4 hours of missing time. So there are people that's all over that's experiencing this, and I want the government to go more in that direction to get it out, so people like me can go to the hospital and not get locked up for being crazy when we don't know what's going on with this. We know we're experiencing these beings that are speaking to us telepathically, and we don't know what the fuck is going on because we are in shock. See, I was in like big shock, but now I'm not in shock. I'm just more, I get frustrated at some things that I see and hear, but I think it's just totally normal. And I hope we have disclosure soon. And that's what I got to say about that.
Hey, dude, can I just say, I don't think you're going to get, I mean, I know what you're wishing for, and I would love, especially if I was you in your position, like I really feel sorry for you that you've had to go through what you've gone through and experience what you've experienced and had no one in your corner. Like, that must be horrible. And if I was you, I'd be screaming it from the rooftops as well, saying, hey, this is what's happening to me, because what else do you do? And even part of me would think, well, I'd probably turn to the military saying, can you guys protect me? Can you keep me somewhere so they don't take me? And I mean, if you're already being taken, then the worst, like, who do you turn to, But as far as like these hearings exposing like abductions and things like that, that's a bridge too far. I hate to break it to you, but in the way it's really going to work, they'll give us breadcrumbs or maybe a little bit more, but we've got to stop getting our expectations up that anything hugely significant is going to come out of these hearings. It's going to be drip, drip, drip. But I think the best we can hope for is that they do tackle crash retrieval. So, because that enables, because I'm thinking of you here, and I'm thinking that enables, if we've got the craft, I've always believed the craft will come first, right? So they'll expose the craft, and then they'll expose being. You can't really expose being and not the other way around. It's got to you're going to break it to the people or slowly. And I'm not expecting crash retrievals to be a topic of this next hearing. I think it's more along the lines of diplomacy and how it's politically going to be handled, because this phenomena is it's from what we've been told, it's everything. It's not just the green men in the ships; they're a part of it, but it's to do with ghosts and other paranormal stuff that's detectable, and so it's going to be a diplomatic type thing. I think but I do hope that that if they do touch on craft retrievals or witnesses or set a hearing for another hearing that would perhaps tackle the subject, then that would be a great step forward, I think, because then that opens the door for who are the beings and what are they doing here and what do you know about them being here and what's their and the $1 million question is, what is their interaction with humans or being and what is their knowledge of it? Are they complicit in it? Are they basically defenseless with it? Like, there's nothing we can basically do. But my heart really goes out to you, mate. And, I hear what Shift Happens is saying as well, as far as be careful who you tell. And he's right. Like, there's no point telling those people who aren't interested and don't want to give you the time of the day. You know who they are from that very first moment you meet them. They're not worth spending your time on or preaching to or trying. Don't have to convince anyone. What you know to be real is real. And you're in good company here. And even here, like, it's what your experience is so extreme, and we meet a lot of people in these rooms, and you are one of a handful of a few people that have stepped up and said, and talk so openly about your abduction. And what I hope you can do is enable those other thousands of people who are going through what you're going through the confidence to step up and speak. And I think collectively, thousands of voices can't be ignored, and that's when it's okay to say to the doctors then, yous are wrong, this is reality, because there's thousands of yous to back it up. So just keep doing what you're doing and keep screaming it from the rooftops, mate. And pray for you, bro. I don't know where you're at now with it, if it's stopped or slowed down, but at the end of the day, I kind of get the feeling as well that you accept that it's reality. And it's not good nor bad. It's just, it is what it is, so to speak. And it's a shitty saying, but it's kind of where you're at. And I take my hat off and I salute that you've got that attitude, mate. That's the best attitude to have, to accept that, we're just here for a short time on this earth in this 3D experience. And hey, that's part of it. To you, it's natural. It's part of life, But what I kind of think to myself, maybe everyone's subject to it. That's my inkling. And there are those few glitches in the system, you would call them, the few exceptions that can see through or remember or have some sort of cognitive memory of it, right? And I think that would be the telling difference. So I think if we're all samples in a test pod or there's things above us, and if we're being taken, then it happened. I'd suggest it's happening to all of us, and some are more aware less than others, and that's all, mate.
You have no choice.
And I
Well, before you go, my coworker's here, my relief. So I got to get going. You want to say hi?
Hi.
So
Hey,
she knows I've been taken. I still tell everybody that I come in contact with, aliens are real. Check out my marks. You know what I mean? Because it affected me so bad. So I'm not afraid to tell people what's really going on. So you guys have a good one, and we'll talk to you later.
you too,
Hey,
love you,
dude,
dude.
before you go, just your disclosure might be tied to what Obama's producing on Netflix, the Betty and Barney Hill thing. That's no accident that he picked that.
Right.
That will be coming out. I'd feel good if that was my history, and I see that's happening, whether politically aside, an ex-president doing that. And I put a post to the book The Believer about John Mack and his history. You've probably read it or seen it, but I had the audio book of it, and I thought it was very informative about a lot of the things you're talking about.
Yeah, and
Love it, brother.
I very much agree with. My heart goes out to you too, and I'm not sure if you left or not, but if you're still here,
No, he's gone.
I can. He's gone. Well, I could hear it in his voice. He's obviously very frustrated, and just wants to tell people what the fuck is happening. That's just what I was like. But then, by doing that, I wound up in a loony bin. So that's all I was trying to tell him.
Oh, yeah,
was
he
like,
knows.
just
Yeah. Oh,
trying to tell him, like, just be careful who you say shit to. Like,
he's been
like I
dealing with it a
know,
long time, so.
like I know he's telling the truth. I can hear it in his voice. Like, and I've experienced the same thing. But
Me too.
you've got to, you have to be strategic in who you say it to and where you say it to. Because if you say it to the wrong people, they're going to shut you up against your will, lock you up, and they're not going to let you go until you would, falsely admit
Yeah.
that you were wrong.
Yeah.
And I was just trying to tell him to be careful of that. That's all I was trying to say.
Oh, sure. But, it's taken over his life almost. Like, I guess this is how he deals with it now. And that's just
What the hell are y'all talking about?
Talking about you,
About dudes.
I know.
Dudes
I wasn't
abductions.
here. I wasn't here for whatever y'all are talking about, so I'm totally lost.
We're talking about dude being abducted and him talking about his
well,
experiences.
yeah, no, you missed it. You missed it.
Oh, someone
So-
came in and shared their experience like very passionately. Is that what happened? Okay.
Yes, yes. He shared his experience very passionately, almost too passionately.
Oh.
And I was just trying to tell him to. I told him it was okay to talk about it here, obviously, because that's
He is passionate.
why we're all here, right?
Spaces is like the
But-
one place you can do it, really, and not go to the loony bin.
Absolutely.
Exactly. I was just trying to say, like, you're free to do it here, but don't tell that to your psychiatrist. Because
Yeah, do not. Do not.
And that's all I was trying to say. That's it. That's all I was trying to say.
Well, it's good to see you in here, Gigi. I'm been checking on you, so good to see you. I saw you shift happens the title, and I came running to say hi to you.
Came running.
Yeah, good to see you too, man. And like I said, I don't know. I'm going through a rough. I'm canceling my show tomorrow. I'm not going to be back till next week. So, it's a long story. It doesn't fucking matter.
Don't want to talk about it. I got you.
It's all good, Gigi, man. It's gonna be all right, bro. We're here for you if you need to talk or chill or whatever.
Absolutely.
It's all good. I just need a break. I just needed to chill out for a week.
Being on,
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, being on and on cue all the time, that would be draining.
Dude, Gigi, me and Logan will we'll hold spaces the whole days are off, dude, and we'll all get drunk together and get blackout drunk, and then we'll all go rob banks together. It's gonna be a good time. Lacey, you're not mobile, so you can rob banks in spirit, but you'll still be robbing banks.
I can be
You
in
can butt chug some
a chair and I can drive.
Yeah, they'll flip you over in that nursing home, butt chug some booze, and we'll put you in the driver's seat of the getaway car, man. It's gonna be a good time. You always want your getaway driver butt chugging.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, Gigi?
I can do it.
That's what the good Lord said in the Bible.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I was telling you, Shane, I would really like to have you back on the show, and obviously Logan as well. But I just,
dude, you take your time, man, and you chill. You get feeling better, dude. Fuck anything else. Like, honestly, fuck anything else other than you getting feeling better, man. That's what matters most. Your mental health and all that matters more to me than anything that could ever happen anyone's. So get feeling better, man. I don't know what I can do to help, but if there's anything I can do, let me know.
well, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Hell yeah, that goes for
Put my hand up. Lacey, put your hand up with me.
Oh, hold on, I'm in Amazon. There we go. Hands up.
All right, me and Lacey got our hands up. We're giving you a hug, Gigi.
Oh yeah. I'm here for you too. Don't forget it. I love you, man. You're one of us. Knuckleheads. I'm over here in Amazon looking for some gloves. to roll my wheelchair with because my hands are sore from yesterday.
Holy shit! Yeah, I'm soaking my legs and shit, and chilling this morning.
Soaking your legs.
Yeah, I get kind of bad leg pains. Not as bad as poor Kimball. Kimball gets them real fucking bad, but I get them bad sometimes too. And I think it's from when I did opiates and stuff.
Yeah.
I think when I did opiates and meth and shit back in the day, it did something to my veins or something. I just get these pains, so I soak my legs sometimes in the hot water.
Where's your pain?
Just to get it goes away.
Is your pain in the bone or the shin or?
Yeah, it's like it's not in the shin, but it's definitely like it's a deep pain.
Yeah.
I got these gristle spots pop up,
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm getting a little worried about it, to be honest with you, because I'm like, man, how long? Like, I've done a lot of drugs and shit in my day. I'm like, how long is my good health gonna last? I don't have a single gray hair. I don't have a single gray hair, and I'm 35. And it's like, what? All the shit I've done, I should be like white. I should be like Gandalf the White.
Well, mine should be too, but it's not. So it's just all.
We got them good genetics, girl.
Yeah.
Cause my Mimi from my like birth mom's side.
Yeah.
She used to take a fucking like 24 pack of Bush every morning. While I woke up, she'd be in the kitchen smoking menthols and chugging Bush beer, and I'd be like, "Morning, Mimi." She'd go, "Morning, boy. How you doing? You over here, Mimi's?" I'd be like, "I love you, Mimi."
That sounds like me. I tell you, I used to kickstart my day.
A 24 pack of Bush. Good God.
Yes.
Woo! You must be my Mimi reincarnated then.
I would jump my day that way,
She owned a head shop, believe it or not, and like sold Grateful Dead bears. And her and her husband would just get shit faced and run this awesome. You can look it up. It was called Uncle Albert's.
Uncle
I think it was in
Albert,
Conway,
I
Arkansas.
love that song.
Yep, exactly. And I used to hang out there, and they had, back in the day, they had the bead room with all the sex and porno stuff. And she's like, "Don't you go in there now." I'm like, "Okay, Mimi." I never went in there.
Right. Don't you lie to me, boy. Uncle Albert. Oh my God, I would have loved your Mimi.
Oh yeah, she was the shit. But she, like I said, she would wake up and just drink. Like, I mean, she'd drink and then drive me to the store, and just waste it every day. She just to cope with whatever life she'd led.
Yeah.
She drank a 24 pack of Bush every morning. She met a good man, and it was my step grandfather. But the funny part about that is his dad was still alive. He was like 98.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yeah, and he called him Pappy. He just wanted to be called Pappy.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, "Hey, big boy." And I'm like, "Yeah, Pappy." He's like, "Ride with me down to the liquor store." "All right, Pappy." He's like 98 years old, driving me. He's like, "Whoa," like rules don't matter. My life doesn't matter. Just getting to the liquor store and back home matters. I'll never forget that drive as long as I live.
That sounds like my mom.
Yeah,
My son would ride with her, and he'd come back. He'd say, "Mom, she called everybody a son of a bitch on the road."
yeah. I think once you reach the age of 98,
Burned the
you
ride.
deserve
Yeah.
you deserve to be called Pappy. Yeah, you've earned it.
I'm
Yeah.
dead. I'm fucking dead. You know what? You know what's crazy? You can be 98 years old and go on an absolute fucking tirade, like ball sack hanging out in the front yard, 45 in your left hand,
And you've earned
like
that
driving a
right.
car,
Yes.
and like what's gonna happen to you? Nothing. You're 98 years old. Like, who gives a shit? Like, you don't care.
Nope. You earned the right.
It's just like lift weights your entire life, so you get to 98, you're still at like the peak of your physical condition somehow. It's like, all right, it's time. Operation Destroy Everything.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, man, it's so good to see you back on here, Gigi. You've missed a lot, man. When it comes to me, I've been doing a lot of shit, man.
Yeah, I'm just, I told you on the DM, so
Yeah,
that's what I've been going through. So,
I know.
yeah.
Well, we can keep to the good news. Is I've dragged Brandon Fugel into a space, Chris Bartell, Carl the Crusher, and Dee Prasad all at the same time. And I had to translate for Brandon Fugel, who was cussing me out in the DMs because he was on a tablet. They couldn't let him talk in his face. So I got to be his voice, and he was just like, I'm like talking to these people, to the other guests, and I just get messages from Brandon Fugel like, motherfucker, damn it, damn. I'm like, Brandon? And I go look at my DMs, and it's just like, I had to end up being his voice. It was the most badass shit I've ever done, GG. Like, I literally loved it so much.
Shane thinks he's special.
Yeah, I bet, man. And yeah, I would really like to have you on specifically on like, obviously if we do the Fringe FM show, we're gonna get more listeners and all
Right.
that blah blah blah. But
Unless
I'm kind of sick of that shit. Like, I'd rather not do commercials. I would like to be able to cuss and just talk about whatever, And
Goddamn right, GG.
so and that's, we used to do. So we have that side channel called the B-Sides and Rarities channel. We haven't done much with it. We've done a couple episodes on there over the last 6 months, but I would, how do I say this? Like, out of respect for you, it would probably be better to have you on the actual Fringe FM show. But at the same time, I think it would be more fun and more real if we did the B-Side show
I think
instead.
I could pull
You know what I mean?
enough people if it was advertised well right here.
I'll bring my crew, so it don't really matter what show we do it on. I'll bring my crew with me, and we'll make it a bigger show anyway.
Have enough
I don't care,
fun.
GG. I'm just there to hang out with you, dude. I just like you. So if you're like, hey, Shane, come do the show, I'm like, okay, I get to hang out with GG. Cool. Walk.
Right.
Yeah, so yeah, like, so I'm not doing anything for another couple of weeks. I'm just
Oh yeah.
Take a break and hang out with us.
Dude, I wish Austin. I wish where you lived wasn't just. It's like 6 hours. That's just too far for me to make a casual weekend drive. Like, yeah.
That's right. You're a traveling man, ain't you?
Yeah,
I'm going to
but
Mount Wilson Ranch, GG, in like a month and a half.
yeah, but once I get back out of my little mental rut that I'm in right now and get back to doing shows, I would like to have you on, and because there's so much shit we never even got to talk about last time, and yeah, so
You want to do like the ketamine special where we all get some Special K and just go crazy?
Ooh.
I would love that. Yeah, but I don't. Did I tell you about that? Like, I did legitimate ketamine treatments. I did 6 of them.
Were they nasal induced, or how were they induced?
No, they so it's kind of trippy. Like, you just go into it. You go into a doctor's office. You wait in the waiting room, and then all of a sudden they put you in a bed. They give you a pillow. They give you a blanket, and then they inject your arm with ketamine, and then you just trip balls for a fucking hour.
They're just like, lay down here, bite onto this. All right, we're gonna put this over your eyes. You don't want any visual interference. You're like, what the fuck? Would you like a cup of coffee? Stick. Oh.
Yeah. Oh no, I had very specific music in my headphones that I was listening to during the whole experience, which was allowed by the doctor. So it was actually, to be honest, it actually, like, I wasn't depressed for like a whole month
Wow.
after that. Yeah, like it really helped. But then it just kind of wore off,
Right.
you know.
Dude, you know what you should do, Gigi? Go to your vape shop and like, I'm gonna DM you and see if you've done this. Just I want you to trust me on this. Go to your vape shop or whatever and get these new Amita Muscaria mushroom chocolate bars.
It's a what?
Go home and eat that whole 2,000 milligram motherfucker. I did that like 3 weeks ago, and I felt great for like 2 straight days. I'm talking, I had no depression, no doubt, no anxiety, no nothing.
Yeah, but the only problem with Amanita muscaria is you have to ingest it
Hello?
and then
No,
piss it
no, no,
out,
no, hold
and
on.
then you have to retake it
No,
after you piss it out, and then
No, they
that's
made
when it works.
this is a lab-made version of it that actually works with THC, which is not supposed to do that either. But I can tell you from firsthand experience, this new shit they made in the lab, but it's based off of Amina muscaria, is amazing. It literally gave me an opiate high for like 2 days, and I haven't done opiates in like 4 years, and I felt like I could fucking conquer the earth. So, trust me.
Wow, and that's a legal thing that you can do, or
Yep,
no?
it's legal. It's legal in your state too. Just get to your big vape shop and ask them for the new Mario mushroom chocolates, and they'll hand them to you. I bought them, and our Rob Woods that's in here, he bought some. He said the same thing I did. He was like, "These are amazing." I'm like, "I told you, bro."
And you can get them in a
Wow.
vape shop?
Okay. Well, I will literally try that immediately. I will buy some tomorrow.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Like if dude, I'll buy them fucking for you if you need me to. Just fucking, I want you to try this. I want to see if you feel better. And because when you said that you've been feeling down, I was like, man, I was too. But what made me come back from that? It was them goddamn Amina muscaria mushroom things. And I bought a vial. It's a 2,000 milligram vial, and I just said fuck it and drank the whole thing. And dude, I felt great though.
Oh,
It was crazy. Lacey, yeah. Damn it, I don't know how to get it. It's because it's you have to be over 18 to buy it, so I don't know how we get it delivered to you.
What?
But somebody, if they can get to just, you want to get to that shady fucking vape shop.
Yeah.
That's the big vape shop where you can buy like nicotine vapes for $15 instead of $25. They wholesale, and they'll have them motherfuckers for $25 a bar.
Okay.
And this big ass chocolate bar. Yeah, I was in there, Gigi. I was in there, dude, and this kid came in, probably 22. He bought 2 fucking boxes, and he says, "I've been eating them nonstop." I said, "Holy shit, legal."
I'm gonna send my friend. She knows where to go.
Yep, get them, and this $25. And Lacey, don't you dare eat the whole thing.
Why
You can go with like, because it's like just you're in healing, so just probably like crack like like try to follow the packages.
Directions.
Like I know you're a hoss like too, but I know Gigi as well. Like me and Gigi aren't healing,
Right.
like physically, right, or like mentally healing. So.
And they do have, quite a bit of medicine and stuff. So.
You know that weird glow you get when you do opiates, Gigi, that fucking glow state you get into?
Yeah.
Yeah, like towards the beginning. Yeah.
It's like that doesn't go away. And you're not abusing opiates. So it was like a weird feeling to me. I was in my kitchen and I looked at my roommate and I said, "Bro, I feel like I'm like opiate high, but in a good way." He was like, "Yeah, man, you're killing it right now." And I was just like cleaning the kitchen, cleaning my room, fucking trying to find a harness to walk my cat. It was awesome.
Dude, I just had the weirdest dream last night where like it was not only lucid but also vivid. If any of you guys
I just had one myself.
difference.
I know what you're talking about.
And long story short, by the end of the dream, I got my hands upon a bunch of Vicodin, right? And I took the Vicodin, and I actually felt the Vicodin in the dream. Like it actually, like I got a Vicodin high in the dream, and then I woke up and I was like, oh fuck, because then I
Yep.
felt like shit. Like,
So you know
and
how it gets when you're having, like, that's just part of it, right? I get those dreams too. Fuck yeah. No, I haven't had the pill dreams in a long time, thank God. I cracked that addiction, but there for a long. I've struggled with that shit for 13 years, man. Fucking sucks.
yeah. Well, so did I, but I just do kratom now.
Kratom's
So
awesome. Yeah, well, wherever you get your kratom will have these mushrooms probably, or this chocolate bar.
yeah,
It's a big ass Willy Wonka bar.
the only problem with kratom is it doesn't like.
You don't get the boost, man. You don't hit the gold. You don't hit. I call it the Nirvana state.
It's not fresh. Like when you buy kratom pills from a smoke shop,
Right. Fuck.
that shit's been sitting there for like 6 months. Like it's not fresh, so it doesn't fucking work.
I can hook you up
Like,
with someone that can get you fresh kratom though.
well, if you could, let me know.
I met him on
need
here.
it.
I met him on here actually. Like I meet everybody on here, but I met I'll DM you. I don't want to put him on blast, but he's a good dude.
All right, yeah, let me know, dude. Yeah, let me know.
Are we talking about kratom?
Yes.
Yep. Gigi's actively taking it, so he wants a fresher version.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I want real kratom. I don't want this 12-month-old bullshit. Like the type of kratom I buy, I have to take like 30 fucking capsules.
Yep.
Just
100%.
to get the same effect that used to only take like 5.
You know what I started doing, Gigi? I started just getting it like getting it in a powder form, and I would take the big spoon and I would stick it in my mouth. I was trying not to gag thinking about it.
Yeah, I would
put it in my mouth and I would
literally
get milk.
rather kill myself
Yeah.
than deal with that. Yeah.
God, I
That stuff
can't even
fucks
think
up
of
your
that.
stomach. My stomach is all fucked up from doing that.
I'm literally,
Probably.
I'm gagging
no,
thinking about doing it.
Please stop gagging. You're making me gag now, bro.
I'm sorry. I don't want to do this either. Oh God.
Don't do it on mine.
I'm trying to. I think it's over and it's not. So the memories are deep, man. They're a lot deeper than I thought they were. Jesus. I just started gagging in my front yard, dude. Like, what the fuck? It's hilarious. Because anyone who's been there knows, Just, ugh. Anyways, yeah, man. It comes in it's like a really vibrant leaf, too. When you get it over here, it's just like this dried fucking, like, powder, You got to imagine all those alkalines are gone. A lot of them. Everyone's just gagging now. My bad, guys.
Yeah, shift happens. I mean, how much were you trying to get?
Oh man. You see my new profile picture, Logan? Just a cartoon walrus out there exploring the ranch.
Cam, I was talking on mute the whole time. Fuck. No, I was saying that, like, yeah, that's dope. God damn it. You got Chris Bartel and Carl right there. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, Tiffany, man. Just made this creepy looking picture. Like me hanging out. Like I just putting myself with next to Carl and Chris. Like, I'm part of this too.
Oh, bro, you will be, probably. Like, you're going to go out there with them, aren't you?
Yep. I'm going out. And like, Jenny's making us Jedi RF suits. I got to get on a conference call with her today to get my sizes and Chris Bartel's and Carl's and a couple other people's. And she's making these RF, like, reflective. They're like a Faraday cage for the phenomenon. And she's going to make them. And Carl the Crusher told her that he wanted them to look like Jedi outfits. She's like, I do this for a living. I do cosplay stuff for a living. Jedi ain't nothing. She's like, I already got the material. And then she's like, Ed May is going to be on the call or something. So it's going to be crazy here in a little bit.
Who, me?
No. This lady named Jenny is making me and Carl the Crusher and Chris Bartel these like Phenomenon Faraday cage RF frequency suits that look like
Why?
Jedi outfits.
Why does the name Chris Martell sound very familiar?
Oh, he's from Skinwalker Ranch, the TV show. He worked for Area 51. He worked the Janet Flight Detail. He worked for Bigelow whenever Nids had the ranch, and he's on the TV show Skinwalker Ranch as well. Yeah.
Damn, I know about Nids. I know about the show. Still don't recognize the name.
Yeah, he's on the show. He's actually a consultant for Fugal on the show. He's super pissed though. He'll come in here at night. He's like super mad because like Colm Kellier, like he talks about Colm Kellier and Kit Green and them like never coming out to the ranch. Like, and he talks about how the Dino Beaver is full of shit because there's beavers and fucking porcupines that live there. He's like, if you see what you think is a Dino Beaver, maybe put up some cameras, like some game cams or something. But they didn't do anything. They just put it in a fucking book that got passed around the Pentagon. It's like, oh shit. You know how it is, though, GG.
Hey, who's Jenny? Do I know Jenny?
It's Matt Monroe.
I just
What'd you say,
watched my
Shane?
cat get a sprinkler sprayed right on her in the middle of the yard. And that was the funniest thing I've seen all week.
Yes. I love watching my like cat who thinks she's so regal get this fucking abused by nature too. It's hilarious.
Like she was just straight up chilling. And then she got sprayed by water.
At fucking 6 in the morning, goddamn. Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, yeah, I don't know, guys. In fact, you know, like I maybe mentioned, anyway, I don't know. I'm probably not gonna do a show tomorrow. But if you guys want to come on next week, by next week I mean like 8 days. The next Friday, not this one, but the next one. That'd be awesome. Honestly, though, I would rather have you on my B-Sides and Rarities channel because that way we don't have to take commercial breaks. We can cuss, we can say whatever we want, and I just think it'll be a lot more fun.
Do you want the full UFO Shane experience, or do you want me to speak like this, GG, and tell them to be judged before they're bad? That's like my new thing, apparently. So,
yeah, I just think it would be more fun to be able to say whatever we want, you know, and not take bullshit, shitty commercial breaks.
Hey, Gigi, I don't know if you've noticed, but we're doing exactly that right now.
Dude,
Yeah, I know, but
dude, Gigi, you should do a live Spaces show while you do all your other shows.
No.
He said no. He said no.
Oh, actually, you know what? That reminds me. You said earlier something about Michael Cremo, right? Can you actually get that dude? I'd love to talk to that dude.
Yeah, I've had him on 4 times.
What?
Yeah.
The way he sounds so chill is like it's mind numbing to me. He's just like, that's why ancient civilizations are real. Like, all right, Doug.
That's the only part that sucks about Michael Cremo is he has this very monotoned voice, and
yeah, he'll literally just go like, and that's why at Puma Punku you can see that you can't slide even a hair through the rocks. It's fascinating, really. It's like, and
Yeah,
then we can
it's
get
like
the
Did
two
you just
part.
say that?
it's like he could say the most interesting shit in the world, but it doesn't sound interesting because of the way he says it. Like he just has that monotone voice. But to be honest, the very first thing that I ever saw in my life that, like, I'm not sure what, like, everybody here, even the listeners, all the listeners here, like, everybody has their own story about the first thing they saw that turned on the light bulb that led them to this community, right? The first thing I ever saw was Michael Cram talking about how fucking old modern humans actually are. That was the first thing I ever saw. So he's kind of like my idol, And like, if it wasn't for me seeing that, I would have never started the show. Like, I would have never been into this whole world of conspiracies and fucking everything. But I've had him on several times, and I've just been saving the next time for just, I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I just haven't had him on in a couple of years.
Dude, if I had a chance to talk to Cremo, I'd ask him about the fucking guy that's on that coal that had the bell in it. That's like one of my favorite stories he talks about. I've looked into it. Pretty dope. Like some of these O parts that they find in coal, or like the wagon wheel they found in the ceiling of that mine and stuff. It's fucking outrageously nuts that shit really exists. And they flooded the
Yeah,
mine.
we talked about that on both of the last times he was on. Yeah, I brought that up. Yeah, and but I had a point I was gonna make, but I don't know. I'm tired.
Just do not forget, if you remember one thing from your tiredness, just remember Amita Muscaria weed infused chocolates at your local store, legal. Just remember that.
I already forgot it.
No.
And buy Athletic Greens and Fade to Black coffee.
GG earlier screen goes in these fucking horrible commercials, man. Damn. I remember when we did your show, GG, and I was typing in Skype. I was like, what the fuck is this commercial? And it was horrible. I forgot what it was for. It was like it was about kids or something. I was like, what the fuck is this? It's like, what?
when you and
Lugan.
when you when you guys were both on, because you obviously all of your listeners came over and they all complained about the commercials, and I was like, dude, it's not my fault. Like,
GG, how could you? How could you do these commercials?
Like, I'm on a radio station. Like, we have to play commercials. Like, I'm
He didn't want to
sorry.
read them, man. Yeah, he full disclosure, he was off the mic going, I hate this fucking commercial.
Yeah, why don't you like have people hang out in Discord for that?
That's not. Well, honestly, our Discord got dinged hardcore. They threatened everybody's accounts, and so about 90% of our Discord people left after that. And because so here's what happened is they were supposed to only ding the moderators, but for some reason they dinged everybody, every member of the Discord, and they threatened them. They said, hey, if you continue to be on this Discord, we're going to cancel your account. So they all fucking left. except for like 10%. So now they're doing this thing called Gilded, which is actually, honestly, it's pretty sick. Like it's the same fucking thing as Discord. It's just a different platform, and it's called Gilded. So we're trying to migrate everybody over there, but we lost a lot of people in the process. So,
Dude, Twitter will have it all soon when it, is the X app or whatever.
Yep.
but honestly, our main chat room is the Spreaker chat room. That's where all the OGs hang out. So I'm not too worried about like.
Yeah, the app's not horrible. You need to push the Spreaker app more. Because I listened to your last show I listened to on Spreaker app, and it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, well, that's the only one I push.
That's what I was about to say. Like, I didn't even know what Spreaker was till GG told me.
Yeah, well, if you just go to shifthappensradio.com, we have a Spreaker player, like an episode player, in the middle of the homepage, and you just click play and click the chat button, and then you're in there. It's that simple. But apparently most people are really stupid, and they can't understand to just click a fucking button. So I don't mean to talk shit to my own audience, which apparently I just did, but it's not that fucking hard. Just click the button. That's it. It's one button. Click the button, and you're in there. And I don't. If you can't do that, then that's fine. That's your fault now. That's no fault of mine.
Dude, when did I request to be a speaker?
What's up, Taylor?
I hope I didn't have a hot mic.
Were you being hot while you had this hot mic? I bet you were.
We heard you the whole time, and it wasn't Mike.
And it was hot. We loved it.
It was very sexy. I mean,
It was so
hot.
hot.
Yeah, very
Yeah,
hot.
it was a W. You
Yeah.
got to do hot with a W. That's how you hit on chicks on Twitter, and you don't get in trouble, dude. Just do hot with a W, dude, and you get a free pass. And don't send nudes, and you're good to go.
Okay, well, duly
Hey, I
noted.
forgot your name. Shift Happens. What's your name?
But
Okay,
what?
I'll just call you Shift. I was gonna ask what button you were talking about.
Oh shit, dude, she's hitting on you, Gigi. Let's go.
The button that looks like
Button
a
dog.
speech bubble that every other app uses. Yeah, you just click the speech bubble. Then bam, you're in there. It's so simple. And like I can understand people like Mike J and a couple other people that are, pretty old and they don't know how technology works, but if you're like less than 50 years old and you can't figure out how to click the chat bubble button, then that's on you. So sorry, I probably sounded like a dick there. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound like a dick. But it's really that
Yeah,
simple.
it's probably because you tell everybody to go to Spreaker, and that's it, right?
Yeah, well, you don't even have to go to Spreaker. You just go to my website, click the button, and it sends you to Spreaker automatically. You skip 3 whole steps, and by
Yeah, but people don't know
clicking
the
one
difference.
button. Yeah, because they're fucking stupid.
Like just now, everybody thought that was the same website I was talking about.
I'm sorry. I don't have patience for people that can't follow very basic instructions. Like, dude, there's a button, click it. If you can't click a button, then I guess you're not going to be in the chat room. And
Click
that's
the button,
your
bro.
fault now.
I think a lot of men need to hear that. Click the button, guys. Click the button.
Click the fucking button. Like, like, have you ever used email before? That's way more complicated than going to my chat room. You just click a fucking button. That's all it is. That's all it is. You click a fucking button. But I don't give a shit. We've already got an audience. Like, yeah, it's cool if you guys want to join, but don't get mad at me because you can't click a fucking button. You know?
Like get like a fountain pen. Get like a fountain pen and write a letter to the show. What the fuck is that noise?
Oh, that's me.
Bro, like, you know what's going on.
Yeah, that's a long story. That was the sound of a water bottle being squeezed.
That was the sound of sadness.
Or sadness. Yes. Either one.
Sorry, I was supporting my homeboy Paranormal Chris while he's shitting on Corbell. God, he does not like them at all.
Can I join?
Yeah, dude, just go to Paranormal Chris's latest post. I love it. I brought that dude to Twitter with his 200,000 subscribers, and he's been just going off on everybody. Someone DM'd me and was like, "You need to hold back your boy Paranormal Chris." And then some dude joined a room I was in that I was hosting. And I never met him before. He's like, "Tell your friend Paranormal Chris to slow down," and left the room. I'm like, "What the fuck just happened?" So now I doubled down on supporting him. So you ain't gonna tell me what to do. Get the fuck out of here. Yeah, it should be his latest post. It's he goes off, man. Like you know, I don't know. Corbell is just rehashing shit. Bad.
Yeah, they deserve it though, right? Like I said, the last episode was like, I was like, at the end of it, I'm like, oh, they're talking about consciousness. They're actually getting into something worth listening to. And then they're like, all right, catch you next time. I'm like, what the fuck?
See you next time. We're not going to put a pin in this, and see you next time when we'll talk about my favorite scenes from Close Encounters of the Third Kind for 2 hours with our special guest, Ryan Graves, who will also talk about his favorite scenes from Fire in the Sky. And it's like, none of this has to do with anything. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Also, buy my t-shirts and mugs, sponsored by Athletic Greens. Like, oh, never mind. I know what's going on. We need to start our own award show, GG.
Wait. Yeah, you keep mentioning Athletic Greens. Are you sponsored by them? Or
oh, dude, I wish. I would sell my soul for that $10,000 check every month just to say Athletic Greens.
Well, then why do you keep mentioning them?
Hilarious. Because it's a running joke we have in here.
Oh, okay, maybe I just missed that. Yeah.
Like at the end of my show, I'll go, "Don't forget to buy my Fade to Black coffee, Fade or not."
Fuck Jimmy. Yeah. You should do that. Yeah.
I shit on Jimmy all the time. I've talked to Jimmy. He will not come on my show. He is like, what are Twitter Spaces? I'm like, shut up, Jimmy. Shut up, Jimmy. Go on your cruise with Billy Carson, Jimmy. You asshole. Like, did you see that Billy Carson did his new, like, he did a convention, right? And at his own convention, he gave himself the Samaritan of the Year award. And Giorgio Tsoukalos gives him the award, and he goes, "I'm so proud of you, man. I mean that." And I'm like, what the fuck is this fucking clown show? Like,
yeah, honestly, that is fucking lame as shit. Yeah, that's fucking ridiculous. But at the same time, I've been friends with Billy for probably about 10 years now. Like, way before he even was popular.
Tell him to buy you a Rolls Royce. He's got 2 of them.
Shit, he's got like 4 of them.
He did a show. He did a show in the UK, and someone came in here and they were like, "He just bought another Rolls Royce, and guess what? It cost the exact amount of the profits he made from his newest show." And it's like, oh shit, he's a hustler, man.
But to be honest, though, like, I know Billy like seems lame to probably everybody here, but to be honest, he's worked so fucking hard for the last 5 or 6 years, and now he's balling. So to be honest, like, I don't knock him at all. Like, in fact, you know what? When I was in the hospital with 7 blood clots in my lungs, the first of all, I didn't tell anybody that I was in the hospital. Somehow Mike Barra found out, and then he posted it on whatever, and then whatever. But even Mike didn't call me. Jimmy didn't call me. Nobody called me. Billy Carson called me and fucking made sure I was okay.
Well, Jimmy was in the bunker taking peptides to cure his bad vision, man. So he didn't have time, you know.
Yeah, he probably put a condom on a cucumber and was fucking himself at the time. But
yeah, probably. I've heard stories, man.
I'm just saying, Billy's actually been a really good friend to me. And I know he's kind of like a sellout to most people, but honestly, especially if you know where he came from, like...
Dude, did you see that? I think someone tried to blackmail him recently, and we're all sitting in a Twitter space, and I get the drop-down alert, is Billy Carson a convicted felon? And I'm like, what? And it's from Billy Carson's channel. And I guess someone was going to try to use his criminal history against him, and he went on his fucking channel, dude, and he's like, either he has the best PR team in the world, or he just understands PR. He jumped right in front of it, dude. And I was like, well, this dude knows what he's doing. I'll give him that.
Yeah, no, he does. And he's worked very hard for everything he's done. I have so much respect for him, and he's been really cool to me. So, but at the same time, I get it. I understand why people don't like him, and they think
he gave himself a Good Samaritan award. Shit. I don't like that. That's a little bit of a stretch for me.
Yeah, that is very lame for sure. Yeah, that's the lamest shit ever. And I'm very surprised he let that happen. But
dude, what do you think is going on with Linda Moulton Howe, dude? Like, if we want to talk about like the weird shit going on, like Linda Moulton Howe comes out with that Trantaloid, they're coming and they want us now. And then like a week later, she does that like interview with that Nazi lady, like and she just keeps putting out the most ridiculous sounding shit. Like if I'm supposed to believe Linda, then I'm gonna need to be ready to fight the Trantaloids right now. Like I gotta get the gun ready. I gotta get my virgin steel blade. You know, like I don't know what's going on with her. She also was given an award, by the way.
She's old.
She was for the very longest time. She was doing real research, and especially back in the crop circle and cow mutilation. But yeah, she's kind of, well, first of all, she's old as fuck, and she needs to, because there's no retirement funds for being a crop circle researcher.
Well, she was charging 120. So she gave that crazy ass speech with Paul Hynek about Alan Hynek recently, and someone said, yeah, and after that speech, she charged me $120 for an autograph.
Yeah, but she was like a real journalist and worked on real TV shows and stuff too. You know, she didn't just do like ufology.
Yeah, well, that's what I was trying to say. Is she was legit for 4 decades. She was legit, but now she knows that she's outclassed by all these new researchers and everything else. So she's just sticking to the hottest stories that she thinks she can, like, she's just trying to not be broke, which, yeah, it's fucking lame, but at the
She's
same
gotta be
time,
loaded,
she's
bro.
I think you're assuming a lot, yeah. And then you
Gotta be
said there's
loaded.
no retirement, so like you're changing what you said too.
She's gotta be loaded. She's gotta be loaded, dude. There's no way. Like, she's gotta be loaded. She's at every con, charging every person $120. So she's making probably like $5 to $7 grand a convention at least, plus her fee for showing up at the convention. I'm not sure if she charges, like, 'cause, you know, whenever I did cons and I did like Jim Lee or like any of the big, like I used to do massive comic book conventions. I'd MC the show and everything. And when you got a guest, you either had to go buy them Oxycontin, or you had to get them a, you know, they would charge $1,000 to come to the show, and then if they didn't sell so much product, then you had to make up for that. So they had an estimated amount of product to sell. And I'm not sure if she's got that deal going on or not. But
well.
$120 an autograph is
I will just say this: since the early '80s, all the way up until about, I don't know, maybe 2015, around there,
I think it's
she
when we
was
lost Stanton.
she was legit.
I think it's when we
But
lost Stanton Friedman, dude.
dude, don't get me started on Stan Freeman. He is full of shit. Yeah, I mean,
Oh, shit.
may
I
he
want you to
rest in
get started.
peace. May he rest in peace. Like, I have nothing against him, but he was full of all kinds of shit. Hold on. Let me rephrase that. He misunderstood a lot of shit and said it very publicly. I think if he took a closer look and talked a little bit more to Jim Mars, talked a little bit more to George Knapp, which, again, you know, George Knapp's another person you can laugh at, like, that's fine. But to be honest, just because Stanton Friedman is dead doesn't mean that he was full of shit too.
Yep.
You know?
That's
And
crazy.
honestly, he was 90% awesome. In fact, maybe even 95% awesome. But with all of his research and everything. But damn, that other 5%, he was just straight up ignoring blank fucking evidence and just making enemies for the rest of his life, which wasn't very long. And that's all I'll say about that. Again, I don't mean to, you know, like...
Karen's down there just dropping you some hard thumbs right now, GG.
I'm like, he did a lot of great work for multiple decades over the years. He was fantastic. But damn, towards the end there, he was just blind to what was happening. And you know, if nobody else wants to see that, that's fine. But, you know, I worked in the industry during that last 5%. And he just... But to be honest, even though I don't agree with his last 5%, I do believe that he stuck to what he believed in. So I do respect that.
Oh, dude, you gotta put your foot down. I've learned this lesson, GG. You gotta put your foot down in this shit, and you just gotta stay on that path, regardless of who you chafe. You just have to, like, you have to learn enough and talk enough and hear enough, and then pick your path. And you just gotta kind of stick on it, man. I mean, don't like shove everything off the side. Like, evolve and grow. But I think you have to have a solid foundation before you can ever start, right?
I'm just saying, I respect the fact that he stuck to his gun, you know. But I think he was very wrong at the very end of his career.
So if you had to pick one person from ufology that's doing some Louis C.K. shit, who would you pick?
Well, that depends on what you mean, because Louis C.K. is my favorite comedian in the
Oh,
world.
I love Louis. I'm talking about him jacking off in the flower pots.
Well, I don't think anybody in the UFO community has ever jacked off in front of anybody. So I'm
I
not
mean,
sure what the.
I think you're assuming quite a bit there, sir. I have heard some crazy sex stories, man. Just crazy
About who?
shit. Oh, dude. Jimmy Church is one of them.
Yeah, he's. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna stop myself right there.
Yeah, probably don't go into that.
But no, dude, Jimmy's never done anything fucking crazy like that.
No, it wasn't creepy, really, what he did. It was, I'm not going to get into it. I don't know. Jimmy's like a fence. I'm on the fence with Jimmy right now, man. Because his Twitter's starting to turn into just all him, like, promoting products instead of him, like, contacting his fan base. And he shows up on Christina Gomez a lot, and she's cool. Like,
He's the newest in the club, bro. He's got to put in his work.
Yeah, and that's why I like you, Gigi.
Dude,
You know everybody, but I feel like they didn't pull you into that club, dude.
Christina Gomez has nothing to add to anything. The only thing she has going is that she's a hot girl. But even at that, she's not even that fucking hot.
Dude, I actually gave her a ramen recipe, and she had never heard about putting eggs in ramen. I was like, what the, like, you're all about ramen all the time. It's a big joke with her
And
channel.
she claims to like ramen.
Yeah, and she had. I was there when she had first was told of the egg and ramen. I was there, and I was talking to her, and then I was like, "Well, have you ever gotten like a copper pot to cook it in? That's what Korean people do. They have these copper pots." She was like, "Wow, I've never heard of that." I'm like, "Are you?" And I was like, "What kind of ramen are you eating, Christina?" And she goes, "Maruchan." I was like, "That's not ramen. That's garbage. You need to go to the store and get some Shin Ramyun, like the Korean shit. Like, what are you doing?"
Yeah, honestly, just.
Hey guys, I'm not gonna be part of this like room where we're just like shitting on people, especially like Christina Gomez, who's like never hurt anybody and like never talks shit on anybody ever. Nothing but like positivity from that person. So I don't know why we're shitting on her, especially for being poor. That's like the whole reason she eats noodles. She's a broke college kid who can't afford like proper noodles, so she eats those like Maruchan noodles. So let's like not shit on her for being broke. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah, she is not broke.
Yeah,
that's some bullshit. She's some bullshit.
Obviously, Logan's a simp for Christina.
No, Christina's the nicest, sweetest girl you will ever meet.
No, it's okay. Yeah, no,
Expenses like what's in a lot of work.
I agree with Logan. There's no reason to shit on her. I'm just saying that all I was saying is, well, it doesn't matter. Let's just stop talking about her. You know? All I'm saying is.
Let's just go back to shitting on Billy Carson.
Can we shit on Linda Moulton Howe some more? Because that's fun.
Yeah, I mean the Trantaloid thing, I just can't drop, dude. Honestly, I read it. And I'm like, what is this?
The interviewing a Nazi thing, I just can't drop. And praising a Nazi.
Yeah, as a Jewish person, I was wondering, Linda, why are you even asking her about Hitler? Like, probably don't ask that question. But you know,
she didn't just interview her. I mean, she's praising the girl, right? So she can plead ignorance, but come on.
For her, I would probably do the same. You know, so I'm not blaming you for that, but.
Gigi, how do you know like all of these people? Like, you know everyone. Like I want to ask you. Fuck that question. How cool is Mike Barra on a scale of 1 to 10?
Honestly, like,
I kind of like him.
I love Mike Barra. I think but everybody else hates him. But honestly, like, I think he's funny. Like, whenever we hang out, like, we have a good fucking time. Like, I don't know. Like, I like Mike Barra. I don't agree with not even a fourth of the shit that he says. But I still like to hear his perspective. Just like I was saying earlier, you need to hear everybody's perspective, right? So I do listen to his perspective, but yeah, I don't agree with most of the shit that he says. In fact, he's coming on next week. And
Wait, I thought I was coming on next week.
yeah, but that was
I'm just messing with you, GG.
yeah. That's I wanted you to come on next week, but then Mike said he could only do it next week, or else it's going to be like a
Mike
few
Barra
months.
is the man, dude. Do Mike. Yeah, do Mike Barra. You can always find me here or somewhere around here, you know.
But
I don't think you need to hear everybody's perspective, though. I mean, there's some perspectives you just don't need to hear.
That
Genocidal perspectives you don't need to hear.
that is not true. You need to hear everyone's perspective. You need to hear everyone's perspective. Absolutely.
You don't have to follow through with their perspective, but it doesn't really hurt to hear it, I guess.
But it does hurt to hear it. It hurts to amplify it.
Yeah, just because it hurts you.
The appropriate response to genocide is to squash it, not amplify it.
Just because it hurts your personal feelings, boo fucking who.
It's not about hurting someone's feelings. It's about, entire swaths of people have been wiped out throughout our history, and it continues today.
Yeah, do you know why they've been wiped out? Because nobody heard their perspective.
Enlighten me.
Nobody ever listened to their perspective. And they just attacked them and killed them and murdered them or hung them or burned them on the cross or whatever because they didn't listen to them. If you would actually listen to everybody, you would find that most people have pretty much everything in common. We just want to be happy. We want our family to be happy. We want our friends to be happy. We want to be friends with our friends. Like, that's all it is. And we want to, just like if Mike Barra comes across some information that he thinks other people should know, he's going to share it to them. Because he's not sharing it because, well, there is some shit that he shares. That's, but
so had the natives given more of a forum to the invaders from Europe and listened to their perspective more, they'd still be here. That's what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
Then I'm not understanding you, friend.
Yeah,
Are you saying
definitely
the German
not.
people should have listened to Hitler a little more? Or do you not think that these dangerous people are waiting in the wings, waiting for our structures to crack?
Well, they didn't listen to Hitler at all, and that's why whenever he invaded, it was such a big surprise. So, I mean, if they would have paid attention to what the fuck he was doing over there, maybe it wouldn't have been such a big fucking, instant attack.
My point is,
but he was definitely full of shit.
If you really want to take it there, my point is that the German people should have thought for themselves and realized that the German propaganda was fucking bullshit, which a lot of them did. But guess what happened to those people? They got fucking murdered. They got disappeared. They fucking got, quote, suicided. Fucking blah, blah, blah. And that's the same thing that's happening in America right now. Well,
we call it for national security, GG. You know what I mean? Like, you get popped in the back of the head for national security now. You know what I mean? If I ever hear the words national security from someone in the government, I'm running. Like, I'm hauling ass. I don't want to get shot in the back of the head, dude. Like, they just be taking everybody out for the fucking on the name of national security. It's crazy.
Let me just say this. If you think that I'm trying to be negative in any way, you're obviously misunderstanding. Like,
obviously.
I love everybody. I love people. I want everybody to be happy. That's it. Like I don't have, except for my sister. I hate my sister, but other than that, I love everybody, and I want everybody to understand what's happening in the world. And I'm not saying that I understand it entirely, but I know a couple of things, and just like you know a couple of things, and you know a couple of things. So let's all share those couple of things and form an actual opinion instead of just thinking that everything you think is 100% correct without listening to anybody else. You need to listen to every other perspective in order to come to the
I
right
agree.
conclusion.
Listen, I agree with most of what you're saying, but there's a line, right, where people go into violence and then know that perspective is not important. That's what I'm saying. Yes, open to all perspectives, except genocide, violence upon others, hurting others. Like, we also have to protect ourselves. History has proven that.
Well, that's what I'm saying too. We're saying the same thing. I don't know why you think I'm saying anything different. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I mean, this whole conversation started when I said, you know, Linda Moulton Howe doesn't deserve to be part of the conversation anymore because she's praising and giving platforms to an open white supremacist. That's
Yeah,
it. You're
but
done. Retire. Go away. Fade into the woodwork. Nobody cares.
Man,
But here,
on my Linda thing, I'm trying to
hold
respond.
on. So at the last conference, me and Linda just so happened to be next door neighbors in the hotel. And we had fantastic conversations. I knew she was wrong about at least half of the shit that she was saying, but she genuinely believed what she was saying. It's not like she was.
Can you be a little specific at all? Like, you're being so general with everything you just keep saying. Like, yeah, she's wrong about some stuff. That stuff. Like, what do you mean, bro? I know she interviewed that girl. I know that. But she asked her questions. Why are you saying she praised her? It makes me think, the more you talk about her, the more it makes me think you haven't even read any of her books or watched any of her documentaries. That's just the way it sounds. I'm just asking if you could be a little more specific.
I'm not going to be more specific because that's her business, and there's no reason for me to share her faults. I understand her faults.
I'm
but
asking for one example of something she said or something egregious, some sort of lie she spread. The way you're making it seem as though she is this loose cannon of disinformation. The way it's sounding to me, I don't know you at all. It sounds like you haven't read any of her books or watched any of her documentaries.
I have, well, honestly, I haven't read her books, but I've seen her documentaries. I've had dinner with her multiple times. I've had breakfast with her multiple times. Like I said, we were next door hotel room neighbors for a whole fucking weekend, and we talked all the fucking time. And I could tell she was a little bit misguided by some of her, what she calls trusted sources that are obviously not trustworthy sources. But I didn't call it to her face. I just smiled and said, okay, and went to my room because I don't like causing drama. I don't, like her whole story about okay, so here's your example that you're fishing for is her whole example of the missing scientists that disappeared for 2 weeks, and right
In
by this
Antarctica,
massive.
are you talking about?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
So her facts were not. I don't know if not correct is the right term, but they didn't add up. It's very clear that it didn't add up. But I just smiled and said, okay, like, all right. And then she went to her room, I went to my room, and that was it. it doesn't take a genius to know that, like, she's done a lot of great work, like I said, for like 3 or 4 decades, but she's being tricked into believing bullshit now. But it's not, she's not intentionally bullshitting people. She actually believes what she's saying. That's what I'm trying to say.
So she actually believes in white supremacy, so it's okay?
So
what the
I
fuck
wouldn't
are
focus
you
on that one as
saying?
much.
That's not what I
Yeah,
said
I
at
wouldn't say
all.
she supported it. But the Transiloid thing, I think, is a better example of what he's trying to say. The Transiloid thing.
I'm
which
not
bothers me
familiar with
greatly.
that. Can someone give the high level?
Okay, so
Yeah, so there's
go ahead, Shane.
and actually we've met me and Screen and have met the owner of this channel, UAM TV, and what's the other one? Screen, fucking Zothar. Zohar, yeah. I mean, if you go through my YouTube history, I've watched everything on there.
Ancient Secret Discoveries.
Dude, yeah, I know. I realized that he owned that one too the other day. I was like, oh shit, I forgot. And so Linda put a video.
I tried to hit them all.
If you put a video on UAM TV, it's gonna get a couple 100,000 views, and and so she put a video on there, she had them put a video on there called Linda Moulton Howe talks about, and it said the title is Linda Moulton Howe: Transiloids. They're coming to Earth, and they want it now. And I'm like, oh shit!
To clarify, though, that comes from Serpo.
It sure does. 1983 comes from 1983. It comes from It comes from Richard Doty. That's the first time Transiloids are mentioned in the lore.
She makes no bones about that's from Doty, though, and from the Air Force Office of Special Investigations or whatever. Like, she tells us straight up where she got that briefing, who was there.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. But guess what? What the fuck a part of that does that have to do with white supremacy?
That's a different guy.
It doesn't, but interviewing Marina Sarin and praising her after conferences absolutely does.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that part.
Well, I guess I didn't know about that part either. So
I did
Can't
not know
she
about that
have,
part.
like, good information and then also happen to be a Nazi? Like, does that, like, have to be associated?
dude, she is the nicest lady I've ever met.
I keep hearing that.
So it's
Richard
really,
Dolan.
I mean, maybe you're right, maybe, but damn.
She's got some clout, bro. You know how much clout Linda has, GG? Is we had Kurt Jaimungal on the show from the TOE podcast, and I just straight up asked Kurt, I said, so what was that deal with Linda Moulton Howe, bro? And he goes, I want to apologize for that. I'm like, oh, no. Like, don't apologize for it. Kurt, it wasn't your fault she couldn't answer any of your questions with a straight answer. Like, what do you mean? You know, she's got some clout, bro. It's like people don't want to piss her off. I'll tell you that much. Because I keep hearing, oh, she's such a nice lady. I like Linda Moulton Howe. I think she's done a lot of good work. But I just want to know what the fuck I'm supposed to think these days. Like
They say she's a nice lady because they don't want to compliment her work this day.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
well, how about
Oh,
this?
shit.
Maybe you should meet her once or twice or 10 times, like I have, and had dinner with her and had
Yeah,
breakfast with her,
I don't have
and
enough
actually
money.
shared a room next to her, and have had multiple conversations with her. She's a
Did
very nice
y'all's
lady.
rooms
And
adjoin through one door?
you, however, have never talked to her.
This is true.
You've never said a single thing to her. She's never
You've
said a
never
single
even
thing to
been
you.
hotel
Yet
neighbors
you
with her,
think
dude.
that you know. You think that you know who she is.
So
I
let's
know
not
that.
You think
conflate
so?
the
Off of a weekend
conversation.
of staying next to her?
Let's not conflate the conversation about a public figure and the person. All right, you're talking about the person. I'm talking about a public figure and their actions, and how they leverage that platform impacts the rest of us.
Damn, you earned a follow for that. That was a good rebuttal.
Hold
I'm
on,
loving
I
this
just dropped
conversation.
my mic. So,
Bro, you
I think
don't
this is
follow
healthy.
Quad?
I've never met him before. This is hey Quant, nice to meet you, dude.
Oh, he has been away.
Yeah, man, I would have remembered meeting him. He has good rebuttal. I like good conversation. I like conversation.
Oh, bro, he's like the king of that shit.
Yeah, he's murdering it, man. Like, you know, Gigi's doing good too. I just like a good conversation. We don't have to get mad, right? We can just have fun with it. And I think we're doing that. I'm gonna go ahead and follow you, Quant.
yeah,
Dude,
we
put
were
it this
having
way.
a.
Nora made him a profile picture.
Oh wow. Gigi, do not forget to get that mushroom thing later. You have to tell me when you get it.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, I told you not to forget it, man. The Amita Muscaria chocolate bar.
Oh, that. Yeah. Well,
I think it's going to do you a world of good, man. I think you're going to be like watching your cat get hit with a water hose a lot more.
yeah, it's just kind of odd when somebody that doesn't know somebody is accusing them of all kinds of things when I actually know them.
You don't know her either.
Yes, I do. I've known her for 8 years.
Screen. They were hotel neighbors, bro.
Now, Gigi does know a lot of people, man. It's crazy the amount of people this dude knows. It blows my fucking mind.
Dude,
that's what
I drove her. I picked her up in my car and drove her to her lecture multiple times. We've had breakfast multiple times. We've had dinner multiple times. We've stayed next door to each other, and we've had fantastic conversation multiple times. And yet, you seem to somehow know more about her than I do. Even though
what I know
never
about her is that she interviewed an open white supremacist, praised an open white supremacist. That's what I know. That's what I'm commenting on.
What is that
I'm not
chick's
commenting
name?
on her personality.
What is that chick's name, Quant, again? Maria what?
Marina Sarin, I think.
Marina Sarin. I'm gonna look her up. I want to see if she's. I want to look into her a little bit more because I'm gonna be honest. I'm judging based off of public opinion, so I'm gonna look into that and make a new opinion on it. Since I've heard both these arguments, and I'm just gonna go ahead and look into it myself and see what I think. Thanks, guys.
Sure
thing. She's like a German chick, right?
That's what you should do. Is
Bro, I can tell you
look
about
into it for yourself.
She's a neo-grill, as I understand it.
Yeah, bro. She thinks that she's the. Okay, so it starts off when she talks about
She's Vril?
Maria Orsic, the old Vril leader.
Yeah,
whatever.
the chick that meant Saint Germain and all the esoteric shit.
She was like the medium.
Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I would interview her too.
So Marina Sarin says that she's the reincarnation of Maria Orsic's lover, and I'm dead ass. I'm pretty sure that's what she says. And they're like, why are you blonde or whatever, a girl? And she's like, oh, I don't know, but this is just what I do. And I'm like, what? This is.
I can't deal with ufology sometimes. It literally just breaks my entire mind. It's just like, oh shit, man. And then I think about all the crazy shit that's happened, and I'm like, maybe she is. Like, who knows? But then I come back to reality and I go, she's lying. I don't know.
And if she is, considering how it went last time.
Yeah, she's definitely lying. The channelers are starting to piss me off a lot, but I have a really big. I haven't talked to Matias De Stefano. I haven't met him or had breakfast with him, and I would maybe, but I do not like him at all.
That's what I clearly said earlier. She did multiple decades of good work, but these last 10 years or so have been very skeptical. I admitted that earlier.
Yeah. That's even.
So what was it about the Spartan 1 and Spartan 2 sources for the Antarctica documentary that made you hesitant? Because she claims that these men were Navy SEALs, or at least one of them was a Navy SEAL. I can't imagine how many times she sat on a story and it's come out and her been like, oh my God, that sounded so stupid. This is my job.
There's another guy named Ben Hecker.
Okay.
Look him up. Ben Hecker. Jay Weidner. And, I get it. Not a lot of people like Jay Weidner, but it doesn't matter. It's not about Jay Weidner. It's about the interview with Ben Hecker. And you know what? I don't feel the need to explain anything to you. Because you're not.
Okay, then quit talking. So what I don't like about Spartan 1 and Spartan 2 is the fact that how did she verify this, right? Gaia supposedly verifies everybody, and Randy Kramer was on there, right? If you believe what that guy says, then just unfollow me. You know what I mean? it's
Yeah,
such a
so
gray area, and then it lines up with some stuff that David Adair talks about. So then that like makes it even more sketch for me. But I don't know how I feel about him, honestly.
Gigi, have you met David Adair and have you seen the thorium reactors?
yeah, guess what, motherfuckers? Me and Jimmy and David Adair
Well, I'm
sat
telling you, this dude
down
has met everybody.
for 3 fucking hours. The whole bar was closed. The whole restaurant was closed. But they let us stay there and talk because Jimmy had his fucking way or whatever.
And
we sat there and talked for 3 fucking hours.
y'all talked?
Why are you getting so tense, bro?
No, I'm loving it. So,
I'm just
so when
saying,
you sat down with David Adair, Gigi, let's get back to David Adair. When you sat down with David Adair and Jimmy, and Jimmy's going to support whoever is on his show paying him, so whatever. But I don't believe that about you. So when you sat there and heard him talk, I know David Adair's a nice guy. I've heard from everybody, just like with Linda, he's a nice guy.
Yeah,
But what did you
he's
think
the
about his story,
nicest
man?
guy ever. He was
Good
the
to hear.
nicest guy ever. Yeah, absolutely.
All
But
right,
what about
somebody
his thorium
kick him.
reactors? Like, I want to know about his thorium reactors, man. I literally did a 6-hour David Adair bit one time where I went off. Like I literally channeled him while he was still alive. Like his soul left his body and entered mine for 6 hours, GG. So I am David Adair.
Yeah, you channeled him while he was sleeping one night.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you exactly what happened. He made me and Jimmy
Please
swear. I'm just telling you. He
I'm like-
made me and Jimmy swear to never say what he said, to repeat what he said ever again. Jimmy
So why even tell us that?
I
On a Twitter
sweared.
space?
Shut the
I'm
fuck
about
up
done.
for 1
Jesus
second.
Christ. You shut the fuck up. You've been talking for like 6 hours, bro.
Okay, well, if you don't
Oh,
want to hear
calm
it,
down,
that's
everybody. Hold on. You're all my friends here. We're all friends. We're all Logan's friends. We don't need to go at each other's throats so hard. Calm down.
I just find it so. Anyway.
We're all
I'm
just
gonna-
get so passionate, GG. It's fine. I love you, dog. I love you too, Trina.
I swore on my
none of that.
grandmother. Dude, just let me talk for 1 second.
No, bro. You're not even talking about nothing. You're going to say, oh, we talked. And then what?
I'm just saying, I swore on my grandmother's grave
See, here we, Jesus Christ, man.
that I wouldn't say anything. And Jimmy swore, and I'm in no position to admit what he swore to, but we both swore to our own personal, what meant the most to us. And then he told us the whole thing that was going on with him the whole time. And so, you know what? You can tell me anything you think that you know about him, or anything that you think you know about anything about him. But I actually
Please tell
know.
us what you think.
Well, like I just said, I can't because I
You didn't
swore
say
on my
nothing.
grandmother's grave. Did you not hear the whole thing I just
Yeah,
said?
I heard you say we talked and then say nothing at all, just like I said.
No, I told you that I swore on my grandmother's grave I wouldn't share that information. And Jimmy swore on his
I've got a
equivalent
lottery
of
number
that.
too. I'm not allowed to share it or play.
So hold on. Well, there's a better way to do this. Gigi, how long ago was this that you met David Adair?
This would have been 2019.
Oh shit! I thought you were gonna say 20 years ago. I was like, oh shit, he was still working in Skunk Works underneath the earth at that time. Okay, so based on what he told you that you can't tell us, have you seen any of what you were told come to fruition since that day? Any evidence or anything since that day to prove what he swore you to secrecy for? Because I can swear you to secrecy for anything. But from what he said, have you seen it come to light or fruition?
No, I haven't. But at the same time, all of the stories behind him in the past lined up with what he said.
Okay. Awesome. Well, that's a good answer to that. All right.
I'm being perfectly honest with you.
I know.
It's pretty
What
fucking
stories?
weird.
Well, you can't do that because then it would go against him. So that's what I'm saying.
No,
You
he
have to
said
take
the
that-
ones the stories in the past lined up with his
Oh,
stories.
that's
What
correct.
stories in the past?
I don't care. It actually
You
doesn't
see what I'm
matter.
saying, man?
It
It does,
actually
though. People are listening to
no.
you ramble on about this shit.
It matters to you, but it doesn't matter to me because I know what he said and I was there and talked to him for 3 fucking hours. Have you ever talked to him for 3 fucking hours?
Okay. But you can't say nothing about it, huh?
Did I not
You can't
just
even
explain
verify
why?
anything that verifies that, right?
It's
So you can't
none
do
of
anything.
it's none of yeah, so you either believe me or you don't. And you obviously don't.
I don't.
So that's it. There's nothing else left
Yeah,
to
so
talk about.
like why are we talking about it? Exactly. I'm trying to move on. I've been trying to move on.
Oh, really? Because you're the one that keeps bringing it up, motherfucker.
Okay.
How many drinks
So,
have you had, Chef? You're slurring a little bit, bro. You a little tipsy?
bro, I left like 6 hours ago, Quad, and came back, and I'm already tired of it again.
Who is this, by the way? Who is this guy that's talking right now?
Who, me? It's Quad. I
No,
go by
not
Quanta
you.
Strings in the name.
The guy that's
Oh, that's
doubting me. This whole
Screen.
time.
Screen, that, bro. Screen's a legend.
Okay. Well, good for you, Screen. Good for you. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with being skeptical. I'm just trying to tell you what actually happened, and you're not believing it. So there's nothing.
Technically, you're trying to tell us you can't talk about what actually happened, right? I mean,
That is, yes, that is correct. So you can either believe me or you can't.
The
And apparently you
proverbial
can't.
ufology
So
carrot hanging above us.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to.
if you were in that situation and you swore what I swore, you wouldn't talk about it either.
I don't know if I agree or disagree with that because I don't know any context of what you were told.
Exactly.
I do know I wouldn't tell people I can't talk about it because that's, I mean, no disrespect, but a little bit annoying and very common in this community.
Go ahead and ask Jimmy. DM Jimmy and ask him, did you and Gigi sit down with him and have that conversation? And
Dang,
I don't know.
Jimmy just told me he didn't know you, Gigi.
Okay, well then that's, that there's nothing I can do about that. So,
Gigi, do you think it's possible that anything you've been shown is incorrect?
yeah, in fact, I bet at least half of it is incorrect. But what I'm telling you is what I was told. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a fourth, maybe 3/4. I don't know. I'm just reporting what I was told by the person himself that talked to me directly for 3 fucking hours. Just me and Jimmy and him.
So
that's
this
it.
Jimmy guy, I had asked you, I appreciate your answer, and I had asked you a question about Linda Howe and her sources on that Antarctica documentary. Who's the individual you said that I should look into to talk to the interview she's had with him? Or you Hexler. Got you.
No, it's Ben Hecker. If you want the link to the interview, just send me a DM so that I know it's you, and then I will send you the link. Okay?
Thanks, man. I'll DM you right now.
Great. Wait, I thought that was Screen. Who the fuck was that?
That was Garrett.
Who?
Garrett.
What's odd is I am also Garrett.
That's also true.
Talking about Carrot?
No,
Or
Garrett.
Garrett?
You can call me Carrot, bro.
There's only a couple of speakers here. So
I'm the flying corgi in
It's like in a
space.
different font.
Dude, Gigi hasn't been looking at his phone for the past 3 hours. He hasn't even muted once. That's why he doesn't know who's talking.
yeah, I don't need to look at my phone because I know your fucking voice. But okay, Garrett. All right, well, I'm actually gonna follow Garrett. I'm gonna follow him just to, just to be nice. Garrett, you DM me. I will send you the interview with Ben Hecker.
Thanks, man.
Oh shit! What's up, Eric Mitchell? Haven't seen you in a while, brother. Good to see you.
Oh shit, what's up, bro?
Wait, so it wasn't Garrett?
Yeah, it's Garrett. The dude with like the corgi, the cute corgi with the soccer ball. It looks like a koi fish, but when you look at it closer, it's his adorable corgi little man.
Yeah, this is embarrassing. Eric Mitchell's been gone for like ages, and now he comes back to this dumpster fire. Jesus Christ! I swear it's not normally like this, Eric. These guys are just having a little tiff. You know, it's early morning hours. You know how it goes. So yeah, you know how it is.
Dude, Logan, I did a morning space the other day, and it started off with Rebirth and Third Eye just throwing fucking hands for like 2 hours, man. Me and Cameron were in there. Dude, they were going off, man. Rebirth's like, I talked to my cousin. He says you're full of shit. Third Eye's like, I'm a civil engineer. I am a man of utmost credentials. I will not share them with you this day or any other day, but I'm a man of these credentials, and you will not question them before my peers. And it's just like, all right, bro. And like Rebirth was like, well, I'm just telling you, man. Like my cousin's an engineer. He says you're full of shit. It was like 2 hours. Like, how dare you question my character, sir? This is nuts.
Like, how dare you, sir?
You will not come into my house that is Shane's space and question my credentials. And I was like, oh shit, we can go to Logan's. I will also not go into Logan's houses. I do not respect that man, and he will not question me. And it's like, oh shit.
Dude, I've been had him blocked.
This is actually a little bit different. This is like me telling you that, and I have it on film.
I was just talking about morning spaces, GG. They can just go off like this sometimes. Like in general. Like, it's like Logan.
Gigi's having a separate conversation.
Do I have time to say a sentence, or are you guys just gonna keep talking over me without hearing?
Talking non-stop.
All right, it's like you guys telling me that I never heel flipped down the Hollywood 12. All right, fuck you, man. Fuck you.
GG, it's all good, man. You're chilling. It's all good. All right, calm down.
So, yeah, everyone, chill, pill, and to the stage, Eric Mitchell was up there. I'm just kidding. Eric's not here.
Dude,
Well, like I was trying to say, that's like you trying to tell me that I never did a heel flip down to Hollywood 16, yet I have it on film from multiple angles, and I fucking did it. And you've never been there. You don't even know what skateboarding is. And you're trying to tell me that never happened? Fuck you.
Eric Mitchell, what's up, bro?
Eric, good to see you, man.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Same old.
Yeah, chilling, man.
What's going on, Eric?
I'm just packing up, getting ready to go to the Dolores Cannon conference for this year.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Nice.
You know Dolores Cannon? I was just talking about her yesterday. She says that we're not supposed to get sick, that all things that make us sick, we self-inflicted upon ourselves.
Eric, what do you think about George Van Tassel and the Integratron?
Not really too much. Frequency equals 1 over unity, correct?
Yep. I think he was onto something and they killed him. That's what I think.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
that's usually the
kind
case.
of
I mean, look what they did to Tesla.
but it's also the only perfectly acoustic space in the world, except for the other one that's
It's
in
in
the
New Zealand.
Netherlands.
They are in the Netherlands, yeah. Yep. I think what Eric said that's what they usually do though, right, GG? They just kill you. They just and I've read a lot of his his flyers he would put out back in the day. My Freemason buddy got them, like a bunch of scans of them from the Freemason library. They had all of George Van Tassel's stuff. And it's, dude, I have like photocopies of it, and it's awesome to read like his like monthly flyer. It's so dope. Like the stuff he was writing in there was awesome at Big Rock. Cool, man.
Yeah, the mathematics just it completely blows my mind. When I first ran across everything, I had to check the math. I had to. And guys, you really have it's so important. You know, there was a guy that sat in front of a tree and had an apple fall on his head, and we worshipped for many years his mathematical diagrams. And you know, it turns out, if you guys take a look, there were several problems with his mathematics that went deep down inside of Lockheed Martin for many years, until it was discovered that there were problems with the mathematics of gravity. The nature of all of our science was completely wrong. If you look, Ben Rich of Lockheed Martin actually admitted on stage that there were a lot of problems with the mathematics of the nature of the science that we use nowadays. And and we worship the law of physics. Physics should never have laws when we don't understand all of physics. It's just welcome to Earth. We are the monkeys, and we know everything.
Here are the suggestions.
Well, you know, there was actually a really interesting episode of not the Anthony Bourdain show before its last one. It was called shit. Do you guys remember what?
Post some people up, bro. That's for Logan.
So, so Parts Unknown. Parts Unknown was one, but then the one before that was No Reservations. Do you guys remember that? No Reservations. That was back in like from 2003
Fucking
to
love
like
Anthony
2011.
Bourdain.
Anthony Bourdain's the man.
Anthony Bourdain was the fucking man. May he rest in peace. He died over a dispute with a woman, and he left a daughter, and maybe he was even murdered. I don't know. Rest in peace, Anthony
I heard he
Bourdain.
was an OG, like nicest guy ever. I also had breakfast with him.
I promise you, he did not kill himself. But that's just my opinion. So
Yeah, he got
take it.
Epstein.
I think he did too. Oh man, I think he was fucking fighting for his life when he got hung up on that fan in that room in that French hotel.
But that's not the point.
before he
That's
died?
not the point. That's not
Sorry,
the
I just
point.
love Anthony Bourdain.
My point is, him and Josh Homme from Queens of the Stone Age went to the Integratron, and they tested the audio from all points of the room. And just like it's described, you can whisper from once, like if you're right next to them, you can't hear them. But if you're on the exact opposite side of the room, you can actually hear the whisper from the other side of the room, even though the person next to you can't hear it. It's called acoustic. It's acoustically perfect. There's only one other place in the world that has that, and that is in the Netherlands. And they did a whole episode there. and it's fucking fantastic. And if you want, I'll send you a link to it.
Isn't it wild that the place that involves like the most harmonic or perfect acoustics is also the same place where time travel is supposed to occur?
For
It's
some
all about
reason, your
vibrations.
for some
Well,
reason your mic is really shitty, and I can't hear what
Maybe
you
it's because
said.
you never close your mic.
it was mathematically proven recently at the University of Tennessee that vibrations and frequencies can possibly travel faster than light, excusing Einstein's theories of this kind of travel.
Yeah, and you know what else is interesting is when astronauts are in lunar orbit, supposedly, their sound travels back to Houston at the speed of light. So, wait a minute. So, sound can travel faster than the speed of sound? So, what does that mean about the speed of light? Is there a way that speed of light can travel faster than the speed of sound? And I don't need any of your smirky
It
fucking
depends
comments.
on the medium.
Wait, what was that, Eric?
It wasn't Eric, it was Screen, and I said it depends on the medium. Just like sound can travel through a wall, but light can't.
Yeah, I
But
mean, every
was
variation.
asking Eric. I was asking Eric specifically. So.
Oh, excuse me, bro.
Okay, so every variation of existence that you can possibly imagine exists on a frequency level, not being hairy-fairy or everything is love and light and everything has to vibrate. What I'm speaking about is you can hear my voice. I just woke up, so I'm a little bit laggy, getting ready for a long trip. But even when you hear my voice, the pauses in between and the variations in my voice, you can tell that there are rapid changes. And within rapid changes, you don't have a steady flow like you do light. What you have is rapid variations, changes, pauses that accent or define existence itself. Say space. Space is a big empty space. That's why we call it space. But it defines the solidity everywhere in the universe, every planet, every moon, every chunk of everything. So you define yourself with these variations as well. So when you look at quantum physics, you can definitely see these variations in subatomic particles. So they vary as well, and they all vibrate according to string and M theory, according to sound. So existence itself defines itself in its vibration or sound. So it can not only just travel, but automatically be from one place to another in a blink of an eye. Does that answer your question? Somewhat?
Not really, honestly. If I could rebuttal, so let me rephrase this. So they have figured out how to get sound from the moon to Earth at the speed of light, which is way the fuck faster than the speed of sound. How does that work?
Not very well. I mean, because that's science from Einstein. That's that's science from a long time ago. We've kind of patched that up.
I'd hate to cut you off, but at the same time, that's what NASA told us they did. That's how Nixon talked on the phone to them, was straight sound traveling at the speed of light. But that's not possible, is it? Because sound can only travel at the speed of sound.
Well, I don't need Nixon or Elvis or Michael Jackson to tell me what science is. I mean, the mathematics are written on the board already.
Okay, that's great. I'm glad you said that, but that doesn't
You
refer to
can
my
get
question
sound
at
from light.
all. Like, how does the audio from the moon travel back to Earth faster than the speed of sound? How is that possible?
You mean the faster than the
It's
speed of light?
converted and then reconverted.
I'm asking
Yeah.
Eric. I'm asking
I'm glad you're
Eric,
asking it.
please.
I'm glad you're asking, Eric, because you're saying how does sound move faster than the speed of light, and you're proving my point by saying that sound, speech from the moon gets to Earth faster than the speed of light. You're proving my point.
How does sound travel faster than the speed of sound?
Steve Brule.
It doesn't. The speed of
But
sound
you just
can travel
just
faster.
said it did.
Look up the University of Tennessee. Educate yourself on that, and I'd love to have a conversation on it. But you'll have to
I
educate
would love
yourself
to
first in
too.
order to have that kind of
Easy.
yeah. In
If
order
you're
to have that.
running full speed
But if
and
you
you're running full
can
speed on the back of a moving semi flatbed, are you running any faster?
can everybody just I'm just trying to talk to Eric. Is that okay? I just
Well,
want
get a
to
fucking number, bro. This is a damn space. There's like 30 people in here.
Yeah. When you hit a baseball, a home run baseball as a child, and you hear the echo back the same time you hit that ball, what are your thoughts? Instead of, yeah, I just hit a home run, what are your scientific thoughts? How did I hear an echo at the same time I hit that ball? I just hit it. There's no possibility of having an echo, correct?
There is a possibility because you're right fucking there. You're right there. That's
Yeah.
a huge difference from the sound coming from the moon traveling all the way to the Earth. Yet somehow the speed of sound is traveling faster than the speed of sound and
So the
getting
echo
to
of your
Nixon's
baseball,
phone.
the echo of that baseball hits you the same time you hit that baseball. That's some time. It's going to take some time to think about that.
No, it took about 0 seconds for me to think about that. Because when
Bullshit, bro. You bullshit.
when I watch a baseball being hit by a bat, I'm right there and I can hear it. But when you're on the moon and they're sending audio signals all the way to Earth, yet it travels faster. How is sound traveling faster than the speed of sound? It's a
I
very
don't know.
simple question.
Yeah, I'm going to have
And you don't get it when it hits the bat.
I'm going to have to tether way back and think about that. I mean, I'm kind of further ahead. I'm actually wondering if vegetarians are allowed to eat animal crackers.
Maybe the
Whoa!
atmosphere
You just blew my
contains,
fucking mind. You just blew my
So
fucking mind.
so
Damn,
you're
bro. I might
ignoring
be up for the rest of the night.
so you're ignoring the question and making another analogy that has nothing to do with the question. I'm asking you very specifically.
You've been doing that all night.
How does and honestly, I have so much respect for you, sir. Eric is a good friend of mine, and he's good friends with you. And I'm sorry, I'm a little bit on edge right now because these other assholes that are here right now. But just to be very fair and square.
Who's also assholes besides me?
Well, I don't know who said that, so I can't.
With
tell.
Screen. So Screen wants to know who the other assholes are.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. My question is, how does sound travel from the moon to the Earth at the speed of light? If sound can only travel at the speed of sound.
It doesn't.
Sound.
That's your first clue.
Sound.
It does not. It doesn't. It is not sound traveling.
Well, I'm
Sound
not
is
asking you, am I? I'm asking Eric.
yeah. I'm in.
Okay.
Hey,
Light has a constant variable. It can be measured at 1.86 billion miles per second. Sound is a variation. Sound has a slower variation, a faster variation, and every single where in between, and you can mix them up like a salad bowl. It does not matter. So sound variations have possibilities beyond the constants of 1.86 billion of light. So it has different capabilities than light itself. In mathematics, you can discover that sound can overlap itself in various ways to move faster or slower than light. University of Tennessee, there's a great paper on it.
Okay. That's all I wanted to hear.
Okay, I'm glad I can dumb it down for you, bro.
I'm still a little bit confused, but that did make sense. So that's fine. And again, I apologize for being a little bit edgy. These people.
Yeah, we get it, bro. We get it. You know, you got a big radio show, and then you just come into spaces and just, wave your dick around. We get it, bro.
Oh, is that what you think? Okay.
Am I waking up to fighting? Is this how I'm gonna start my morning?
I'm hearing your
dream. Yeah, I had to start having fun because I wasn't having any. Sorry.
Oh,
I love them.
I got a
I'm sorry.
Well, it's just like the integratron that was brought up. Frequency equals 1 over unity. The possibility of time traveling would be an overlap of multiple differentials of sound itself. That's right. Leading into M theory and string theory. These are two sides of one argument, and it's the same argument. lamest conversation Scientists we've are ever doing that over and over and over again. If you combine and leave out the bad parts of M theory and string theory and put those two together, you're going to look at the vibrations of the quark of many subatomic particles, namely the electron, and you'll find out that these things can move through solid objects. We do it all the time. All the time.
So I'll let me just see if I'm getting this right. So if somebody farted on Mars, we could hear it at the speed of light here on Earth.
Well, as long as it's a vegetarian that just ate a bunch of animal crackers, of course.
Come on, man, answer the question.
You literally just talk about somebody farting for an example and then get mad at him for doing an animal cracker joke, which was funny, by the way.
It was funny. But
it was funny.
It was funny, but I want the actual answer. Because according to you, the speed of sound can be sped up essentially to the speed of light. Otherwise,
according to me, my personal thoughts, feelings, and mathematics don't make up to a hill of beans. We're talking about actual mathematics that are done by people much smarter than me. I just read the papers and enjoy the fact that this is being done, because a stagnant situation like we are as human beings are essentially going to destroy ourselves. Thus, a room and conversation like this.
We already talked about
Can I ask
us
a question
destroying
on that?
ourselves. Yeah, go ahead.
So sound needs a medium.
I should have laid. I was sleeping.
Sound needs a medium and light doesn't. So does that mean that the medium could add force to the sound to move the sound faster, where the force of the medium wouldn't affect the light, unless it's gravity, I guess?
What if the medium was light?
Confusing people now, but okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Like a laser?
or sun rays?
I'm really surprised that nobody understands the question. It's really simple. The
We're ignoring the
sound cannot travel faster than the speed of sound. Yet it does somehow. So
But you're
how
you're
is that
negating
possible?
you're negating F equals 1 over unity. Okay, now that's a very short thing, like E equals MC squared. It's a very short. It's broken down very short so people can open up all the pages of mathematics. So what you need to look at is F equals 1 over unity. Frequency equals 1 over unity. And what you're going to find there is that frequency has more variables than the constant of light. So the constant of light, 1.86 billion miles per second, negates having any type of frequency whatsoever until you break it down to a subatomic level. What you're negating here is that sound has only one variable, and you're using sound to voice that to me in a fluctuation pattern that is impossible for you to mathematically understand until you break it down and see it for yourself. The fluctuation of vibrations and frequency is the existence of everything. So it is one point to the next point. There is no distance when it comes to sound.
Yeah,
So instead of
that doesn't make any sense. All right,
how are you hearing our voices through your phone? How are our voices traveling that fast, bro?
Yeah, we're actually talking to each other from a very far distance on a now standpoint. How could you argue that?
I can't, but I'm asking you to explain it, which I know you just kind of did, but it still doesn't make sense. If somebody played the trumpet on the moon, it would take the speed of sound for us to hear it on the earth. But yet somehow they're able to communicate through radio directly within a second.
Sound doesn't work in space. There is no medium.
So okay. Let's just assume that's true, which I think is bullshit. But let's just say it's true. What's preventing? So if sound can travel faster than the speed of sound, then what is preventing light from traveling faster than the speed of light? That's a
What is the speed
perfectly
of
logical
reality?
question. Shut the
What is the
fuck up.
speed?
I'm talking to Eric.
What is the
Bro,
speed
I would slap
of
the
the
shit out of
vibration?
you for saying that to me, GG. Do we need to go through this?
What is the speed of the vibration of an electron?
I don't know. I'm sure you do, though.
Okay. What is spooky action at a distance?
Something that Einstein never understood.
Niels Bohr did, because he drew out the mathematics. Einstein was obviously very scared about what he discovered at action at a distance, meaning it's all the same time, just like we're speaking now. Us monkeys are kind of trying to understand through the internet and cell phones and radio waves and stuff like that, how it's all interconnected at a now point, a now time, which is how we're able to have this conversation in the first place. So the speed of light, we would have one hell of a lag in our conversation if we used the speed of light to have a conversation. But we don't have a lag, do we?
That's right. And I'm glad you could explain that. And I'm sorry that I came off as just these other people here that have been bothering me all fucking night. I just wanted to ask you a simple question. Like, I didn't mean for this to... Like, I have a lot of respect for you. You're good friends with my good friends, and it's all good. but I just wanted to get a clear definition on how that's fucking possible. Even though the explanation you just gave really makes sense, it does. I still don't quite understand how sound travels faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah, well, if you have a wife that's constantly nagging, you have a constant. And you always know you're going to come home and she's going to nag the hell out of you. But if you have a bipolar wife, my God, you never know. You never know. And that's sound. You never know what it's capable of. But you have that constant nagging, you know what you're going to come home to. So,
Eric, do you
science,
call that middle class relativity?
that it was actually in the beginning. Oh God, I love the fact that you brought that up, because I actually call that trailer park relativity, but I think I'm going to use your
Call
term.
it that, but I didn't want to be rude. That was exactly what I was going to say, but I didn't want to be a dick. That's awesome.
Right. Yeah. Yep. That's
Y'all talking
perfect.
shit about my trailer?
I'm from Arkansas. Half my life was in a trailer, and I love window units for that, for that same reason, right? Oh man,
Look, I'm sitting in Arkansas right now.
I don't know.
Whoa. What? What'd you just say, Eric?
I'm in Arkansas right now.
Where?
Why?
Hot Springs.
Oh,
I
I'm in
love this
Searcy,
place.
man.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
I'm an hour and a half, 2 hours away, dude. Been trying to get Eric to come down here and hang out with me. I didn't know you were in town. I didn't know also you were here.
No, jump in the car. It's about 4 hours north. We're gonna meet in Eureka Springs, Arkansas. They have a conference today.
That is. Oh, I didn't even know the Dolores one was in my state. Oh shit.
Yeah, Eureka Springs, beautiful town.
Damn, if you see a buddy wants to go, but he'd have to drive like 3 hours to get me, and then another 4 hours back to Eureka. So I doubt it.
You need new friends, bro.
I'm seeing thumbs down.
Yeah, I just can't wait to see the look on Peter Robbins' face when I show up. It's to see his jaw hit the floor is worth a 50-hour drive.
There you go. Have you hit up Oaklawn yet? Were you avoiding it?
I don't like to gamble, man, but I'm probably a mile and a half away.
Yeah, don't hit the slots there, Eric. They'll still take every dime you have. Go to Pine Bluff if you want to gamble. Fuck
Dude,
that.
I don't like gambling. I feel like it wastes my mojo.
It'll take all your psychic abilities and drain you because you're trying to guess when you're going to get that jackpot. I promise you that. It'll drain you mentally.
It really does, bro.
That's why you gotta be on ecstasy.
Yeah, you need to be on MDMA and ecstasy, Eric. And when you go to Pine Bluff to gamble, you can definitely get it in Little Rock, for sure. Oh, hell, you can get it in Hot Springs.
So you can get a Big Rock in Little Rock?
Oh, you can definitely get a Big Rock in Little Rock. I've smoked a few of them myself.
Oh well, meth rocks maybe, but
yeah, meth rocks for sure.
But I actually heard a really. Actually, no, never mind. Sorry.
Yeah, those meth rock people in Little Rock actually know how sound travels faster than light.
True that.
You can see it now.
Yeah.
I met a
can see
guy.
it.
Eric.
You know,
Eric,
I'm gonna
Hold
be
on,
perfectly
G.
honest. I still don't understand how sound can travel faster.
Oh my God.
Or Eric,
I'm
Eric,
just-
I met a guy pissing out back from the public library, and he was drinking vodka while he was pissing. And he took me to the graveyard, and we did meth, and he talked to the dead. It was a crazy day. Them crackheads in Little Rock, they know what's going on, man.
Do they talk back?
No, but he did get arrested.
Yeah, talking to the dead's not weird. It's when they talk back that's weird.
All right,
They
since
talk
we
back
got a
when they
guy
talk
from
back.
Little Rock, or at least the South here, not Little Rock, sorry, but at least Arkansas, you'll understand this story. I was invited out to a place called Skinwalker Ranch. I flew out to Salt Lake City. My friend picked me up, and we drove south for about 8 hours. And he had a whole cooler full of alcohol. And I figured, I'm retired. I'm in my 40s. I'm going to day drink 8 hours. So by the time I had to pee, he's like, no, we can't pull over. We have to be there at a certain time, you know, blah, blah, blah. So I'm still hammering. I'm getting smashed. We pull up
This
to
is
the
Eric,
guard
right?
shack, got our security checked. My knees are bouncing. I got to pee so bad. I'm about to lose my stuff, man. I mean, grown man about to pee himself. So we pull up to these geology tents. Everybody's studying rocks and all this stuff. And I ran up to the top of the mesa. I had to pee bad. Security is chasing me. As soon as I get out, I start running to the top of the mesa that overlooks everything, the guard shack and you know, Homestead 1, Homestead 2, overlooking everything. And I get to the edge of the mesa and security catches up with me and he reaches behind me. Look, I'm a guy, you guys understand, I got my stuff in my hand and I'm peeing. This guy is behind me putting on, night vision goggles over my head, which feels really funny because he's standing behind me and I got my junk in my hand. So I'm peeing. This is like a 2-minute pee, guys. If you drank all night or all day, you understand this. It is a very long pee. You got to grab the wall. You got to put your elbow up. You got to do something to brace your body while you're doing
Your
this
blood
kind
pressure
of
goes
activity.
down. Your blood pressure goes down. You're getting lightheaded.
Yeah.
Hey,
No,
there's
fist bump,
some
brother.
women that
Fist
know
bump.
too.
Fist bump.
Yeah, you
Somebody's got my
gotta.
back here. So
That was
my
me. That
night
was me.
vision.
That was me.
Well, he's explaining to me. He's like, "This place is dangerous at night. Everyone has to have night vision." And I'm like, "Dude, just let me pee. I'm trying to." So I'm hearing the equipment turn on. I'm looking at the mesa. It's all green at this point. My vision is slowly coming into fruition. Now I'm seeing about 60 stackable Walmart chairs. You know, the outdoors chairs. They're bright white and they're stretched in like a half moon shaped, facing the mesa. And my vision is becoming more and more prevalent. And I'm noticing that there's people sitting in these chairs and it gets more and more prevalent. And I'm noticing that there's 60 people actually in these chairs with night vision on. So I learned
Watching
that the cast.
Pikachu?
Yep. And it turned out to be the cast and crew of the History Channel filming season 4. They were looking for UFOs when they found Eric Mitchell with his penis in his hand. And that's actually a true story. And my buddy walks by and he goes, "Hey, everybody, the redneck is here."
Have you looked at my profile picture, Eric?
I haven't, no.
That's me and Carl the Crusher and Chris Bartell. Chris Bartell is going to be in town next month. I'm going to go have a beer with him, and then I'm going to Mount Wilson Ranch in June, and then I have possibly a doorway to get onto the Skinwalker Ranch as well. So it's funny you'd bring that up. I will piss on that mesa for you with night vision. I will reenact the story when I go there. I swear to God, I will whip my dick out and piss on that mesa in front of everybody, just to be like, me and Eric Mitchell have shared this experience.
Please do.
I'm
And the
going
funny
to.
part
Yes,
is
please.
when I
Please
ran,
do. Yes.
when I faced the fence in the drop off of the mesa, the next day a geologist walked up to me and goes, "You know, you were peeing in the same exact direction where we believe the vortex is." You know, so it turns out I know how to hunt for water too.
That was vortex, all right.
I can't breathe, dude. Eric, you're killing me, man. I can't. This is just as good. This is just as good as when you told me that you and Travis Walton lived together and he fell in love with your roommate. I swear to God, dude. You say the best stuff in here, man.
Oh yeah, Audrey Hewins. Yeah, I've got pictures, man. I mean, if you look at my Facebook, he actually dressed us up in steampunk one year for Halloween. So if you ever want to see Travis Walton dressed up in steampunk, go look at my Facebook page. We were at Applebee's. You know, not a party festive dude, but we had a good time.
Applebee's was a hell of a party.
It was for him, man. It definitely was.
Dude, yeah, I swear to God, I swear on my mother's grave, may she rest in peace for eternity, that when I go, if I get on Skinwalker Ranch, Eric, I'm gonna get off that 4x4 and I'm gonna run up that mesa, dude. I'm gonna just start leaking, dog, and I'm gonna scream your name at the top of my lungs so Eric Bard can hear me from the fucking control center. I swear to God, dude. And we're bringing like 50 grand worth of camera equipment, so it'll be in high def, dude. It'll be censored, of
Hey,
course, but
let's
it'll be in
try
high
like an
def.
ultimate like test of like a social experiment. Yeah, see if we can go 10 minutes without using anyone's name. Go.
3,000 years from now, scientists are going to be digging up this anomaly in this strange area and find redneck DNA in 2 different strains.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, one of them is this other strain is, how did a Jewish Italian man end up here? Like, I don't know. It's been crazy back then. He's also from the south of the United States somehow. Wild.
Yeah, they must have had boats like a lot longer than we thought. They must have.
They might have even
I
had
don't
some
know.
type of balloon-like craft to get to the top of this mesa. You can't walk up it, you know? They had to float up here somehow. Oh, shit. So this lady's making these like Faraday cage suits out of that RF material, like it'll block RF frequencies. And she's Carl the Crusher like wants one, and Chris Bartell wants one, and we're gonna try to get one to Fugle. But she wants us.
Yep, that's I think we went a total about almost 2.5 minutes there, Shane. Almost made it there, bro. Almost made it to the end. Anyone else want to use more names?
I think you gave him too much credit. I think it's only about a minute.
I was trying to be generous.
Are we talking about light circumstances in time, or are we talking about vibrations and frequency time?
Well, you were talking about how sound travels like through, like how we're having a conversation and how like fast that travels, but like isn't our voices being converted and then reverted into sound again, right? So it doesn't actually stay a continuous sound wave. Our phone turns it into an electromagnetic wave, and then when it gets to your phone, it turns it back into a sound again, right? Is anyone speaking right now?
Yeah, I don't know. I was just gonna see who would talk first.
Yeah, well,
That's kind of the issue. It's like hold on a second. Like when like I don't know, when like when someone takes over like the room kind of, and then you remove that person, there's just a huge fucking vacuum that like now no one wants to fill. Yeah, it's kind of a bummer about like that happening. But yeah,
What do you
I
mean?
don't know.
Gigi's still here.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
I don't know
I
what
was just gonna,
You fall asleep, Gigi?
I was just gonna say that's exactly what I was trying to get an explanation for, and she nailed it right there. And I'm surprised that none of you got that.
But I mean,
But
if you look at a tornado, like the sound in a tornado is moving a lot faster than like the sound like of you shouting, right? Because the force of the tornado like moves the medium faster.
but a tornado that's 50 feet away from your house is a lot different than a sound from the moon coming all the way to the Earth in the exact same time. So anyway, don't let us distract what you guys were talking
I mean,
about.
even an atomic bomb that goes off, you see the light, like, you know, you see a bomb go off in a movie and it's like a flash of light and then the boom after, right?
Well, since this is not being recorded, wink, wink, I can tell you another funny Travis Walton story. Me and Audrey were really good friends, lived together. I actually moved in with her because I was dying. That's another very long story. And Audrey, she was like a 50-year-old biker dude. She was just like one of my bros, man. And so she was cooking steak. If anybody has ever seen Travis Walton eat steak, there is no limit. The man will eat steak all day. So she had huge steak, baked potatoes, salads. I'm sitting in the armchair. He's sitting on the couch. We're watching TV. And she walks right past me with this huge steak, beautiful plate. And I looked at her and I said, dude, you know. So she stops because dude, in a certain tone, with variation of sound, she stops and notices that I was alerting her as my dude, my bro, my homegirl. So she stops and looks at me, and I told her point blank, you know, my personal feelings, bros before hoes. So she immediately knew to withdraw the steak from Travis's presence, walked it over and brought it to me. And Travis looked at me and his face turned redder than his hair. And he said, what exactly does that mean? Because he's so analytical. And I said, Travis, it means you're the hoe and I'm the bro. You get steak second. And that literally pissed him off for about 3 days. But he was in constant thought about what bros before hoes actually meant. So Audrey had to explain to him that he was her hoe. That's a true story.
So,
Is it
Eric,
just
have you
me,
been?
or do I hear crickets?
Chicks
What
before
was that?
dicks.
I think those are crows.
No, I think those were birds. Yeah.
I got some of those too.
Yeah. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. But anyway, I don't know. Well, while we have you here, Eric, what's your well, maybe you said this earlier, but what's your next adventure? What's your next you know, what are you looking into? What's at the top of your bucket list? You know?
I really don't have anything like that right now. I think every box for me is checked. I mean, everything is going forward. We're looking at disclosure. We're looking at Congress finding out everything in briefings, one step after the next. The entire world is really looking at World War III instead of disclosure, which is a very distracting time for what's going on for disclosure. But it looks like everything is moving, you know, every cog, every wheel. So it doesn't seem that I need to involve myself in any way when it comes to that. Definitely looking forward to a trip to the Philippines. It's nice there. Everything's cheap. Maybe relax for a little while. It's been a long 10 years for me.
Definitely a lot of cheeks in the Philippines. Absolutely. Yeah. But sorry. Sometimes I make myself laugh. It's so good. But really, like, nothing, like, surely there must be something that you're curious about that you haven't figured out about it yet. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's gotta be something.
Hey, Nick McKenzie, I wanted to ask you something about what you said about fuck. Anyway, you said that we should be skeptical of Senator Gillibrand because of their take on the whole Restrict Act. Why do you say that?
Sorry, what was the question again?
You said that can we please talk about how Senator Gillibrand is a co-sponsor of the Restrict Act? I think that fact alone should have this community skeptical of her role in this discussion on UAP. We are in the middle of a paradigm shift on so many levels in so many places that it's hard to focus. We should be reminded of this and remain vigilant so as to not have the wool pulled over our eyes again. Why did you say that?
Right, so I try to keep an open mind about everything in the world. With the amount of information that's out there now, it's kind of hard to figure out what to believe in. I guess I'm just skeptical of some in the I guess I'm just I try to approach things with a healthy amount of skepticism. I don't know if that answers your question, but have you looked into the Restrict Act?
No, I was kind of hoping that you would explain what it is and why. I don't really know what that is. So maybe you could explain that.
Yeah. So essentially, it would slow the free flow of information on the internet, like a lot. You might have to do a little digging on it yourself. I'd be able to better explain this if I wasn't driving right now. My mind is, my focus is split right now, so.
Okay, cool. I mean, does anyone here know what the Restrict Act is? Anyone?
It's basically an act to restrict foreign ownership and intervention in our social media platforms. It's otherwise known as the TikTok, potentially banning TikTok because it's China owned.
Right. Yes, that's what it does ban TikTok, but it also gives, I believe it's the Secretary of Commerce, the sole authority to choose going forward which domains, which websites, which applications are viewable by the American public, and it will outlaw the use.
Well, no, that's a little bit of a distortion. It's completely contingent on being foreign owned and foreign anything that's foreign intervention.
Plus, on top of that, TikTok does all the same things that Instagram does, Facebook does, Twitter did until recently, and every social media platform.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, the problem is that TikTok because it's a native app, it can control your camera and your speakers and your microphone and anyway,
Yeah,
there's a lot of problems with it.
It'd be silly to say
So does
that,
Facebook. So does
right,
Instagram.
Exactly. Just because it's foreign or just because it's domestic doesn't mean that it's benevolent.
No, but
Well,
they've already determined that TikTok has been used for spying. So I mean, that's just it's happening, and there's no anyway. That's the gist of the bill. That's all I can tell you about it.
Well, yeah, TikTok is used to like covertly gather.
Yes, it's been used for that. Yep.
Information.
Just
sure.
like Instagram and Facebook.
everything else. You know, governments are the masters of this sort of thing. All governments.
Yeah, I guess if I don't know much about the Facebook and Instagram case, I don't know that there's any foreign interest there. But even if there's not, if they are doing that, I would object strongly to that as well and would want them regulated.
Well, that's what's funny is everybody's freaking out about TikTok, yet Instagram and Facebook has been doing the same thing for many years.
No, but see, the difference is that China, because the government, it's not a private business, the government is behind the ownership of TikTok, and they are using it to basically spy on us and, steal information.
Yeah, and guess what? Our government is using Facebook and Instagram to spy on us at the same
No,
time.
I don't mean the individual level. I'm talking about more industry and military and other sort of larger scale types of information.
Oh, you mean just like Facebook and Instagram? Yeah, same shit.
Right.
No,
Every country throughout history. I mean, you look throughout history, and every time there's a new way to spread information, the government wants a way to control it. They don't want foreign influence because they want to control the narrative, right?
Exactly. That's the only problem. China has control of that. And America doesn't like that because they can't control it. So they're trying to make TikTok look like the bad guy. Meanwhile, they're doing the same fucking shit to us with all of our social media.
Mark Zuckerberg is lobbying for this Restrict Act as well. So
he's lobbying for it or against it? I didn't catch that.
For it, because TikTok is taking away money from it by, pulling away. The less competitors it has, the better it is for it. So the more.
Oh yeah, there's no doubt that there's competing commercial interests, right? Absolutely.
Right.
Hey Logan, I cannot bring Xer up.
That's why it throws more mud in the water on this topic as well for me. That's why I try to come at it from as many different angles as I can, because there is something.
I'm not arguing about that. What I'm saying is that I don't like. I agree with you. Excuse me. That all social media platforms have are doing similar things as TikTok, right? What I was just pointing out is that TikTok is doing it on there's two different kinds of strata where it's happening is on the personal level, right? You and I, right? But then there's on the sort of larger commercial industry, military secrets level. So that's where they're trying. In theory, they're trying to restrict that. We'll see.
That is incorrect. Our social media does the exact same shit. Just read.
But hold on. Just let me. But our social media is not owned by a foreign country.
Yeah, you're right. That's the only difference. Just because it's owned by China doesn't mean it's not doing the same thing that we're doing.
Right, and China already has a similar piece of control in place as the Restrict Act within their own country, which is why they limit the stuff that their citizens can see. And the Restrict Act would give our government the same power that the Chinese government has now. And,
yes, that's correct.
And right, so that power can be used for different things depending on who has the majority of control in the government. And our government right now is so volatile that this type of power could go either way. I think what needs to happen is that people just need to be more accountable for their own way of thinking and really just not be so quick to jump on a belief.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think that there should be any kind of influence or intervention on personal use of social media. What I worry about is the trade secrets, military secrets, that level. That's where having a foreign country spying on, to steal our tech or steal our anything, that's a different level. I'm not talking about the individual level, freedoms level. That's different.
Right. I mean, that stuff's going to happen regardless. But this piece of legislation, but yeah, we can do things to slow down that sort of data acquisition. But this piece of legislation puts in harm's way that individual freedom there that you're talking about.
Yeah, we can slow it down,